All right, hopefully we are live here. As promised, guys. It's a little wet right now. Sorry about that. Promised we'd return here. Do a live chat. We'll see how this goes today. I'm trying to run this chat over here. How's it going, everyone? Hope you guys are getting over things as okay as I am. It certainly has been a tough week here as all the talk goes on about all the next teams playing this next Sunday. Boy, it does continue to kind of hurt, doesn't it? Hey, So King, please excuse me if I pronounce that wrong. Hello, thanks for dropping in. Drea, hello, welcome. Please let me know, guys, if there's any issues with the mic or anything like that. I've been doing some tests this week to try to make sure that this runs a little bit more fluidly and without any kind of bumps, skips, jumps, or any of that kind of stuff. We had a couple of stoppages last week, so hopefully we can keep it going. But as I was saying, it's been tough kind of watching, especially with the Niners still in it, having a division opponent still rolling. It's like, oof, just twist the gut a little bit because the Seahawks could easily be in this position to be playing this week and still be in it for the Super Bowl. Yeah, hey T. Lucas, thanks for jumping in, man. I tried to join your group chat a couple times you put in the chat. I didn't have any luck locating it, so we might have to end up syncing up to let me know on for May next year's game day. But you're right. You lose half your team, and if you're going to lose half your team, it's very hard to expect that they're going to go win the Super Bowl, much less win multiple playoff games. You have to give them credit in that respect. We will come back to talking about, though, that because I think we need to address Ivan, the strength and conditioning coach for the Seattle Seahawks, and some of his reputation that has preceded him with both USC and the University of Washington, and that some of those injuries may be actually, you may be able to actually overcome some of those injuries if you actually looked at maybe bringing in a different strength coach who doesn't have a reputation for just destroying players' bodies. Hello, aloha. I am doing great today. I'm obviously still a little sad about the season. I thought this year was it looked like the magic was going to kind of come into place at one point or another, but it just didn't quite take, did it? And so aside from that, though, I'm doing good. It's a little cold here. Drea, I think that the number one changes that the Seahawks could really concentrate on, and I'm going to be hammering this throughout this live stream, and I'm going to be hammering it throughout the offseason for the draft, for free agency, all that. They've got to go back to the trenches. It's one of the most cliche things in football that they talk about, where they say, well, the game's won in the trenches. That's where you've got to build your team out of. But it's very easy, we've seen with teams, to sometimes get a little bit away from that. And it's not to say the Seahawks have gotten away from that. They have devoted some resources to both of those sides of the ball, but just not enough. The defensive line is woefully undermanned right now. And the offensive line, frankly, if they're going to continue to do what they've done with it, we're going to see Russell Wilson injured sooner than later. He has been a testament of health throughout his 10 years here with Seattle. But, let's face it, this guy has also gotten a little bit lucky with the amount of pressure he's been under. And look around the rest of the league. Guys under much less pressure have had much more injuries. So I think we've got to get the offensive line and the defensive line synced up. And I think that's going to mean you've got to really narrow in and concentrate on those sides of the ball. That means don't get infatuated with wide receivers and running backs. And I know there's people out there who want to see corners changed over, but I just think you've got to really concentrate on the areas that are most important, which are those lines. What's up, James Glenn? Yes, I agree. We do need to re-sign Clowney, and I'm going to be willing to go over $20 million for him. I'd be willing to even pay what Frank Clark got from the Kansas City Chiefs last year, because the cap is going to increase by 10%. So you're not exactly giving an apples for apples deal that he was getting last year. But as well, we need so much help on this defensive line. We can't afford to bleed talent out the door when we need to be bringing talent in. That's the most important part at this point, from my standpoint. Ngakoue, I like Ngakoue. I think he's a very good player, very kind of similar to Dante Fowler a little bit, who's also out there in free agency. It's going to be interesting to see how the Seahawks play the free agency game, because you have to remember the last couple of years, John Snyder has really hammered the compensatory situation. So you lose more free agents going out the door than you bring in. You get those 4 total compensatory draft picks back, like we're going to get in this next draft. And it's nice to keep playing that game year in and year out to just stock up the picks. What's up, B7 from UK? Thank you for checking out. Appreciate you hopping in. Yeah, T. Lucas, the problem with Germain Ifedi going into this offseason is that somebody's going to look at Seattle and they're going to say, he was not he was not great in Seattle, but how much of that was on Russell and Russell extending plays and asking him to block 5, 6, 7 seconds? And so they're going to kind of squint their eyes and turn their head a little bit. And you're going to see Germain Ifedi get over $10 million this year in free agency. And this is why I bring up the compensatory game. You've got Ifedi, you've got Quentin Jefferson going out there. Perhaps even somebody might even pay George Fant some money. And that's a collection now of compensatory picks that you can start to assemble. And then if you play the trade game, you get all the compensatory picks, you're playing the trade game with the draft picks, and you're able to kind of, it's gaming the system a little bit. I just like when they roll that way. But I'm not as big on Lucas's on Ifedi as you are. His penalty situation never went down. I mean, there was a Richard Sherman live mic captured when they're playing us in Seattle where he's like, a penalty came up and he's like, oh, was that Ifedi? Some things never change, man. Some things never change. And I think that that's just indicative of the fact that he's got such a penalty problem. And then you add on the fact the Pro Football Focus grades have him in the lower edge as far as in his pass blocking. And then he's about an average run blocker. So I just don't think Seattle had the opportunity last year to put the 1 year, he had his 5th year option on his rookie deal because he was a first round pick. So they had the option to stick that 5th year on him if they wanted to. And they didn't. They chose not to do it. You could have had him for a 1 year, $10 million deal moving into next year, and they passed. So I think that they're going to let him walk. Drea, I think Beast Mode did just fine. I think the offensive line by the end of the year was not able to open up any holes at all. Certainly, they were pass protecting maybe a little bit better, but there was nothing there. It didn't matter if it was Homer or if it was Beast Mode. And I think that they did the best they could with what they had. I'd love to have Marshawn back, but let's face it, that's a pipe dream, right? Because he's not going to come back as a part-time role. And you've got a couple of running backs already in the stable that you feel good about. So I love the fact that he comes back. I still maintain just the fact that he came back and saved our behinds like he did earns him to be in the Ring of Honor. If it was kind of maybe on the edge or on the fence at that point, but now I think he absolutely deserves to be in there. Fuki Bookie, what's up? Thank you, man. I appreciate that, bro. I praise. Thank you, user hit stick. I appreciate it. We're just about to cross. So we're 2 weeks away from crossing our 1 year mark. We just passed last night, guys. And I want to thank everyone out there. I should have opened with this. Thank you to everyone out there. We just passed 2,000 subscribers. And again, I'm not even a year old as a channel. This thing just has gotten started, and the support, the way you guys have just been smashing that subscribe button. I got to get this out of the way. It blows me away when I think about it too deep. I never thought I was going to get this big in the first year. I thought we were going to be grinding on this for a while. So thank you to everyone really out there from the bottom of my heart. No, I think the Seahawks are not good on the offensive line. Sean, what's up? Thank you for dropping in. I think the offensive line is going to be good with the left tackle. We know with Dwayne Brown's recent tweet that he intends to come back for at least one final season. You've got the right guard situation cemented with DJ Fluker on a multi-year deal. I do think Ifedi's going to walk. I think they're going to slide Jamarco Jones out to right tackle at that point. So that's going to narrow down some things. Get the left guard in and get another center in, because I think that you're going to have to cut Britt. He's carrying an $11 million cap hit moving into next year, coming off of an ACL tear. And he's been about a league average center for us. I know some people like him a lot, but he's just a league average guy for you in there. You're not going to want to pay $10 million for that kind of production. So I would see him probably moving on. Thanks for the kind words, user Hitstick. I appreciate it. Yeah, T. Lucas, I think that the offensive line is always a dearth of free agents out there. And when you get a guy like Ifedi who has played, I think, in every single game, I don't think he's missed one start. He's got the physical measurables. He looks the part. I think someone's gonna pay him. And somebody might sneak up and grab him too. It may not be the same deal Ifedi gets, but I don't know that Seattle's going to want to pay $6-7 million a year for George Fant, which is going to mean that then we're going to have to attack the tackle situation as well. It's an excellent draft for tackles and centers. Absolutely. This is the year if you need a center or a tackle. I think Ruiz would be the dream guy to potentially pick up out of Michigan. He seems to be the lockdown guy at center. I'd love to bring him in. And I would like to see Seattle actually trade for a guard, T. Lucas. I don't trust Seattle in their development of the offensive line play. It's been kind of the one kind of hole in their development game over the years. It'd be better for me to bring in a guy who's more solidified, comes right in, you know what you're getting right out the box, and you don't have to train him up. Cosman, what's up? Thank you for dropping in. I appreciate it, man. This is going to be a huge, huge offseason. And if Pete Carroll intends to coach for the next 3 or 4 years, they're going to have to make their work here in this offseason. Luckily, you got the $70 million. You've got players you can cut to increase that $70 million in cap space. If you look at the draft pick game right now, we've got 1 first rounder, 2 second rounders. You'll get a 3rd round compensatory pick back. You'll get a 4th rounder. You've got a 5th rounder coming, 2 6ths and 2 7ths. So you're stacked with draft picks. You're stacked with cap space. That's a lot of ammunition to go out there on the open market and try to make some moves. And not just in signing guys. The trade is where I think we should really concentrate on, because we've seen that's where Snyder's concentrated on the past with moves like Harvin and Graham. And I think that they'd be willing to still dip their toe back in that again, because it worked out recently with a guy like Dwayne Brown. So, Lucas, they could re-sign Britt if they can get his cap number down. I wouldn't necessarily hate that, but you save $9 million by releasing him right now. And at this point, I'd like to create as much cap space as I can, and I'm just not as sold on Britt long-term, especially coming off that major injury. No, I think Frank Clark is going to be in Kansas City for years to come. He just said, I think he had like 3 sacks in the last game. He's come alive as the year went on. He started out really slowly for Kansas City. It had a lot of those fans out there saying, why in the hell did you make this move? I'm still very happy we made the move, but I don't think you'll see him back here until at least 3 or 4 years of him playing in Kansas City. Maybe potentially then, but that's a tough prediction to make. I don't think I could see that happening. I think it was a great deal, though, by Seattle. That type of move is what allowed you to eventually get DK Metcalf. So, and you got Clowney for a 3rd rounder. So it's just, you played the game right in that respect. Just my opinion. He missed 1 game, T. Lucas. Yeah, but they're still going to look at him, and people are going to look at Ifedi on the market and say he's going to show up every week for us. He's really good in the blocking game, and he might struggle in the pass game. But with all these quarterbacks now that can move out there, maybe they'll start kind of thinking, hey, that's okay. Our quarterback can overcome that, like we did with Ifedi for the past couple of years. Yeah, Cosman, I agree. He's going to have to restructure, or he's going to be out. There's no reason to pay a center in this day and age $9 million a year unless you're getting Pro Bowl level production. Could be James. He might restructure. If he was smart, he should, because this is a good place for him, and it would be nice for the Seahawks because they would be just one less thing they have to knock out. There's not a ton that we have to drill this offseason, but what we have to hit right down the middle. They can't mess up these runs. You've got a team that's got some holes, and if you don't fix it, we're going to run into the same thing we ran into this year, or the same thing we basically run into since 2015. An offensive line that can't pass protect, a running game that slowly diminishes as the year goes on because the running backs seem to always get beat up and done by the end of the year, and a pass rush that just can't generate any sort of pressure. Well, Sean, maybe we can get the Detroit Lions to trade for Penny. They've tried twice to get him. They tried at the deadline, and they tried right after we drafted Rashad Penny. The Detroit Lions actually tried to make a trade for him at that time. So they love the guy. There is somebody out there who will understand how to use Rashad Penny right, i.e. you don't want to grind this guy up the middle and just ramming him up the middle. He's an outside runner. Use him on pitches. Get him on outside zone runs. Seattle just hasn't been as dedicated to doing that with him, and there might be a team that looks at him and goes, yeah, we could do that with this guy. If we turn this right this way, we could make this work. So, but again, he's coming off an ACL. How much are you really going to get back in draft value at that point? It's pretty much you're just accepting that you don't like what you're getting out of him. You'll get a 6th or 7th at that point because he's injured. JS, yeah, John Snyder will probably trade down for picks because that's just what he does. And that's it's going to infuriate the hell out of me this year, Lucas. I'm going to get really mad when he does it. I got mad last year when they did it. They traded all these picks because they want to have more shots at it, right? More shots, more picks, more shots at players, because it's all just a big crapshoot by the way that they're kind of inferring by just collecting picks, never trading up in the first round in 10 years. And so they say, we're going to collect these picks, but then look at this draft class. How many of these guys contributed this year? They couldn't see the football field. Like Marquise Blair seemed to play pretty well to me, but they're still putting Lano Hill and Tedrick Thompson out instead of him for God knows why. And the whole rest of the team, from Phil Haynes to LJ Collier, who was a healthy scratch at one point, I don't necessarily like the idea of collecting picks because you're going to end up cutting someone who was a high draft pick, i.e. a Gary Jennings of this last draft. Gary Jennings was our 4th round pick this last draft. Our receivers got so deep, you had to cut him for nothing. I'd like to avoid doing that. Why not package picks together and use those? That seems like the better way to go, especially as you got a deeper team. What's up, Yorgos? Hi, thanks for dropping in. B7, I have been on this hot to trot on this for a while in regards to DK Metcalf. I think he is going to be the next in that line of those Calvin Johnson, Julio Jones, big bodied wide receivers that can take the top off the defense and that you've got to assign 2 players to. You've got to put a safety over the top on him. I think you're going to see that development from year 1 to year 2 go up. And my evidence for this is go look at the first seasons of Calvin Johnson and Julio Jones. Look at their stats, and don't just look at the yards and the catches, which he's right there with them on, and sometimes even eclipsing them on. Look at the catch rate, because everybody's big knock on DK this year was he drops too many passes. He drops too many passes. But look at his catch rate, which is right up about 56 to 60% this year, which is right exactly in line with the Calvin Johnsons and the Julio Jones, who both were under 1,000 yards in their first year. So I think it's an apt comparison. I could see him easily moving into that stratosphere, especially with a guy like Russell Wilson throwing him passes. Yeah, James, I think it's a year where you got to go quality. Where I'd really like to see them take the draft picks this year is to trade them and package them for players that are going to be out there on the market. It seems like the low-hanging fruit now in the NFL is to go make a trade for a player on a team that is trying to move out salary, get their salary cap situation right, and then you can pluck him for relatively low value, and you're not paying any bonus money. So you can theoretically, moving on to the future, cut him at any time. Look at the Quandre Diggs deal, for instance, where we still have 2 years left on his deal at like $7-8 million, which is a steal. And you've got some flexibility there now at all times. What really upset Seattle for the last 3 or 4 years leading into this last year was the dead money they were carrying. All the Legion of Boom members that moved on, the Michael Bennett trades, all that stuff just killed our cap, where we were carrying all this dead money from the bonus money accelerating. Now, finally, this year, all that's cleared away. I'd like to see a second-round pick sent out there maybe for a true left guard that's maybe not at Pro Bowl level, but damn near at Pro Bowl level. I'd prefer something like that rather than them just trying to collect picks or staying where they are and just bringing on as many players as they could. That's just where I lean at this point. Hello, Yorgos. I don't know if I said hi. Papa, what's up, man? Thanks for dropping in. Papa Mays. Papa, I'm hoping that they play the trade game rather than the free agent game. Certainly somebody said Ngakoue, the Dante Fowlers that are out there. I think Ndamukong Suh is a guy that you should look at as a really realistic target. The last couple of years that he's been a free agent, he has come into Seattle and he's visited with Seattle. He's left because he's gone to the highest bidder, right? He's kind of a gun for a hire, Suh. But he still is a guy, if you look at the Tampa Bay Buccaneers last year, who was very tremendous, and no one could run the ball on them last year. And Seattle could use some help in that respect, is that we had some teams really kind of run the ball on us at times this year. He still has some juice left in the tank, and it's a guy you could get on a 1 or 2 year deal. He'd be a guy I look at. I don't know that they're going to go with the Fowlers or the Ngakoues. It just doesn't necessarily make a ton of sense to me, especially if they play the compensatory game where if you lose guys out the door but bring guys in, then it all balances out, and then you don't get any compensatory picks back. I don't know that they're going to go that route necessarily, but they do have a ton of cap space. So it's got to go somewhere. Yeah, I think Rashad Penny's that you can get at best a 6th or 7th round for him. He's going to stay on the team. You'll see him again next year in a Seahawks uniform. Why sell him when he's at his lowest value? Yeah, T. Lucas, so my crazy trade, this is my crazy trade, and you saw it on this thumbnail for the live stream. My crazy trade, what I would like to see the Seahawks do, and this is outside the box, and you guys are going to probably burn the hell out of me for saying this, but I think the Seattle Seahawks should try to go to the Indianapolis Colts and offer 2 first-round picks for Quentin Nelson, or a first plus. Now, before you say, well, Colts will never give up Quentin Nelson, remember this. The Colts are in a situation right now where they don't have a franchise quarterback. Andrew Luck has left them in a lurch. Jacoby Brissett is not the answer. He's good enough to just get them drafting in the teens every year, right? So they know they need to assemble some draft pick ammunition to jump up in the draft in order to get a quarterback, because they've got a really good team actually assembled over there in Indianapolis. And so I think it's a potentially feasible move. I don't think it's likely to happen, but I'd like to see something like that. Be really aggressive. Give up some ammunition. Go for it. Don't be scared to make those deals just because like the Graham trades and the Harvin trades didn't exactly work out. I'd like to see more of that move. I don't trust them as much in the development of offensive linemen, and we need development in these linemen quick. They need to get better in a hurry. Hello, Akashe. How you doing? Yeah, Akashe, the move that I would make on top of that, if you're not going offensive line, is I think they do go heavy defensive line. I think you're also going to see the 2 guys, if I'm making predictions, and this isn't huge predictions, these aren't superstar players anymore, but they're very good players. I think you're potentially going to see both Ndamukong Suh and Calais Campbell in a Seahawks uniform before this offseason's over with. Calais is going into the final year of his deal with Jacksonville. Another guy Seattle has coveted for years and wanted to bring him. I can't tell you how many times Schneider has referenced Calais Campbell in the post-draft meetings where he's talking about players and looking for that kind of guy. So I would love to see them make that kind of move out there for that. You've got a guy like Von Miller who will be on the open market. Again, this isn't that thing of could you get him for maybe a second rounder plus because you're taking on that salary. You don't have any of the bonus money. Yes, he's got a high base, but you can afford it with the $70 million, and you could still sign Clowney. You could still franchise Jaron Reed. All right, sorry if I'm getting a little behind on this. Gustavo, how you doing? Defense, Gustavo, I'm not in favor of necessarily attacking the secondary like everybody else is. I've heard a lot of people, not everybody, but a lot of people have said we need a new cornerback because they hate Trey Flowers. I ask people to pop their brakes on this stance. Trey Flowers is going into his second year as a cornerback. This is a safety convert out of college. Let's give him some time to develop. And I ask you, how much better are our cornerbacks in secondary going to look when they don't have to sit there for 6 and 7 seconds staying sticky on their guy? We've got to get some pass rush. That was the hole in the defense. That defensive line was the problem, not the linebackers and not the secondary, just my opinion. The thumbnail ice cream cone, thanks for jumping in. The thumbnail is to kind of show that I think my opinion is on this. If I take one ranging thing that I hope John Snyder does is to make a major deal with a first round pick. And then it's a question of, do you make it for the offensive line or do you make it for the defensive line and pass rush? I look at Von Miller, who I think will be available in a trade. And I'm obviously now making a huge guess and some prognostication when it comes to Quentin Nelson and saying, I see him as well being a guy who potentially could be on the market, especially if you're willing to give 2 first-round picks, which would be a king's ransom for a guard in this league. But I think you slide him right in there. If it's a restructured Britt deal, then now that offensive line starting to look really, really good. You don't have to do a whole lot more moves at that point. You can just concentrate on that defensive line and really hammer it instead. No, I don't think we should sell Hunt, Yorgos. He's a fine player. He's playing with a stress fracture in his leg through the end of the year, and he had dislocated fingers. I think the guy was doing what he could. He's undermanned. He's not ever going to be a starter for us. I don't want him there. But as a guy who's a spot starter a couple times a year, yeah, I don't think we're going to lose our center for half the season more often than not. Vita Vea is a fantastic player, Fuki. There is no doubt about it. I watching that game against Tampa Bay, as big as he is and as well as he moves, that Tampa Bay defense is going to be very good for years to come. With that, they've got that front 7 in there that they've got they are damn good, man. They that rookie linebacker too. Whew, they're going. No, Seahawks. Briseño. I'm going to try to pronounce that correctly. No, I don't think they get rid of Penny because I don't think you get rid of low, when he's at his lowest value, you'd get rid of him. You have the Detroit Lions offering you a 3rd round pick at the trade deadline. So why trade him now for a 6th or 7th? Let him get healthy. And let's remember that despite his injury, look at this guy's stats. He's averaging over 5 yards a carry, I believe, for his career. I think he's done pretty good in the times we've gone out there. I think Carroll's stuck in his Marshawn Lynch mold of running back. He wants those grinders, those physical guys. And if you're not that, it's hard for him to accept, I think, giving as many carries. Biggest team need that is under the radar. Wow, that's a great question. I think, and again, it's a matter of, in that question, I guess I'm adding to your question. Where do you want to get more dynamic rather than league average? You got a couple of great receivers, but then you're kind of okay after that, right? David Moore. People hate Malik Turner right now. They're wanting him cut. I could see a receiver position being the one place, especially if you look to finally open it up for receiver. But nope, I changed my mind. Tight end. I don't want to put it on Will Disley to come it all back onto his shoulders coming back this year. I love him coming back. I still want to give him snaps, but let's go to those like two tight end deadly sets that the Patriots were doing when they had Hernandez and Gronk in there in the 2010s. I wouldn't mind to see something like that. So go get a guy like maybe an OJ Howard, David Njoku from the Cleveland Browns. Those guys are pretty good tight ends that could potentially be bought low. So I think tight end would be the under the radar position we need. Sean, yeah, Ursula is going to see more action, no doubt about it. What's holding up him is Lockett, who's the slot guy, and that's where they would really like to put Ursula, so it's hard for him to get much snaps with that. No, I'm keeping Hunt. I'm keeping Hunt at center. He's our backup center. We do need to upgrade the center position. If it's a re-signing of Britt, but he's going to sign for a lower contract, I'm okay with that, but he can't be paid at $10 million a year. That's too much to pay for what we're getting out of Britt. We need to draft another DK type. What's up, Cappy? Nathaniel Parks, thank you. Nathaniel, I'm with you, man. I think Turner's got some upside to him. Excuse me. I think he is a guy that people were hard on about that drop, but he had a really good year overall. He didn't have a lot of starts. He's probably our best blocking wide receiver, and don't undersell that when you're a team that wants to run the ball as much as we do. Cappy McCappy, yes, I would love to see another big-bodied wide receiver. Let me put a name out there for you, a guy that hopefully the Bengals finally let him go out of prison, NFL prison, and that's A.J. Green. That's a guy to potentially look at if you could bring A.J. in as especially a red zone threat, limited snaps. He's a guy that I look at that I think would fit in Seattle's wheelhouse and could be available. Gustavo Richard is gone, I think, for good. You're going to see the San Francisco 49ers probably give him a multi-year deal after this year, and he's probably going to be there for the rest of his career. He may even eventually transfer over to play the safety position, which he's indicated at some point he might be willing to do when he loses too many steps out there to be a cornerback. I'm amazed he played how he did this year. That was absolutely amazing coming off an Achilles and as old as he's gotten. So team 12s, we should sign Sue, draft a lineman, re-sign Clowney, then trade down for an O lineman. I'm not against that, team 12, and thanks for jumping in. I would not hate that. Clowney is a must re-sign. Sue, I think you're going to get him for a 1 year, $1 year, $8 million deal. I love that. 1 year commitments, prove it, makes him, you're not having to put a bunch of money into the future. So I think you'll be able to get him. And O-line, they've got to attack. They can't just go for warm bodies this year. We can't just go, okay, let's get a guy with hopefully some upside. We need some real true talent out there because it's getting, again, Russell Wilson's going to get injured here. It's going to happen. There's no such thing as the, Superman quarterback who never gets injured. Brett Favre was the only other guy I've seen in my lifetime who's gone kind of this long, really, with the amount of pounding that he's taken, and it can't last. I would love to see a fullback, Fuki. They don't seem to have a real firm plan with the fullback position. It seems like the redheaded stepchild of this roster. And I haven't seen them really go after a guy in years at that since Michael Robinson was here. But for as much as you want to run the ball, you think that they would do more to include that type of position and give it some, at least try to find. Thanks, Yorgos. I appreciate it. Thanks for stopping in. Rory Hollister's fine. This is just the type of player that you need on your team, which is a guy on his rookie contract, not going to cost a lot. He's giving you good snaps. I like him as a third or fourth tight end. I don't like him as a 1 or a 2. He's not a big enough guy to be a blocker, and he doesn't do enough. He's a catcher. He's a good catcher, but he's a good catcher if there's not a guy kind of hanging off of him. And at the tight end position, you tend to have guys hanging off of you because you don't create the separation normally. So I like him. I like him in that role for that spot. It's like Joey Hunt, where I like Joey Hunt too. Rookie deal, cheap guy. Have him as a backup guy. He's a serviceable guy when he goes in, but I don't want him there as the frontline starter. Is not the best. We should not upgrade our offense. I think our defense is not the best. I think we should not upgrade our offense. I think, Gustavo, I don't think we need to upgrade a ton of our offense, but I think the offensive line needs help. You weren't good enough as much as we ran the ball this year, we were one of the worst teams in the league in explosive running plays. That means we got a lot of yards on the ground, but we did it because of the volume of times we're carrying and trying to do it. It's not speaking to our efficiency. And again, that just shows you're not creating as big a holes. You're not creating as big a plays out of the run game, which they've got. If this is what they want to do, and Carroll's not going anywhere, right? Schottenheimer's not going anywhere. It is what it is. We're stuck with it. So if we're stuck with it, then upgrade the damn thing. LSU's got there's some good receivers coming out, man. There's some big body guys coming out. So I think, it's always been weird to me that they've taken so long with Russell Wilson to get him a big-bodied wide receiver. I was hammering on this for years where you saw him anytime you had him with a big-bodied receiver in those little spot points throughout his career that he had him. He really utilized him well. Braylon Edwards in his rookie year, he threw a couple of those trust balls up to Braylon, and it was just Braylon loved it. Now, Braylon was at the end of his career, and he was starting to break down. But then you had Chris Matthews, remember in the Super Bowl where he went off for like 140 yards and Russell was just throwing him trust balls all over the football field. But we never really got a guy on the outside as a receiver since now DK to really kind of fill that role. And I think you'll really see the big-bodied guys fit well with Russell. The going theory is you want the smaller guys because they're going to break off their route and they're having an easier time to be kind of quicker to get off into those secondary routes. But the big-bodied guys, as soft as that ball comes in that he throws, man, you think it would be a nice match made in heaven bringing in another guy, especially because you think the bigger guys probably could block better in the running game. There we go. Do you think we should go back? Yes, NBA horse. Man, you're speaking to the choir on this. They need to get out of the base defense. So they were obsessed with this year. 3 linebackers on the field, even when the offenses went to 3 wide receivers. Anybody that's played Madden knows that's not something that you can get away with. And they didn't get away with it either. One of the reasons teams stopped running against us wasn't that they were able to stop us in the running game. It was that there was just so many holes in the passing game, especially those short underneath routes, that they just picked us apart. Just like the Cincinnati game in the opening game of the year, where Dalton threw for 460 odd yards. And it was just like, come on. I don't know why they waited on Ugo Amadi so long to bring him in as a slot. I really don't. I know he got burned by Devontae Adams, and everybody hates that one play, but he's a very good player. He's going to be a great slot corner for us for years to come. Sorry, the cats are freaking out. Travis Etienne. I like Travis Etienne. He's got a little bit of the stiff hips there for a running back, which is always a problem for me because you wonder about his ability to now get lateral. But he's got a nice burst. He runs hard. He's our Seahawks type running back. I don't know exactly yet where he's going to fall. I've got to do some more draft preparation before I can make a call on that, but he would certainly be a Seattle mold. Yeah, Nathaniel, I think Adre is old. I think he's been trying to get out of Cincinnati. I think he could have played at one point or another this year, but he decided not to. He is an injury-prone guy, but I'm looking at it as a buy low move. So buy low, low risk, high reward type move. If they can find a big body wide receiver in the draft, that'd be great as well. But I think AJ still has a little bit left in him. I think that, he's been left out there in that Cincinnati desert, and it's like, put him on a team now that's actually winning. Let's see how he goes. Let's see if he doesn't get a little tougher, plays in a few more games. I think we should get him now, Nathaniel, just because I think it wouldn't cost much. 4th, 5th round pick, you could potentially get AJ Green and then just have him in there as a rotational guy. You've got your 1s and 2s out there. You still got your Malik Turner and David Moores as your up and coming higher ceiling guys, but you've got a little bit now with AJ of a known quantity, and you're not going to ask him to be a number 1 like he's been in the past. Papa Mains, the trade I could see happening, I think most likely, if I was to point to one trade over another, I think Seattle's going to try to trade for Calais Campbell this offseason. I think the Jaguars will be a little bit more in sell mode than they've been in the past. And I think that he's a guy that John Snyder's got a man crush on big time. So that's probably the number 1. As far as in any other move, I think they do try to make another move on the defensive line. I think they're going to look at targeting a guy like Von Miller, maybe potentially a guy like Jason Pierre-Paul, who I know is not everybody's loving it. You're not going to get necessarily the top edge talent, but I think we just need more guys than we need to shoot for the moon on one guy we're bringing in. Pair him with Clowney, bring a couple other guys in. You could get a really solid defensive line, but those would be the type of moves I'd look at. Is that the trades I think will happen, and I think that they're going to happen as far as in the pass rush. If they can get a 3-tech defensive tackle, that'd be great. But I think the outside pass rush is especially where they're going to concentrate. Hunter Bryant is absolutely going to be on the Seahawks radar. I think that they like that program there with Peterson at the University of Washington, and they've shown a willingness to try those players out and take a look at them. Certainly Will Disley being the number 1 example of that. Hunter looks pretty good to me. He's an all-around tight end, which the Seahawks are going to like. He's pretty dynamic in the passing game. He absolutely will be a target, and especially I think in that second round area, if they keep those 2 second-round picks, that is a guy that you could potentially look at them highlighting and going, we have a lot of information about this guy. He's in our backyard. We feel solid with this selection. Thank you, Toast. Man, I hope they get a team back soon. I still can't believe that they stole our teams. It's just everybody in the country loves to steal our teams out of Seattle. I don't know if you guys remember back when I was a kid here growing up, it's that they tried to put the Seahawks in LA. They tried to put the Mariners in St. Petersburg. The Sonics finally got ripped away to Oklahoma City. So they always want to steal our teams. You know what I mean? And we had a passionate fan base here for the Sonics. It wasn't like they didn't show up. It was that they were crappy for 10 years, and they still showed up decently, but Schultz sold us out on that move. Gustavo, Antonio Brown's done. That any potential, they kicked the tires on him, but he's gone one crazy too far, and I think that's I don't know if he's going to get back in the NFL at this point. He just keeps shooting himself in the foot, it seems like, every week. Sean, yes, I know Norb Cam. He would be he'd be the top Seahawk YouTube channel, I think, on the deal if you had to point to somebody. He does a great production over them. I love his stuff. Good work over there. Yeah, T. Lucas, the base thing was silly, and I can't help but go back to it that the reason we were in base so much was not because they thought it was going to be so revolutionary, but because you have Coach Norton, who is what? A former linebacker. And what's a linebacker going to want? As many linebackers on the field as we can get at all times. And so I feel like it maybe I'm way off on this. I'm doing some, but it feels to me like this had a lot to do with Norton's infatuation with linebackers. He said, "Oh, we got KJ, we got Bobby, we got these young kids we're bringing in, and we got Kendricks." But it was almost a failure, right? It was a failure out the chute. You let Andy Dalton throw for a career high in yardage out the gate. It was a failure out the chute, but they kept going with it and going with it and going with it. And that's the problem here with this team, I think, overall, is beyond personnel changes that we need to make, they need to get their head wrapped around trying different strategies of attack. Oh, he's going back to school, Brandon? That sucks. Well, there's one off the board. I got to be honest with you. I really don't want to draft a running back anyway in the top 4 rounds. Like, I don't understand why anybody doesn't just draft running backs every year now in the 6th and 7th round. It's beyond me. Yes, you can get upper level talent picking that high in the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd round, but it's so much cheaper to have a 6th or 7th round guy on that rookie contract and roll that way than it is to me to be bringing in a guy that you're putting a 1st, 2nd. I don't get it, really. Who's the best backup quarterback Seahawks could get? I sure would like to see the Seahawks try to actually go in the Taysom Hill route like the Saints. Bring a guy who's a really rough quarterback that could run the read option and do some of the Lamar Jackson-y type of things, but might be limited as a passer. I'd rather see them bring a rookie in like that. Josh Gordon, I'd love to see him back. He'll probably be gone for half the season because of the suspension, but you're going to get him on a low deal when he does come back. And man, he's damn good when he was here. I'll put a flyer on him all day. Safety in our draft this year, get some more speed and coverage build. Well, we do have a safety. What's funny about that, Fuki, is we do have a safety converted to linebacker in our linebacker. His name is Ben Burr-Kirben. He runs a 4.5. Didn't use him at all last year, I think, but one play in Carolina. What's up, Brick Mokes? Well, glad you guys got our team. We're a little salty over it. Hope you understand. No, T. Lucas, you put him on a franchise tag. He didn't show you enough in pass rusher. Carroll spoke to this at the end press conference where, he said, you had this first 2 years where he was this kind of player, very solid, very good. Then last year he was this kind of player. And then now this year he kind of slid into that player that we saw in the first couple of years. I think that they want to see him prove it. If he takes a lesser of a deal than wanting $15 million per year, which is what I think he wants, then they may try to sign him. But no, you put him on the franchise at 15 per. The defensive tackle doesn't run you that high or as high as other positions, which go into the $20 million range. Oh, there you go, Brendan. Cody's a converted one as well. So we got 2 of them. Yeah. Barton it was claimed by the players that Barton was the best coverage linebacker on this team this year. I don't know that it showed up in the games he played because he's a rookie and he's diagnosing and everything's going to be a step slow. But there's one training camp play you can go back to where he made this cut. Or he jumped the route, jumped in front, made the pick, and it opened my eyes because I hadn't seen a linebacker here make that kind of play. It didn't matter if it was on a training camp field or in a game. He's going to be a very good linebacker for us for the next few years. I don't know that he's a Pro Bowl guy, but a very good linebacker, and especially with those coverage skills. I like Cody Barton as we move forward. I certainly think that we need to probably release KJ Wright this next offseason because I don't want to carry his salary moving into next year. I think he's at $7 or $8 million on the cap moving into next season. We don't have to cut Josh Gordon. He was on a 1-year, $2.2 million deal with us and the New England Patriots last year. He will technically be a free agent. So I would imagine that you would probably see him signed on like a veteran minimum $750,000, maybe a one-year, $1 million deal you could bring him back for because you're only going to get him for probably best case scenario half the season, if not less than that. That's just my guess, but I would think that they've not, it's indefinite suspension, I think, right now, and as the way it sits currently. Yeah, Papa, I like Cody Barton. I don't know, he's good enough in the run game. Modern day linebackers need to cover before they need to play the run. So I'm very happy at the fact that he can. I don't think we saw the best of him yet this year. I think we're going to see more that elevation as he gets into year 2 and 3 with him. But I like his speed. I like his quickness. He's pretty feisty out there. I think, again, he's a guy that the outside linebacker in the 4-3 scheme and the way we run our 4-3 under scheme is just not as important as the outside linebackers, let's say, in a 3-4 scheme. This is one of the reasons why back in the early 2000s, it was so horrible when the Seahawks drafted Aaron Curry with the 3rd overall pick. You just don't see, outside of a guy like maybe Derek Brooks with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers back in the day, it's really hard for outside linebackers in 4-3 schemes to have the kind of impact that you want to be paying them on. You want cheap, young linebackers in those positions and pay other places on that defensive line. Just my opinion. So I like Cody a lot. Yeah, I think unfortunately there's a tickling in my gut when it comes James Glenn. On your question of Ken Norton, there's a little bit of and I'm worried about it, but I'm getting the feeling that Carroll, as he's getting older, is doing something that old men will tend to do. And that is that they get less scared for things that are new outside of what they know, right? They just cling to what they know, and that's what I think you've seen. That's what you saw in the hires of both Norton and Schottenheimer. They were hires of nepotism. They were hires of, this is what I already know. And so I don't want to bring in somebody that I have to work all the kinks through and have these other new ideas thrown at me that I'm going to just reject and make them stick with my ideas. I just want to bring in my guys. I think it's a real problem. It's a real issue. And we've seen it with his scheme. His scheme is the same way that it was when he walked in the door. He's not made any changes on that defensive side of the ball, despite being this defensive, wonder guy, this warlock on the defensive side of the ball. They still run cover 1, cover 3, bail technique with their corners. They still aren't good at blitzing. It's the same kind of old story. And I think he's gotten a little bit locked in that with staying with the Nortons. I don't think Nortons are going anywhere though, because I think Carroll's still in this mindset. He should. It's both offensive and defensive coordinators. We should have new guys brought in, dynamic young minds, someone who's going to challenge Carroll with something new, because teams have gotten used to us. This is the thing, as you look across the league, it's not just the Seahawks. Look at every team that plays the Seahawks similar 4-3 scheme, 4-3 under. Go look around. Jacksonville, San Diego Chargers, Atlanta Falcons. Did they have great defenses, any of them, over the past couple of years? It seems like the league's figured out certain routes and abilities to attack those defenses. But again, this is where things get a little stagnant right now with this team in the respect of, from the way they look at it and the way they can attack things. They're just going with the same thing they've always done. And it's not working because you don't have the Hall of Fame talent you had back in the 2012s, 2013, 2014s. So it's time to get a little more innovative, in my opinion. They won't do it, but they should. I thought Ben Burke-Irving was a safety for a while, and then they moved him over because he's a 5'11" something, he's a low-foot Tupu size guy. But the 4.5 speed was what jumped out at me about him. I thought that they were going to, this is where I would have hoped, you bring a guy like in that on times where you're going to stay in your base, but that the offense is going to maybe pass a little bit more. Bring a guy like Ben Burke-Irving in with that speed. Let him utilize that. But what they do, they just stay with the same guys on the field all the time. That's why you never saw Marquise Blair on the field. That's why you didn't see Cody Barton on the field until Kendricks went down injured. Or even Phil Haynes, who didn't get into the game until you had really no other options at left guard at the end of the year. No, you don't want to move Britt back to right tackle. He struggled with the quick speed rushers of today. It was horrible. You really struggled with him. He could run block okay out there, and then you got to wonder, coming off an ACL, is he going to be more agile or less agile? So you'd want to keep him on the inside. He goes from being a not agile, not very good movement tackle for you out on the right tackle to a great movement guy for you as a center down there who can get to the second level. The problem for me is that he's just not a natural center. It's a position he's trying to, at the NFL level change over to, and it's just not as natural for him, which is why you haven't seen him necessarily take that step to a Pro Bowl level player. He's just okay. He's serviceable. He's good. Papa, I don't see anybody going out on this coaching staff. I think Carroll's going to look at this year and he's going to say, we got 11 wins. We almost had the first round bye in the playoffs. We came 4 points away from beating the Packers on the road. And it's going to be one of those rose-colored glasses type situation where you see what you want to see. And it's unfortunate to me to a degree because they are close. It's not that Carroll's wrong, but it's just that the changes that need to be made, I don't think are going to be the changes they make. They've got the money to spend in the draft picks. They're going to make some aggressive moves. I just wonder if they're going to still stay in the same mentality of, we're going to keep all the things the same. We're not going to let Russell throw any more than he's thrown, right? We're going to try to run the ball at like nearly 55% of the time, which it should be flipped. Russell should be throwing 55 and you run 45. You're still relatively balanced at that point, but you're actually trusting your MVP Hall of Fame quarterback in the middle of his prime, like most other teams would. Yeah, Lucas, Carl, there. What's up, bro? Didn't even get the notification, have the bell clicked. Yeah, Carl, I'm sorry. I'm working on the live stream stuff. So I try to put a post out now, and I'm getting this refined a little bit, but I'm a little new to this year. So it's definitely, I'll try to get a little more scheduled and put the notification out there a little bit easier. So T. Lucas, I don't understand why they didn't do that as well when Shaquem came out of college. I looked at a lot of his college tape, and he was really, really good in coverage out of the linebacker position in college. He had a pick at one point, a couple of picks, which weren't just tip picks, but where he really jumped the route. He had one where he played the guy on zone, and he went one way to the zone, and then just as the quarterback thought he was going that way, he broke to the other player that wasn't even his guy. Then it was already covered by another guy, but he was able to jump the route for the interception. He's got the instincts to play out there in coverage. I think that they're just so scared teams are going to try to run at him when he goes out there that they just don't want to put him out there. But again, you're on the same page as me in the respect of, like, there's times where the offense is going to throw the football. So bring him out there in those positions where it's a 3rd and long. And they instead went with him as a pass rusher, which I'm fine with. Him 15 snaps a game, I think he gives you some lightning out there. He gives you a little bit of juice. So I like that. Carl, there are 19 free agents. You aren't nervous, 6 D linemen. I'm not nervous about any defensive lineman we lose outside of Clowney and Jaron Reed, because I think all those guys are, I think even Quentin Jefferson I think they're limited players. Somebody's going to probably go out and pay Quentin Jefferson 4 years, $20 million deal this offseason. I don't want to spend that on him. And I think Rasheem Green is going to eventually develop into Everson Griffith. I think that's his player model. Go look at Everson Griffith his first few seasons. They have the same kind of build, the same kind of, you're seeing him make the same kind of steps from a statistic standpoint in their first to second year. He's going to be fine. I think LJ looks like a bust waiting to happen. Just my opinion. I think Collier you're going to end up looking at that pick and going, that was an awful pick in retrospect. There's no two ways about it. What's up, Incognito Dave? And I think, Carl, they're going to attack that defensive line and trades and free agency. That's where that money's going to be spent. User Hitstick, my thoughts on Russell Wilson are, I love Russell Wilson. And the thing that I don't understand is why you're not building an offensive attack around this quarterback. They've started to give him, some weapons now with Lockett and DK. But the thing I go to in my mind is that the route combinations we run, every analyst speaks to how simplistic they are and how easy they are for defenses to know what the receivers are essentially doing. Why can't we bring in some innovation on this? Why can't we update our offense into the modern age? I mean, we're literally running a 1980s offense right now. We're running Schottenheimer's Kansas City offense from the 1980s is what we're running right now. Simplistic route combinations. You're not flooding a lot of zones. You're not doing things schematically to make it very easy on your quarterback. And this is really what I want to harp on, is that you make everything so hard on Russell right now. He's got to be magical every single game rather than giving him those easy completions, or like what the Niners do with the motion game. The Niners motion more than any other team offensively in the NFL. And they do that to just disguise what they're doing to a defense and make it harder for the defense to attack. We don't do things similarly. And it really just makes him always seem to have to run uphill. It would be sure nice to try to give Russell a chance to really flourish with giving him something around him, giving him an offensive line that is upper level. You've gotten him a couple receivers. That's great. Now give him an offensive coordinator who actually can draw up a couple of plays that, can do something. I just spilled on myself here. I'm glad you jumped in too, Carl. I'll get it set on the next one, I promise. Thanks, James, I appreciate you jumping in. The turnout on this has been awesome. I put a poll out to my subscribers asking if they want to do this as a weekly show, and it's at about 60-40 right now. I think a lot of the people that have subscribed to me are subscribing through the Great Seahawks Moment videos, and they would just like me to stick on those and not do anything kind of else. So I'm going to definitely be playing kind of a balanced game here to kind of keep everybody happy and I'm trying to get working on the next Great Seahawks Moment video, which I do need to pose to all of you out there, which would be the next one you guys would like to see done. I'm leaning towards the 1983 Seahawks playoff win against the Dolphins on the road to go to the conference championship, or I'm looking at doing the one from a few years ago where they dropped 250 burgers on Buffalo and the Cardinals in back-to-back games, where they shut them out and they scored 50 points in both of those games. So I'm kind of leaning towards those two, but I can go any way you guys are kind of feeling on that. I'm definitely open to suggestion. Nathaniel, to say that I dislike Tedrick Thompson is to say I dislike Hitler. Okay. I don't understand Tedrick Thompson and Lano Hill. I just don't understand them. And I feel like those guys have stayed on this roster and continue to been given playing time because they were part of that collection of third-round picks that were all picked in that grouping, right? Yeah, the Amaro Darbos and the Shaquille Griffin and Tedrick Thompson and Lano Hill, and that they traded back in that draft to collect all those picks, and there was a lot of kind of pub to it, and you didn't get much out of those picks. Darbo was horrible as a wide receiver. Thompson's given you nothing at free safety. Griffin's starting to develop, granted there, but Lano Hill has been equally almost as awful as Tedrick Thompson. I don't get the love affair this coaching staff has with them. I don't see what they must be amazing. They must be amazing practice players, right? Like they must just light it up on the practice field because they're god awful in the game. God awful in every respect. Can't tackle, can't cover the deep ball, which when you're playing free safety, Tedrick, in this scheme, you have one job in this scheme. Cover the goddamn deep ball. That's all you got to do. That's why we didn't get to see Earl Thomas in frame for half of his career because he was back there covering the deep ball. But every game this year that Tedrick was in playing, what happened? He got beat over the top on a deep ball every single time. FLJ. Yeah, Carl. My ears still steam from that pick. I hated it at the time. I will always hate it. I don't understand it. I don't know what Snyder is so smart with how he does things. I didn't get that pick at all. Well, Carl, the conspiratorialist out there in me says, okay, well, Pete's sending his son out there to get some head coaching experience to eventually take over for him with Seattle. I don't hope that's what's going to happen here. I've just spoke a few minutes ago to how much I hate nepotism because you're not going out and grabbing the best guy for the job. You're going for what you know. And I'd like to see the best. I don't want to see a team anymore that's just good enough. Since 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, we have a team that finishes nearly always the same way, where the second round of the playoffs is our ceiling. And 9-7 and just missing the playoffs is our floor. And we're going to be right in that area. I don't want to stay in that area. I'd rather shoot for the stars here a little bit. Let's go for it's about Super Bowls. It's not about getting to the playoffs. But Hawaii is, I've lived in Hawaii. It's a great place to live. It'll probably be a good situation. Carol's son, I don't know anything about the son, though. He was never a coordinator. He's just kind of like an assistant. So I can't make any predictions on it. But there's a part of me in the back of my mind wondering if in the ideal scenario under Pete's mind, his son goes to Hawaii and has a great coaching career there for a couple of years. And then just as Pete's leaving, he's like, come on back. You can take over. Cappy, I'm with you. I'm tired of this defensive coordinator. I'm tired of this scheme. It's a read and react scheme that they play. The linemen are told to control their lanes. And so that's not meaning you shoot your gap. You shoot your lane means you control your lane. You don't get pushed back. You basically hold your position. There's not enough of an attack mode in this defense. There's too much of an onus on protecting against the big play, not allowing that. And there's nothing dynamic about him because of it. There was a guy, Mark Schlereth, who's a former offensive lineman. I think he might even be a Hall of Famer with the Denver Broncos, who went on 710 this last year, and he was talking about this. And he said the way they're playing this with this 4-3 base and how they go about it, it makes it very, very hard to rush the passer because you're first having to always think about the run. Even in situations where you think the defensive lineman would be keyed up to go after the quarterback, they're still stuck in this. We've got to make sure that we control like I was saying, control your gap. Your gap control is your first thing, and then you get to go to the quarterback. Well, it's really hard. It's already really hard to rush the quarterback when you're just told to go hunt him. Now be told that you have to first kind of wait up on the run at all times, and then you can go hunt. And now you got a little bit of a better understanding of why we're not being very effective at generating pressure. You add into the fact that you keep the linebackers on the field, that you have your cornerbacks dropping into that bail technique 10 yards off the line of scrimmage almost every time, and it makes it easy peasy on the offenses. Incognito Dave, by the way, Cappy, thanks for dropping in here. Incognito Dave, I don't want us to draft another running back high. Yes, that we have 2 6th and 2 7th round picks in this draft. In the last few years in the NFL, what have we seen? You got Matt Breidas, you got your Phillip Lindsays, Chris Carsons. There are those Henrys out there with the Titans, and yes, you can get your Ezekiel Elliott's with the Cowboys, but it's not that, to me, it's really not that far when you're talking about these guys you're able to get in the 6th and 7th round versus what you got to pay in the 1st and 2nd round to get those running backs down here. So go into the 6th and 7th round and get another running back there, fill out the roster with that, but don't go high. Do not go high. T. Lucas, I'll definitely do more Q&A on this. I will tell you this, guys. I'm going to live stream every game next year. So we're going to live stream every single one next year. I'm going to live stream the whole draft. That'll be going. And I will do this on at least a semi-regular basis as long as you guys don't get tired of me. Yeah, Carl, I'm going to do both. I'm going to keep going in both. No, Cappy, I don't think the NFL is fixed. I will say that I think the 2005 Super Bowl against the Steelers was fixed. That no one would ever be able to, you could have me under pain of death and you would not get me to go back on that. That game was an absolute fixed show, the most fixed sporting event I think I've ever seen in my life. But no, I think that there's times the officials might lean in a direction. And I think like in this Green Bay Packer game, I think that the calls were leaning in Green Bay's favor. I don't think that it cost us the game. I think Graham was short of the first down on that final play, but I still think that we punted away 2 quarters of football. Neither offense nor defense showed up for that first half at all. And that's why you lost the game. And it's that slow starting mentality that came back to bite us that we're able to overcome throughout this year for the most part. But that's what killed you in that game, in my opinion. The refs didn't help, but Manga, thanks for dropping on in. We need corners. I don't agree that we need corners. I think Ugo Amadi is going to develop nicely for us as a slot corner. I'm not as low on Trey Flowers as everybody else. The guy had 3 interceptions, and he had some games where he played very, very well this year. I think what's going to help our corner situation out a lot is a pass rush. You were 30th in the league in generating pressure, not just sacks, just generating pressure. There was one point this year, we had a 7-game stretch where our defensive line didn't cause 1 holding penalty for the opposing offensive line. That means your guy wasn't even getting close to the point that the guy had to cheat to keep him from getting to the quarterback. They've got to upgrade the pass rush, and if they do that, that's going to speed up the clock of the quarterback. It's going to speed up the clock of the play, and it's going to cause their coverage to have to be lessened. They're going to only have to cover now for a couple seconds as opposed to 5, 6, 7 seconds. Not buffering. Keeps buffering. How are we doing? Did it come back? Has it still got the buffer problems? Sorry about that. Would you give, are we okay right now, guys? Somebody comment for me. Let me know if you're hearing it all right. As I saw, we were having some no buffer issues here going. I'm not getting any responses here. It's good. Okay. Carl Nerley, should we trade a first and a second for Von Miller? I don't think he's going to cost that much. I think you can get him for a first and maybe like a 4th or 5th at most. But I think because he's going to cost you $15 million per year. I don't think it's going to cost more than that. But yes, I would be open to making that move 100%. If I just want to see them trade the first round pick personally. I don't want to sit in the back of the first round. I don't want to trade back when you already have 2 second round picks and a collection of draft picks. I just want you to go out there and be aggressive with a big time move. And a Miller move would be great. You got Miller on one side and Clowney on the other. And keeping in mind, Clowney was probably one of the most double and triple team defenders in the entire league this year. Who are you going to block? Who are you going to double team at that point? And then you put Miller with his first step quickness and century link and as loud as it is. Get out of here, man. I'd love it. I think it'd work all day. Yeah, Nathaniel, I think you shoot for the stars. This is the year to go for it. I can understand the last couple of years, I can understand why Seattle had to be measured in their approach. You had the Cam Chancellor and the Cliff Averill and Marshawn Lynch and Michael Bennett and Doug Baldwin, all of this money with guys that had still a ton of bonus money that all accelerated into that final year when they retired and said, we're done. And so you had to eat that money in your salary cap. It restricted you in free agency. It restricted the kind of contracts you couldn't re-sign, for instance, Justin Coleman last year at all. You weren't even in the league on that one. So this year you're in position now. They actually have that flexibility. Yeah, I think that Fuki, those 2 guys Shaq Thompson just got paid by the Panthers right at the end of the year. So Fuki, I think Littleton is a possibility, but I don't think they'd sign a linebacker like that. Incognito Dave, Robert Turbin was signed specifically just as an emergency to Marshawn if Marshawn got injured. I don't think they were ever, he knew the system. He knew Russell, but I don't think that they were super high on him in any respect. Super Bowl, a bust for me too, James. No, absolutely no doubt about it. You've got to go for it this year. Russell is going to start to age in the next couple of years. He's going to slow down. He's going to be less effective. He's going to be more apt to get injured. Now is the time to go for it. Cool. I'm glad we're all good now. Sorry about the bump. I tried to nail all that. We had a few glitches in last week's live stream. I went to a fresh build on a PC computer here. I've got nothing else running, no ad blockers, none of that stuff. So this thing should just straight connected Ethernet. We should be just humming. UW Husky defense would help the energy level. CenturyLink is very good. They've been lately. Yeah, they're a little more multifaceted, Fuki, than our defense is. Our defense is a very simplistic defense right now. We run something that's very vanilla, and it's been known to be very vanilla for years. And again, I think teams have had 10 years of data now with Carroll in the league, with Gus Bradley's, with Dan Quinn's out in the league, also implementing the same defensive system. You've had all ththese offenses that have had 10 years to look at it and understand where the cracks and the holes are, understand where you can really threaten this defense, not just in the seam routes, which are problematic, but in these other places, the underneath routes, the crossers, these type of things that are really tough on our linebackers, especially in those deep zones. Carl, top 3 free agent moves. Okay, I'm going to give you my top 3 free agent moves outside of us making the trade. So this is with me. This means saying, okay, we don't make a trade. We're just going to stand pat. We're going to sign guys on contracts. And so my top free agent moves, I'm going to say Jack Conklin would be my first one. He was the 5th best run blocking right tackle in football this year. I think he's going to cost a lot, but I don't think he's going to cost a lot more than Jermaine Ifedi is. So I think he's number 1. I think Ndamukong Suh is going to be signed at some point by Seattle, and I'm going to have to think on the third one. So give me some time on that one because I'm not sure who. I'm so stuck on this, hoping we actually trade to bring in the salary as opposed to sign for the salary, just because free agency is such a crap show sometimes with who you're bringing in. But give me a second to think about it on that one. Who do you think the Super Bowl will be this year? I think you're going to see San Francisco and Kansas City. I think that I just think they're the complete teams. Thanks, Steve Nugget. I like that. That Sean Alexander one was a fun video to make. I enjoyed it. He's not as appreciated as much with Seattle fans because you had the Walter Jones and the Hutchinsons and the Tobecks and the Max Strongs. You had a lot of guys blocking for him and a very good passing game with Matt Hasselbeck and a great offensive mind with Holmgren. But the guy put up, the best rushing stats in Seattle Seahawks history at running back. There's just no doubt about it. And in 40 years as a team, that's saying something. Who would we trade for other than Miller? I think you could trade for, like I said, Calais Campbell's a guy you could target. I think if not a Quentin Nelson guy, you could go look for a Quentin Nelson type guy. For instance, the Browns made a trade this last year where I believe they traded to the Giants. They traded their left guard for Olivier Vernon. That's the kind of deal that you can maybe go out there. Maybe there's always a good solid left guard type out there that you can maybe go pluck from somebody, maybe not Pro Bowl, but we don't need Pro Bowl. We just need upper level starter at this point is all. I'm happy with that. We're not getting even that kind of production at the position. So who do we need to cut? We need to cut Ed Dixon. His salary needs to go bye-bye. If Britt does not restructure his contract, he as well needs to go bye-bye. KJ Wright, I'm sorry, I don't want to spend $8 million for an outside linebacker in this scheme right now. So he as well will need to go bye-bye. Those would be my 3 guys I think are going to get cut. And I don't think you have to cut many more because you've got so much. That's going to put you over 80 million once you cut those guys. Dwayne Brown is not going to retire. He put a tweet out at the end of the year saying, "We looks forward to next year. You are going to see him again." He would have said, "I'm thinking about things if he was going to retire and all that." So he's coming back. No doubt. Yeah, Ndamukong Suh is a guy that is known for being a gun for hire and a guy that, people say will pick and choose his times that he chooses to play and he's not always on. But again, if you ask him to come in here as a rotational guy where I'm not asking him to play 80 snaps in a game, I think he can still be very effective. It's not a bad pick, Cappy. It could go down that way for sure. So the thing with the Niners is that they are just so healthy right now. I mean, look at them in retrospect to us. They didn't have one guy on their injury report this past week. Think about that at this point in time of the season. Our injury report looked like the casualty list from World War II every week. Theirs has got nobody. It's just amazing how healthy they are. And again, can we get our strength coach out of here? They call him Ivan the Terrible. That's our strength coach's nickname, is Ivan the Terrible. That's what he picked up from USC and University of Washington. He didn't get it because he drives guys so hard in the weight room. He got it because all those guys end up getting injured all the time. And it's followed him everywhere he's went. But he's a former UFC guy with Carroll, so whoop-de-doo. James, I got no problem with Ngakoue. He's a solid player. Honestly, either him or Fowler, they're going to come in. They're going to give you 10 sacks. They're going to be solid, fairly solid in the run game overall. I'm not hating if we go out and make those moves at all. I wouldn't be, it's just that we need to make more than that. You can't just go sign Clowney, franchise Reed, and then go get Ngakoue and go, okay, we're good. You could maybe get away with doing that and then adding Sue. Like maybe that would be enough at that point. Yeah, I think Wade Phillips would be awesome to come in because he's exactly the opposite of Carroll. He's multifaceted. He can run a 3-4, 4-3. He will blitz you in a variety of different ways. The problem is that he does lean towards the 3-4, and Carroll is a staunch 4-3, and not just staunch 4-3, a 4-3 under, meaning that he wants his Sam linebacker to normally be lined up opposite on top of the tight end. So I just don't think you'll see Carroll being willing to make that transition out of that defense. He's clung to it. He's like just, like a cat, just holding on. Nice, Cameron. Go Sonics, man. Hopefully the NBA can pull their head out of their ass and decide that we actually deserve to get a team back. You look at some of these cities that actually have a team. You're like, how the hell did they got a team and we don't got a team? Come on, Cappy. I'm done with ProSize as well. It's a shame too, because the guy has a lot of talent, but some guys are just made of glass, man. Yeah, Carl, I'm okay with Shaquem. I think that there are some stuff to work with on this pass rush. Shaquem can give you 15 to 20 snaps a game. The key with him is you can't bring him in if there's any chance that they're going to run the football, because a 320-pound tackle is going to swallow Shaquem up on the outside, and they're going to go right downhill on you. But as I said, Rasheem Green to me is going to be into that Everson Griffith mold, where a guy who every year could potentially be generating 10 sacks a year for you, and then he plays really good run defense as well as that. You've got Jaron Reed. Puna, I think, didn't necessarily take that next step forward this year for us, but he's still a solid guy for you in the defensive line. You got there's some stuff to work with there. I wouldn't mind seeing Al Woods come back. I thought he played pretty solid. Yeah, I think Nathaniel, I'm with you on that. I think I'd rather see KJ come back potentially as a coach. I think he's beaten up. I don't know if he's as fast as he once was. And again, he's just not super impactful at $70 million per season. If he wants to come back at a $2 million deal, then you got my interest. But the two coaching changes we need to make incognito are really simple. Well, your strength and conditioning coach and your defensive coordinator, I guess, would be my top two. But absent the strength and conditioning coach considered a coach, the offense and defensive coordinator. Your 1980s offense with Schottenheimer and your 1980s defense with Norton. We imagine how good this team would look with an updated offense, with an updated defense that actually runs something that's the 21st century, as opposed to the stuff that's just so easy to pick out. And the quarterbacks can read us so well. Did you guys notice in the game with Aaron Rodgers, every time we blitzed, it was always blocked up? Aaron always had it figured out. He always had time to throw even when the blitzes were coming. That's because we don't disguise the blitz well, because 4-3 schemes have a tough time disguising, number one, but number two, it's just not in our DNA. Yeah, he is still really good, T. Lucas. It's just I would rather see you go a little cheaper in that direction and move those resources into other places, i.e. defensive line and the offensive line. I think you really need to up that ante there, not just in a small way, but really, 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 really attack it. And I think that they don't necessarily go at it as hard as they need to in the past. And this year, with the amount of ammunition you have, it's time to go after it. And I don't think you can afford to be paying a guy in KJ that's $7 million a year that he's fine. But what are you paying? He's not going to get you any pass rush. You might get an interception or two on the year. He's not really going to generate forced fumbles. Fuki, just saying we should look at coaches from UW on defense, considering, yeah, man, they've generated some great defensive players out of there. You even left off that other kid that picked off Russell this year. Forget his name, but Marshawn's cousin. But yeah, I'm not again, like you could just about do any move for a defensive coach on this team and move anybody else in, and it would be an upgrade in my opinion. I don't think they'll do it, but anybody would be an upgrade. Because like I said, when I say they're running a 1980s offense and a 1980s defense, that is what they're running. I was watching the Seattle Seahawks Dolphins 1983 game last night for the Great Seahawk Moment video. I'm watching it and I'm just like, this defensive scheme looks real similar. Like it is. I'm not overstating this. It's literally that old and without many wrinkles. Yeah, Pete does run the defense. You're right. I mean, he's going to dictate, and that's why he's hired Norton. Norton's going to be a yes man, and he's going to do exactly what Pete tells him to do defensively. Hey, Exotic Zaps, thanks for dropping back in, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, call it. That's Cappy. That's the quickest way. The silver bullet to kill this werewolf of a problem offensively would go find a mind. There's so many dynamic young minds in the offense in the college game that you could pluck. You could bring in that would again just do so much to make that you give you easier plays, easier completions, would open up things offensively. But they're not going to do it because they're going to look at this year and go, oh well, look at how good we were offensively. We're actually good. Why would we change things? Well, you could have been better. And Lincoln Riley Incognito would be a dream coach. Let's face it, though, he's going to have his pick of the litter as far as NFL jobs go. Whenever he decides to finally come to the NFL, he's going to be wherever he wants to go, he can go. Marcus Peters, Fookies, thank you. That was going to come to me like in the middle of the night. I'd wake up and be like, Marcus Peters. Carl, I really like our safeties position. This is why I'm with you on that. This is why I lean to don't worry about the secondary as much this offseason. Where people want to hammer on that, it's like, look, you got two starters at safety, and you got Marquise Blair as this high ceiling guy who could potentially be a Pro Bowl level player for you, just sitting there waiting in the wings, ready to push the competition level. And Griffin was nearly a Pro Bowler over at the right cornerback level, right? And so now just Flowers needs to come along in his development, which I maintain will come along if you get a little bit better pass rush. So I like those spots. I've always wondered too, Carl, there's been that theory out there. My brother talks about running. He thinks the next innovation in the NFL defense is going to be to have 3 safeties as opposed to the 3 linebackers. I think it's an interesting thought process. I'd love to see it as a wrinkle. That would be interesting. That's where you're innovative then, at least. I don't know it'd work, but it'd be like, at least that's innovative. You're doing something outside the box. What's up, Dalen Madison? Thanks for dropping on in, man. David Garcia Quezada. Hello. I'd love, David, for them to get Aaron Donald, but you don't see division of foes do not trade between each other. It's just one of those, you don't tend to see those things. They don't want to improve their competition. Yeah, Dylan, I think they're going to re-sign Clowney. I would foresee him back with the Seahawks. They got the money to do it. They can move the deal and the monies around in such a way that it can make it where it's not as tough for them to swallow. And remember last year, one of the reasons we traded Frank Clark at the time was because you had a couple of guys coming up. You had Bobby Wagner coming up, Russell Wilson coming up, Jaron Reed coming up, and you only had one franchise tag. So that pushed a lot of that necessity of needing to trade Clark on top of the fact you got a king's ransom as far as resources back. But I do think that Clowney will be a different story. I just don't think you're going to get Aaron Donald, though. No, there's no way that I'd love to have Aaron Donald. I wanted them to draft Aaron Donald when it came out, but he would have been the perfect 3 tech in this defense. Man, he would have been would have been perfect. Yeah, Fuki, the things you could do with 3 safeties. I mean, I would think you could, they won't do it, but I don't know. It would be innovative. And again, the game's going to more of a pass attack than the run. So you'd think as a transition, the game would move into that. It might be feasible. Yeah. Pro Bowl is a joke. I haven't watched it in 10 years myself. I just use it as a metric for if a guy goes, he goes. It's a decent metric to say he's a good player at that point. I more rely on the pro football focused stuff. And if you get some scout feedback throughout the year. Yeah. Incognito Dave, Clowney will return. Outside of somebody offering him $30 million a year and just absolutely destroying the market for him, which is somebody going to really do that for a guy that got 3 sacks last year and fought through injury? I don't see that happening, especially a guy that's never had the production at 15 sacks a year. So $21 million per year sounds real nice to me. We'll go with that. $4 or $5 million deal. I think somebody said yeah, there you go, Nathaniel, 5-year 105. I'm fine with that. I'll take that all day long. Dalen, that's going to be a thing that's going to come up with Russell as we go through the next couple of years. And that, Russell, you want a better offensive line. You want better players around you. Maybe you can't break the bank as far as what you're being paid salary. And maybe understanding the guy like Tom Brady, who at one time was the highest paid quarterback in the league before he did take a discount. So we've got to acknowledge that fact is that he didn't just take a discount right out the gate, but Tom Brady has for the last few years taken discounts with the Patriots to allow them to be able to go out and get other players. And Russell, man, it would be great if you took $10 million off. I mean, imagine the player you get for $10 million more if you just took that off on a given year. But I don't know if after 1 year of signing his deal, we're really going to see him potentially look at wanting to do that. I think you're going to see him just stay on the same signing he's on. Jimmy Graham will be available. I will say, Yes, James, clowning is imperative. You can't lose talent on this defensive line. We can't lose guys right now. Like that line is so thin. You've got free agents going out the door. It's just absolutely a necessity to bring him back. And yeah, I think incognito what Cameron said there. What's up, Cameron? Graham was really kicked on with Green Bay. They got a full view of kind of some of the stuff we got to see where he was horrible blocking for the last couple of years for them. He's had issues with dropsies. His hands have really gone into the tank a bit since playing there in Green Bay. He had a good game against us. He played out a little bit better against us. So props to him, but I don't think that I really don't want to see the Seahawks bring a guy in anymore at tight end position who can't block. You've got to be able to do both in this scheme. We run the ball too much. And especially for the Seattle's inability to understand what a move tight end is, i.e. getting the tight end moved out wide, which they never seem to learn to do with Jimmy. So you're not going to be able to use his talent even if he had something left in the tank, which I don't think he does. Yeah, Cappy, I do think Russell will eventually take a discount. When that occurs, your guess is as good as mine. It'd be great if it occurred this offseason, but I think at least next offseason is the minimum you'd have to wait for something like that to occur because he just signed the deal last year. I don't know how much they'd really save by changing it this year because the bonus money's still pushing through. And I think you're just kind of kicking a can down the road as far as creating a salary cap problem down the road just by even, trying to save money this year. Emmanuel, I'm going to work on a podcast form for this. So we will try to find a way I'll try to find a way to maybe start putting something together. This is just an ever evolving channel. We're like saying earlier, we're not even a year old. So I'm still kind of figuring out all the little things I want to do with it, but I'll try to work on something, get something with that. I'm also working on getting a Discord channel here at some point put together. So all these things are going on in the background. I promise. I'm keeping Ifedi so good for another team like if they're O-line that leaves. Carl, yeah, if Eddie could potentially play better going to another team, especially goes to another team that doesn't have a scrambling quarterback. There are times where Fetty's had holding calls called on him because Russell's breaking the pocket, and it's very hard because the offensive lineman's engaged. So when he's engaged, and Russell comes over your side. You've got to know inherently that he's to this point of you, and then you have to release your block at that point so that you don't get called holding. Because if Russell gets past your outside shoulder and you're locked in on that hold, it's called as a hold. So there's teams that'll see plays like that with a Fetty and say it's not going to be as bad. But I mean, do you want to pay a Fetty $12, $13 million per year? That's going to be the going rate out on the open market for him. He's going to sign a 3 to 4, $13, $14 million per year. I can't give this guy that kind of money. I just can't. I feel like you can put that money in another place for something that's more certain, more assured. But Emmanuel, thanks for dropping in. We will get a podcast form. Keep an eye on the channel posts and all that. Follow me on Twitter. I'll see if I can, keep some updates on that. Yeah, Incognito Dave, we need a tight end. OJ Howard is a guy that I think that you might see us trade for. He was a guy at the trade deadline that the Seahawks were flirting with as far as Tampa Bay. He's on the outs with Bruce Arians. Bruce Arians does not know how to use a tight end in his offense. He loves his 3 wide receiver sets, so he tends to move his tight end off the field. OJ is an absolute fit for this team. He was a freak coming out of Alabama, a guy that really is physical in the run blocking game and can catch as well with that big body. He's 6'6", I think. I think he'd be an awesome guy for them to target. But if not him, then yes. Somebody mentioned Hunter Bryant from the University of Washington. I think he would be an ideal Seahawks tight end as well. So we'll see, Cappy, on that. The Packers got the doors beaten off them by the 49ers the first time they played. Video and Dalen Madison, what do you mean on that? Video and Miller? I don't know what you mean on that one. I'm okay with that too, Nathaniel, with Jeff Driscoll. I would like to see I think you can go get a guy. There's that kid out of Oklahoma. I'm messing up on his name right now, but Jalen Hurts. Like, what if you could get him in the 5th or 6th round? And then you've got a guy. The key with him is I always harp on this, but you've got to get guys in salary cap situations that are really low end. They're on the rookie deals so that you can cross balance them against the salary you do take on. So rather than get a Jeff Driscoll, who's a veteran, who's going to be the veteran minimum at least, or a backup quarterbacks make some money, $3-4 million a year, go get a rookie quarterback like Jalen Hurts, who's going to be on a rookie 6th round contract for 3 years. And then now it's only Russell Wilson's really contract that's eating up that quarterback portion of your salary cap. I like that better because let's face it, if Russell Wilson goes down, do any of us really feel like Jeff Driscoll or any other backup quarterback is going to get us to the Super Bowl? I mean, Wilson's worth alone 6, 7, 8 wins a season, it seems like. Yeah, I like OJ Howard, Sean Rod. I really do. OJ, I think he hasn't been utilized right in Tampa Bay, and I think that he'd be a good fit for us. Make a Hawks ticker and call in time for podcast format. Okay, Mufuki, I'll look into it. Let me delve in and see what I can find on that as a possibility. I wouldn't mind Mariota. He's not going to cost a lot as a backup. He's a good move guy. He's not going to make a ton of throws, but he is the type of guy I've talked about where if I want our backup quarterback to be a guy who just run a lot of read option, maybe he doesn't make every throw in the book, but he's able to use his legs. So and he's a local guy. He was out of from Hawaii, Oregon. I think that's definitely a possibility for a fit. I don't want to pay him $4 or $5 million per year though. Oh, are we okay on this? Hopefully we're good. I just had a little dip there on my deal. Mariota may want to start for a team, but who's going to give him that chance? That guy's not shown anything yet in his career that's shown that you can build a team around him. And Ryan Tannehill looking as good as he's looked since coming in from Mariota, I can't say his name, but it's been night and day. He's played very, very good for them, and that's opened up the eyes, I think, of a lot of people in the league that Mariota really did underperform there for what they thought he would be. Yeah, Fuki, can he though? Exactly, man. Who's going to do that? You know, I'm like, who's like, did the Bengals go, okay, we'll have Mariota in here until we can bring Burrow in to start. We'll bring him in to I don't know if I see that. Carl Nurley, I don't pay Jaron Reed $15 million per year because I can pay him a 1-year franchise tag, $15 million a year without any exposure to 2 or 3, 4 years down the line and make him have to prove it. You know, if he's going to insist on wanting to be paid what the franchise tag is at, then tough luck. Sorry, bro. You know, you got suspended for the first 6 games of the season. It is what it is. Then you got injured. You didn't show us enough in production that I'm going to pay you top of the market on defensive tackle. You had 1 year of 10.5 sacks. You had 3 other years of a couple sacks and decent play in the run game. That's not worth $15 million per year. Sorry, I'm sure this has been answered. No problem, Brandon. I don't mind. It's new guys will come in here on the chat. My thoughts on Clowney are this. He's going to cost probably $21, $22 million a year. I'm perfectly happy making that deal. I think someone in chat mentioned 5 years, 105. I put a ton of it into bonus. I try to move the salary around as I can, move the numbers around as I can. But I think that it's a deal that they will make. I do get worried that somebody might break the bank. You might get somebody just a ton of salary cap willing to throw $30 million a year at him. The salary cap's going up by 10% every year. So every year somebody's setting the new market. Every year it's just the numbers continue to go through the stratosphere. So incognito of Dave, maybe Jalen's got some limitations as a passer. And I don't know that there's anybody that's really going to look at him and say, this is a guy that you're going to be able to build your whole franchise around. But it is possible. We've seen some 5th, 6th, 7th round guys recently, like your Gardner Minshew guys, right, that have come in and actually played pretty decently in that slot. And someone could maybe look at him and see that he's in that same place. I wouldn't mind even grabbing him in the 4th round, to be honest with you. Again, because it's so much worth it to bring in a guy, just off of this, the difference of what you did with Geno Smith this year versus Jalen Hurts. You're going to pay Jalen Hurts like $350,000 versus you paid $800,000 to Geno, which I know is not a lot, but again, it's the places you can save those little points of money to really get the most bang for your buck at that point. When you say we need to sign a tight end in this to replace Disley or compliment him, I think it's to compliment him, William. I love Disley. I think that even with the injuries he's sustained, I think he can still come back and be a very solid player for us. But I would like, honestly, and this is where we come back to innovation again, I think it'd be awesome for Seattle to move into more of a 2 tight end attack. Imagine having 2 tight ends that could both block and be real threats in the passing game. Not just an okay, but real threats. Man, you could do some things. The Patriots had a lot of success in the 2010s with Hernandez and Gronk out there running the 2 tight ends. I wouldn't mind seeing it, especially as much as you want to run the ball, because it would help for that as well. So it'd be a little bit of a hedge against Disley, I guess. I want Disley to still be the starter, but I want a legitimate hedge in there. I don't want Luke Wilson or Hollister. I want somebody who's a real good in there as far as, not good, but just has more talent, I guess. That's what I'm looking for. Papa, these podcasts will go as long as you guys want to go on this. So until my voice goes out or until you guys tell me to shut up, I will. I got nothing going on today, man. I'm chilling. I got my coffee. I'm rolling here. Coming from the Patriots again. Yeah, Carl. Seriously, man. That's been one of the low-key things that we've done with the Patriots is the Patriots, those people that know talent better than anybody else in the league. We've actually scooped up 2 players from them in the last couple of years that were really great players for us, Justin Coleman and Hollister. And amazing last year that they gave up Hollister. Looking at their receiver situation and their tight end situation, the fact that they made that trade to me, and it was only for a 7th round pick, what a head scratcher that move was from the Patriots standpoint. I think that might have hurt them this year. Yeah, Nathaniel, you hit the nail on the head there with Paul Richardson. I think he is going to be available. He's moving into that auspicious 3rd year of that free agent deal that he signed with the Redskins. And that tends to be where the money starts to really go up a little bit. And you still have the bonus money there. So there's some benefit to cutting the player and saving some money. The Skins do have a lot of salary cap space, though. So I don't know if they're caught there, but he hasn't necessarily performed at what that contract would have had you think that they were performing at. And that other kid, I love that other kid that they have there. They got out of Ohio State, Terry McLaurin. I really liked him for the Hawks. I was really looking at him as a guy that the Seahawks might pick. He's going to be a star, I think, for years to come. So they can look at that. I like Richardson. He's a great fit for Russell. And if he doesn't cost a lot, as Cameron says, I think that's going to be the deal with him. He is fragile too, Shane, but you would be bringing him in as a 3rd, 4th wide receiver at that point. So again, you're limiting his snaps, maybe not as much potential he gets injured. Shane, Hunter Henry's a decent player. He's been injured a lot. Austin Hooper's nice. Is Austin Hooper the kind of blocking tight end, though, that fits in this system? He's a great move tight end. I mean, he's like the ultimate H-back, but he's a guy that is, I think, not necessarily as great in the run block game. Luke Farrell, I haven't had a chance to watch as much tape on him incognito. I'm going to be diving into my college tape here now and really, looking these guys over. So I don't want to speak out of school on him quite yet. The thing I'll say with Ohio State tight ends that you always see with them is they do give you all around usually good players. I mean, I thought Vanette never really got a chance here to shine as much as he could have. But they don't seem to have a lot of holes in their game. They don't seem to have a lot of things that you're having to make up for. They can do everything really solidly. And if he's in that same mold, then I'm okay with that. I am looking for upside though. So he's got to have that. Fuki says Hunter Henry gets beat up too much to be drafted by the Seahawks. Could be. The thing with that, Fuki, is that the Seahawks will have inside information with the great relationship that Peterson does have with Carroll. And so if there is that situation occurring, that Carroll will probably get the inside scoop on it. Thronk Morton in the 1st round. If they take a 1st round pick on a tackle, I'm okay with that, man. Bodies. We need more talent, more bodies in here. So if they do that, I'm great. I wanted to see him do it this 1st round, to be honest with you. When you looked at this last 1st round, and this is part of what drove me crazy with it, is that 1st round, we had 16 defensive linemen or pass rushers taken before Seattle picked. It's 15 or 16. And then Seattle took the 17th defensive lineman in the 1st round. There was only like 1 or 2 offensive linemen in total that had been taken in that offensive line. There was no way. This is the thing I couldn't understand. I don't give a shit if it was the deepest defensive line in the last 30 years, which is what they were purporting. There's no way you can sell me that there were 17 better defensive linemen than the next offensive lineman on the board for the Hawks. So I'm fine with that. Trade for an offensive lineman, whoever it is at this point, but just bring somebody in here. Stop underselling it. Yeah, I think Cody Barton is not going to be the backup for Kendricks next year. I think he's going to take over for KJ Wright at the will. I think he may, Barton's got the good size to take on those tight ends, and they could flip him there, but I think that they want him there as the starter, where I think you'll see more of a move towards the slot corner, so that 3rd linebacker isn't going to be out on the field as much as he was this last season, where it was like 80-90% of the time you had a 3rd linebacker out there. When Justin Coleman was on this team, you were at 75% in nickel approximately. 70-75% in nickel, I think. Somewhere in that range. Yeah, I think Barton would be maybe the guy that you'd look for the guy to take over Kendricks. Barton would be the guy that I think they're looking at maybe in that role for him over there. I think with Ben Burkervin over for Kendricks, and then Barton over at the will. He'll take over for KJ Wright. McLaren, I love McLaren. Just to get at his college tape, he had one play on a bubble screen where he pancaked 2 guys. He's one of those guys. He's just a football player. You know what I mean? I called him like a faster version of Anquan Bolden is what I thought he looked like. He's maybe not as thick, but still, I think he's going to be a really great player for years to come. And man, who do you have throwing to him this year? He had he had Haskins, and then he had that guy that's bounced around the league for years. Just Shaquille Griffith might get done for an extension this offseason, Carl. There's a potential there. And by the way, Cameron, yeah, Kendricks missed a lot of tackles. Again, you wonder why was that guy on the field so much? He misses tackles. At one point, he had the most missed tackles in the entire NFL early on in the season, and he wasn't great in coverage. So if he's not good in coverage and he doesn't stop the run well, what's the point of him being out there? But Carl, I do think Shaquille could be getting a contract extension this offseason. After your third year, you are eligible. He's a guy drafted in the third round, so he hasn't made a lot of money up until this point. I'm sure Seattle likes his upside, and especially if you can get him in the range of it's not super expensive, but you're making him feel comfortable. I think that would be a deal that could make a lot of sense for Seattle to make. Owen Sullivan, thanks for hopping on in, man. Is Chris Jones available? And then I would argue that will not probably the Kansas City Chiefs franchise him. They're a lot like Seattle, where they don't have a lot on that defensive side to work with. Hard to see them allowing their best defender to get away. Cappy, I would say that the Seahawks could trade up in the first round. The Seahawks will not trade up in the first round. John Snyder, in his 10 years of drafting with the Seahawks, has not once traded up in the first round. There is no reason to believe that he would ever have the guts to do it. I just don't think he does. And he has been so fervent about trading back. That's the other thing of this, is that he not only does he not want to trade up, he doesn't even want to stand pat. He wants to collect picks. I just don't see it happening. With that said, Cappy, to get in the top 10, it's going to take it would take probably 2 first-round picks and a second-round pick, at least, if not more. Yeah, Nathaniel, I could see Shaquem is also would be a player for you over there to replace Kendricks. I think Barton is going to be that, because the will as opposed to the Sam tends to be put out in coverage more. So he's off the ball. The Sam tends to be lined up over the tight end on the nose on him. So with the Will, you want that guy to be your guy that's got a little bit more movement ability, a little more speed. With a guy like with the Sam, maybe you got one little guy with a little more punch to him, a guy that can get that initial chuck on the linebacker, keep him up, get him out of his route, slow things down a little bit. I don't like the color rush jerseys. The neon stuff is just, it is what it is. Nathaniel, I don't know about, I'd like to see them replace the color rush for throwbacks, personally. Toss away the color rush. Let's do some throwbacks. I want to see the 1980s uniform, man. I hate the fact that the NFL's got these rules in place. They won't allow it. Incognito Dave, yes, the Seahawks do need a kicker, but will they get a kicker? No. They just signed Myers to a multi-year extension, so you would, I think, theoretically have to eat some money by releasing him. And then I don't know if there's a better option for you out in free agency. Maybe there's somebody you draft, you go the Dickinson route, right? You just take the pest kicker in the draft in like the 4th round and call it a day. Maybe they do something like that. But yeah, they if you're going to play in a lot of close games, and you're going to play in games where you're going to limit the amount of possessions, you're not going to allow your offense to be as explosive as it could be, and your defense is going to give up points because it's got a bend but don't break mentality, then it's probably good to have a good kicker at that point. You're probably going to want to have a guy that can drill some kicks when you need it. But I just don't think, Myers I don't think is leaving. I don't think our defense will be below average next year, because I think that they're going to allot so many resources into that side of the football. Pete Carroll is a defensive-minded coach. He's not going to be happy sitting on a defense that was ranked 26th in the league this year. It's not going to happen. He's going to go sign guys. He's going to go hard. Trust me, you're going to see him hit this from a multitude of levels. The place I see him maybe, deciding that they'll be fine on, we'll just leave that and let it be, is the offensive line. So I think you'll see the defense get built back up. But again, that offensive line could end up being our downfall next year, especially if Russell gets injured because we can't pass protect. Yeah, I mean, I'd like an upper level kicker because you are in close games, but it's not the biggest priority on my list. It's one of those things that falls down for me because when you're as an NFL team prioritizing kicker, I feel like you're not doing it right. I think something is wrong in the workings at that point if you're having to do that. There's a reason Al Davis got killed years ago when he made Sebastian Janikowski a first round pick. It was awful then. Cappy, it's time for a defensive change scheme, man. It absolutely is time for us to move on. But again, you won't see it. We're stuck with where we are. That's why I say, to me, you're not going to get a new defensive coordinator. You're not going to get a new offensive coordinator. So look at the plan from the standpoint of things are going to remain as they are, but that doesn't limit you to potentially still fixing it. It makes it harder to fix. There's a quicker path to making a fix. There's a shorter angle. You're going to have to go through the glen and around the hills and through the forest and over the trees. But there is still a method with keeping this defensive coordinator, offensive coordinator with Carroll in place, all that. There's still a way for us to get to the Super Bowl next year. You've got to make the defensive line dynamic. Everyone's got to be able to be a threat to get to the quarterback. That pass rush has got to come 180 degrees around from where it is. And on the offensive line, you've got to improve on that as far as a talent standpoint. You do those two things, you could get yourself to the Super Bowl. You've got the talent level to do that. But those things have got to be hit in such a way where it's not just one or two guys. You've really got to hammer it to improve it because they're so bad. The pass protection has been bad for 5 years. League worst for 5 years. And the running, you run the ball, but you run it because you have a high volume of runs, not because you're necessarily efficient at running the ball or because you're getting 5 yards a pop every time. What coaching changes would I want? I wouldn't be picky on it because I think that it wouldn't take much. I think so much of team success against the Seahawks and our Seahawks defense, for instance, have to do with all the tape that they're able to go off of. And Chris Sims, who works for NBC, he was talking about this with the Seahawks. He said there's these teams out there that have these, they're called Seahawk beater plays. Like even when teams are playing the Atlanta Falcons, they'll go, okay, bring out our Seahawk beater plays. That is as far down the road as we've gotten in this scheme in the way of offenses having an ease to attack us. So like any kind of change at this point, almost any kind of change will be an upgrade. And they didn't make the change this year. They stuck with the same scheme, but they tried to blitz more this year. We were almost a top 10 blitzing team, where in the past we've been 30, 31, 32. And they weren't any more effective in blitzing. They weren't any good at it because it's hard to blitz out of a 4-3. Carroll's scheme isn't built to blitz. They don't disguise it well. We could go down the line on that one a bunch. Yep, Ray Guy was a first-round pick too. He was he was a guy that actually probably earned the first-round pick though. That was a phenomenal punter. Phenomenal. That guy could kick. His leg went all the way, it seemed like, and tapped his forehead when he made his kick. Like it hit the front of his helmet. He was so flexible. Yeah, Shane, I think that the sacks are low. The thing that I would go to, though, on top of that, Shane, is I would point to quarterback hits and quarterback pressures, because that's also where you were at the bottom of the league too with those stats. And those stats are indicative of you generating pressure. And yeah, you had guys that were missing games. I would argue Al Woods was probably more of a run stopper, would give you little flashes of pass rush. And I think Reed gave you more in pass rush of what he gave you in the first 2 years as opposed to what he gave you in year 3. And some of that's understandable. He was coming off a 6-game suspension. He got a high ankle sprain. So he was fighting through some things. But I think that they do need to inject some talent on this team. Remember that offseason that they went out and they got, you already had Bruce Irvin and Chris Clemens on your team, and you had Brandon Mabanes, and you had some decent pass rushers there. They went out and still brought in the Michael Bennett and Cliff Averill in that same offseason to add to those guys. Neither of those two guys were going to be starting when you brought them in. You were just bringing them in to give yourself that ammunition that you need on that defensive line to rotate guys, keep them fresh. And again, to have no weak links where you just have guys that are just warm bodies in there who's essentially just go up there and slam in the offensive lineman and don't do anything else other than that. I mean, the Brandon Jackson types, right? Who's looking more threatening at the moment? I think that the Cardinals are looking more threatening at the moment because they're being more patient about the way they're going about their process. The Rams seem to me to really get into a desperate state last year when they made the trade for Jalen Ramsey. You made the trade and you didn't even sign him to a contract extension. He may end up going in free agency from him, or they may end up having to franchise him, which is going to lead to a whole bunch of drama with them. You could make an argument about how much he really improved their overall team when he arrived. They still have a lot of talent. But now the bill is going to start coming due on some of those moves that the Rams made. Because remember, a couple of years ago, they were making all these deals. They were signing everybody money. Brandon Cooks, you get some money. And we re-sign Whitworth. And Goff, you'll get money. And Gurley, you'll get money. And they started paying everybody all this money. And now the bill is going to start coming due. You don't have Goff on his rookie contract anymore, right? You're that 20, 25, 30 million's coming to hit your cap like it's been hitting us for a couple of years. And they're going to get to dance in our waters a little bit. Whereas the Cardinals do still got Kyler Murray on the rookie deal for another 2 years at least. And I thought they had a really good draft this last year. They've actually got some parts and pieces they built around with them that I think are going to be good. That offense has got some dynamic weapons. Christian Kirk's coming along. They drafted that Butler kid who didn't get to play a lot this year, but I think he's going to be pretty decent. It'll be interesting to see how they roll, but I think the Cardinals, I tend to like how they draft overall. I feel like they draft well. The Buda Bakers, and they do a decent job. Let's see here. Rams will be so I would say that I still think the Rams are the bigger threat, but the Cardinals are coming on strong, man. If they have a good draft and they make a couple key signings, they could overtake the Rams as the bigger threat. I'll tell you this, the division is going to be an absolute bloodbath next year. Every single game every one of these teams plays in is going to be just there is no easy games. And it sucks because you watch the Patriots get to just run through paper mache every year. And you're like, damn, man, it sure would be nice to do that once or twice every once in a while. Pete's way too reluctant to change coordinators. And let's not forget, Norton wasn't good enough the first time around. When Chris Richard and Norton were both up for the defensive coordinator, Carroll went with Richard. He said, no, you're not good enough. And Norton went over to Oakland. Did he do good in Oakland? Did he light it up in Oakland? Did he set that defense of fire? No. He was bad. They didn't like him. They were happy to see him go. So then, Carroll, what happened in that year span that you said he's not good enough to where he is now suddenly good enough? Did Norton suddenly get brilliant? Did he suddenly come up with something? No. It's a hire of nepotism. It's a hire of, I know this. I'm familiar with this. I feel comfortable with this. So therefore, I'm just going to stick in what I know. It is the trap old men fall into often. And is one that unfortunately, I think Carroll is falling into here. No, Fuki, Ramsey won't go to the Hawks. You're going to have to pay him not just top of the market. He wants to set the market at cornerback. I can't see any way that makes any sense. I think a lockdown corner is wasted in the Seahawks scheme. You don't ask a guy to play man coverage a lot. You're asking him to play zone. So you can get away with having a little bit of a lesser talented guy out there, especially if, let's say, for instance, you have a great pass rush to pair with it. Yeah, I think AZ's still going to be really hard. I was really impressed by Kyler this year. I thought he played really well. I thought he improved as he went on. He protected the ball. They do need to sign Drake because it seems like that's a different rushing offense, and he's more of a fit because they want to run those spread concepts there in Arizona, and having a quicker back is better than the bigger, lumbering David Johnson that they have. They'll probably cut David. I think they can get out from under that contract this offseason. Which, if you're looking for a guy to go low on a running back potentially, because I don't think anybody's going to sign him for huge money, I might kick the tires on David Johnson. Yeah, Ramsey's a hothead, drama queen. You get the same stuff with him that you get with an Odell Beckham. Supremely talented player, but is he all in? Is he just all about football? Is there other stuff kind of going on? And again, just you play zone so much. You bring in a lockdown corner. When we went and signed Richard Sherman, did we get all the money that we could have out of that Richard Sherman deal that we signed him to when we signed him the big contract? Because teams just stopped throwing at him. That's what you get with a lockdown corner, is teams just stop throwing at him. And it's great. Now you can make them predictable and everything else, but it doesn't necessarily mean you're getting, to me, the most value. What's up, Blaze, by the way? I saw your thing there, Blaze. Thanks for dropping in. Why are people thinking people are thinking we need to fire Carroll, and I'm not one of those people who think we need to fire Carroll, but I think it's people see him being so stringent and holding to not changing, not innovating, not bringing on anything new, trying the same old thing over and over again. And it's commonly applied to Einstein. I think it's not him who said it, but it's that the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and over and over again and expecting different results. And that's what Carroll's doing right now, is he's hammering away at the same thing, doing it the same way over and over and over. He's like, this time it'll be right. Well, this time it won't fail. Well, this time it won't fail. And it keeps failing for him. And he goes, why does it keep failing? Because you got to try something new, different, or you'll get the same results. Yeah, the Seahawks will never tank. And I agree, Shane. They're going to add a pass rusher to join Chandler, and that's going to be a tough to deal with. Absolutely will make them hard to play. And Buda Baker has become one great player for them in the secondary. That draft hurts. You went out and got Malik McDowell in that draft. You could have had Buda Baker instead. And I wanted Buda Baker in that draft, and I didn't. Man, just another one of those things where you overthought that draft. You really did. Yeah, James, they're not going to tank. Seahawks aren't going to pick it anywhere but the teens moving forward. So I think that the Niners are going to beat up on the Packers. I think the Packers aren't as healthy as the Niners are, and I think the Niners have it rolling right now. They're playing their best football of the year right now. They're their healthiest they've been probably all year right now. I think that they've got them. I do love Joe Burrow as a player, and he made so many dime throws in that championship game. You just go, how can he not be great on the next level? The one thing with it though is that he's a one-year guy kind of for me. When you've got just that 1 year of production, I'm always hesitant. It's the Mitchell Trubisky type thing, because Mitchell Trubisky had the amazing year at North Carolina in that one season, and it made everyone go, oh, this is the one. And you had, Mahomes went over past him, and Deshaun Watson went past him, and people end up overthinking it. It's like, you got to be a little worried about the 1 year of production. Makes me a tiny bit hesitant, but man, he's going to go to Cincinnati, and we'll see. I'll tell you, he's actually set up to be in a better position than people think in Cincinnati, because Cincinnati, they lost both of their starting tackles this year for the season. And one was their first round pick, the best tackle in last year's draft, who they're getting back next year. They could be a team on the come next year, especially if he comes out of the box and he's actually decent out of the box. He doesn't need a ton of development. Yeah, Ramsey's going to get in people's head. I mean, he's going to do that at times. I don't know if he got in Marquise Blair's head. But DK's a rookie as well. If you're going to have a guy that's going to get his, you got an all-pro corner on a rookie wide receiver having a good year. And I think he still made a big-time catch in that game. DK did on Jalen Ramsey on that stop-and-go route. So, he got him at least once in that game. And I bet he gets him again. Yeah, Kitty's making an appearance. She's decided she needs a little bit of camera time here. So, yeah, Shane, I do think Burrow will be a stud. I lean towards him being a stud. It's that one little worry I have just in seeing quarterbacks that have the 1 year production in college. I've seen in the past in drafts, those guys get picked high, and they captured lightning in a bottle that 1 year, and they just aren't necessarily what you think they're going to be at the next level. But he does got the size, movement ability. I think somebody said Tony Romo as a comparison for him. And I don't know, that seems kind of apt. Maybe he's got a little more arm strength than Romo did, but maybe in the similar with the accuracy and movement. Sean, Derwin James, you're just going to start trying to make me cry here, huh? Yeah, it's again, you're hitting on the point where I'm trying to nail is like Derwin James is the one where they overthought it. They were a couple picks away from Derwin James, and they traded back up out of that first round. They could have taken James. He would have been a fit. He was what you needed. He was the best safety in the draft, a multi-purpose player, the type of modern day safety that you want to bring in, that you can move as the jack of all trades around the defense wherever you want. Instead, they got, again, they like to get cute in the draft for that trading back stuff. Like, they won't stand pat sometimes, and they'll keep trading back and back, and they'll eventually get traded back where they've passed all the damn good players. You want to get into that realm of those upper level players where there is a drop off after that top level, where you get into the second, third, and the fourth round dips, where you're just you're shooting craps on the guys at that point at times. Yeah, Shane, Burrow's going to still have some guys to throw to there. He's got a good running back there. They've got the Taj Boyd is going to be a nice little slot guy for him, who's going to be a very good security blanket for him. So Joe should be able to have some success there. And they are building the team slow and steady there, as they always do. They don't dip in free agency. So he has some help, and he's got a great that head coach has got a very good offensive mind, I think. But I would have loved them to take Derwin James. That was a guy that I thought, why this is exactly the guy you want to bring in. What is wrong with you guys? Yeah, Shane, I think I saw we knocked a bunch of their guys out as well. And that's where I think and I think it will be the difference of the game. Unfortunately, you do reach the time of this year where attrition can rule out. You can have when these teams are even, when these teams are both very good, it's, you got 3 or 4 guys you're missing on your squad versus us, who we're bringing everybody. And it can be the difference of the game when everything is just that tight. Is Carroll turning into Nathaniel? Very well. I think Carroll's turning into too conservative a coach in the regular season as well. He showed a lack of willingness to go for fourth down, too much of a willingness to try to kick 50-yard field goals in tough conditions. Couldn't understand it myself, why he wouldn't just try Russell every once in a while to go for those fourth down plays. Seemed like when he came in the door at the start with the Seahawks, he was a lot more willing to go for it on fourth down. It's sort of like he's been scared off with age. Yeah, I think I'm going to go with Josh Jacobs as my rookie of the year. Kyler Murray is going to be right there neck and neck with him. So you're on the button there, Shane, with that. I think Josh was very dynamic for Oakland. He was able to just really, he brought that offense to its feet. His Carrs just has not taken the step forward for Gruden. Who's the worst player on the Seahawks right now? I'm going with Lano Hill or Tedrick Thompson, personally. At least Myers is going to hit a 45-yarder every once in a while. Those guys don't give you anything out on the defensive side of the ball. They don't take the ball away. They're not great tacklers. They're not good in coverage. They're not heady players. They're not instinctive. Why are those guys on the roster? I don't get it. I've seen so much football out of both of them between preseason and regular season, and you hear nothing from them on the practice field. I don't get it. Carl, it was horrible to watch. You guys made it a lot easier to watch that playoff game. I would have been here just cussing and swearing and probably punching my couch if I had been on live streaming the game, which is why I want to live stream the games next year, because it makes it easier watching these games when I get as frustrated as I do, being able to have you guys here and just say, fuck, so it's hard. That's the tough thing to watch with this team. It seems like there's obvious things in place that you can fix, that everybody can see. You don't have to be an analyst. You don't have to be an expert. You don't have to understand how football is played backwards and forwards. It seems very obvious if you just do these couple things, but they keep coming up year in and year out. And I say it from basically since 2015, since, after the Super Bowl loss to the Patriots from that 2015 season onward, you've seen basically the same Seahawk team year in and year out. Different players in different spots, but about the same results and the same type of team. Yeah, Precise is probably the biggest disappointment. You held on to him for years and you never got out of it. Yeah, Sean, the deal with the Minka trade, that would have been really hard to do because the Steelers broke the bank on that trade. I mean, we can't forget that they really came in strong. They offered a first-round pick at that time, and it was looking like the Steelers were going to be picking in the top 10. The Seahawks were also, I think, probably even offering a first-round pick at that time, but it would have been, from the Steelers standpoint, you're picking in probably the late 20s or mid-20s at that point, especially giving them a player like Fitzpatrick over to the Seahawks. So if the Seahawks were going to come in on that Minka Fitzpatrick trade, they were going to have to give up more than the Steelers did, i.e. you're going to look at giving up a first and a third. And for a guy who hadn't yet proven himself, grabbing a midseason, not getting the whole offseason to work with him, I don't know if that would have been as good a move for the Hawks to make. I'm happy with Diggs in retrospect, who you gave up a 5th-round pick, but you got a 7th-rounder back for him as well. So I'm okay with that as a move. Yeah, Precise had a lot of potential. You go back and watch his Notre Dame tape, and he had a smoothness and a burst that was next level. When he got past the linebackers and get in that burst, and you saw in that Philadelphia Eagle run in his rookie year, the 80-yarder that he busted off. When he got past the linebackers and he hits that gear, he's going past corners, he's going back past safeties, he's a threat to take it to the house. And he had a touchdown run this year against the Cardinals on a 9-yard run where you saw that same burst where he went right from the line and he was into the end zone just like that. But every part of him broke down over his time with Seattle. Nothing was healthy. I agree, Shane. If we'd known Minka was going to be that impactful of a player and that the Dolphins were misusing him to that degree in Miami, then could have been a whole different game on that with maybe you were willing to make the extra 3rd rounder on top of the 1st rounder for him and go over the top of Pittsburgh. Going for it 4th this year, pretty sure. In success, Jason Lee, thanks for dropping in. They may have been this more in success of 4th down conversions. They may have been more of the successful teams, but in the actual amount that they went for it and the potential in times. And I'm speaking, of course, this is going to be anecdotal because I don't have the statistics in front of me, but it seemed like there was at least 10 times this year or just under 10 times where you had the ball about between the 32 to the 36-yard line, 39-yard line in a 4th and short or a 4th and 5 or 4th and 4, and you just automatically went to the field goal attempt. And considering that Myers was not that accurate this year, he wasn't in the same place he was with the Jets in his Pro Bowl level from the prior year, you would, again, we come back to this theme again and again, adjustment. Make an adjustment. Take in the data. Receive the data. Look through it, computate it. Now spit it back out to what the data is telling you. And the data is telling you is that your kicker is not as good as he was last year. You've got an MVP quarterback. Go for it. Try. Give it a shot. That's where he got a little scared at times, it seemed, just to me. And this is anecdotal. I don't know. I'm going off the top of my head with this, so I could be off there. Yeah, Shane, that's just what I think. I think they went with a lot of punts and field goal attempts. The punts too, where you're seeing punts where it's like, okay, you're trying to get them inside the 5. I get it, but your defense isn't that great. That's the issue with playing to the punt and playing the field position game, is that your defense is bend but don't break. So you kick it at the 2 or the 3 yard line on a punt. Great. Now their offense drives it all the way up to midfield, and now they're punting and putting you at the 4 yard line. That's the problem with that, as far as like not going for 4th down when you have the bend but don't break defense. Blaze, I was as angry as I've ever been watching any football game, any sporting event ever that I've watched. I was as angry as I was with that Seahawks Steelers Super Bowl. Our Seahawks team hadn't been to the Super Bowl, and up until that point, I think it was 25, 30 years of existence. It had been a lot of losing. They had a complete team. They had that perfect, ideal Super Bowl team, a complete team, no weak links. Everything was in place for us to go win it. And it was so obviously fixed. Most of the time when you see things that could be fixed, there's at least a little bit of nuance to it, where it's like, it's gray area. Could go either way. That was just so undoubtedly from start to finish an absolute shit show. I'll never get over that one. That one will always be just, no, I don't think Swoops will develop as a good tight end. I think he's a transitioning guy from quarterback, and I didn't see enough in his play. He didn't look like he struggled a little bit out there when I saw him go out there, to my eyes. So no, I don't think he's going to get there. Yeah, Sheen, I think P made some atrocious calls on long field goals this year. And not just long field goals. You go for 50-yarders in inclement weather when the wind was blowing or when it was super cold. And you go, and it was in the Packer game on that 3rd and 7, or like you're trotting out Myers for a 50-yarder at Lambeau in the cold. And the announcers are like, well, we watched him pregame and they weren't even able to hit this off a tee pregame. I don't know why they think they're going to hit it here. And he kicks this god-awful shot to the side, and you're going, that was better than going for it with Russell Wilson? Yeah, the 2005 Super Bowl, I've almost gotten into fights with guys, and Barr's talking about this, who try to tell me that I'm just being a wacko conspiracy guy. At some point, I've thought about doing a video where I break down the whole game and show the calls in totality so that people can shut the hell up about this once and for all. But I don't want the NFL to come after me. They already copyright strike a lot of my stuff, so I don't want to get on their bad side with it. But that game was just so obvious. Like there was no even hiding it on their part. I mean, it was just from the yellow towels in the stadium that they handed out to they would wait till the Seahawks offense got past the 50-yard line, and then they would make some call that would, right as Seattle was threatening, or if Seattle scored a touchdown with Darrell Jackson. There was just always something there that and it was just constant throughout the game. It wasn't like 1 quarter, 2 quarters. They stayed on top of it. Yeah, Carl, the Luke Jokel trade is a lot of what they've tried to do, which is that it's Luke Jokel. You can see very much of a similarity between Luke Jokel and Mike Iupati, and trying to go out there and grab 4th, 5th, 6th round guys and bring them in and implement them as starters. They're trying to go with the quantity approach rather than the quality approach. We'll bring in all of these bodies and somebody's bound to work out. And the problem is that it's not. You're not getting the workout that you thought from that. And it gets confusing as well, because when you do finally go and put some resources into the proper place, you go get a guy like Ethan Posick in the 2nd round as a center. The best center potentially in college football that year that he was drafted out of LSU. And what do you do with him? Move him to guard, of course, naturally. Let's move him out of his natural position. And then fans squawk and bitch and moan because Posick doesn't do well at guard. And I sit here and I go, what did you expect? He's a center. How about we actually try him at his natural position for once, rather than moving everybody all around the line? And you're going to play right tackle today, and you'll play left guard tomorrow, and tomorrow you might play left tackle too. Ain't that going to be fun? You expect guys to play at a high level in the NFL when you're moving them all along the line like some kind of goddamn amoeba? It ain't going to work. You've got to set guys in the positions. If you draft a guy high in the 2nd round, let him try to flourish at that position. The Posick thing, I'll never understand what the plan was there. I don't understand what the really where they were going. He was just there in case Britt got injured, I guess. Our weakest positional group going into 2020 as we stand right now is the defensive line. We haven't re-signed Clowney yet. They haven't franchised Jaron Reed yet. So theoretically, both of those guys are free agents at the moment. Obviously, you will franchise Jaron Reed. You're not going to let him walk. But, Al Woods is a free agent. Right now, you've only really got Rasheem Green and Poona Ford as legitimate guys that you can lean on that defensive line and feel good about. So they have got to fill that position out. That position group needs a lot of help. A lot of help. Yeah, Shane, Bettis playing his final game in the hometown Super Bowl. Throughout the game, they were showing the Lombardi Trophy with just Steelers players all the way up until like the fourth quarter. I mean, there was 24 calls in that game too that went against Seattle. I mean, I'm not just talking 5-10 calls. There's 24 calls that easily went against Seattle. And the timing of it, again, I go to is where it's always right as we're threatening, right as something bad's about to happen for the Steelers, they would pull it out. You get a Darrell Jackson touchdown right out of the gate, and they call a BS defensive holding penalty where the defender actually grabs Darrell's arm initially. Darrell pushes the arm off because he's grabbing him. They call the penalty on Darrell. And that's how that day went all the way through, constant. It was just awful. Awful. I was worried they were going to do the same thing at the Broncos game too. When we get back, I was like, if they do the same thing, I'm out. I am out of the NFL if they take this from us, because I knew how good our team was that year in 2013. You're just like, we're the better team here. Denver was going in with their defense, busted up, and you knew our defense could handle that offense. And you're like, man, if the officials give them on this one, man, and you saw how much better of a team we were. They didn't even have an opportunity to give them that game. From the opening snap, it was like, you guys had no chance. So I guess my question I do want to pose to you guys is, what do you guys think on the next great Seahawks moment video? Do you guys want to see, do you guys have a game in particular you'd like to see? Obviously, I got to find it on YouTube so I can take it at that point and rip. But is there one that you guys are leaning towards that you guys might want to see that immortalized? Like I said, I'm kind of leaning towards right now doing the 1983 Dolphin playoff game where the Seahawks really broke onto the scene and got a nice win. Or we can do the the back-to-back 50-point games back in 2012. Well, thanks for hanging in here with us at Cognito, Dave. I appreciate you dropping in. We'll do some more of these too on that. So thanks for dropping in. Yeah, Jonathan, 2013 Seattle Seahawks is definitely an all-time top 10 team. That defense is certainly one of the best defenses in the last 50 years. They can make a call from being the number 1 to number 3. I think, they had 5 years where they were the top defense in the DVOA, which is all that advanced metric stuff compiled up into a base final number. And they were the number 1 defense for 5 straight years, which has never happened with the DVOA at all. So, Carl Nerney, Lofa's 3 INT game against the Philadelphia Eagles. That would be a good game to do. I think I would like to do that one. So that is on my list. I will look into seeing if I can find that one. Lofa was such a fun player to watch. It sucks that his career really was cut short because he was undersized and he just got beat up. But man, that is one of the most instinctive players you will ever watch on a football field. Nope, it doesn't have to be. It can be any game in Seahawk history. So I do any of them at all. Are in play. The key is I got to be able to find it though, and not all of them are up on YouTube, of course, but I can usually get to most of them. So. But yeah, that Lofa game would be a decent one. I'll look into that one, see if I can go with that. Yeah, Shane, no, Russell's not going to restructure his contract, and I think not this year, maybe next year. The key with it is that you've got the bonus money still rolling through because you just signed last year the deal. So the bonus money's at full-fledged. You got that full chunk going up against the base. And I don't know, you'd have to lower the base so substantially and then turn it into bonus money, which it would create cap room for this year, but unfortunately it would also kick a can down the road as far as you're going to have to eventually deal with that salary cap hit coming into play. Where that bonus money that you've now accelerated his base into bonus to add to the bonus that's already on the books. So you've doubled the bonus at that point. And it's, again, the savings just aren't there to do it this year. He needed to take less money last year if we were going to get the savings right now immediately. Third free agency move. Oh, Carl, thank you. Sorry, I forgot about that. So I'm the guy I'm looking at maybe as a potential is I've had his name in my mind. Sorry, man. The name is flowing out of my mind. He's the Buffalo Bills defensive tackle that's a free agent right now. He would be an ideal, I think, fit guy. He's got these long arms, big body guy. I don't think he's going to get franchised by Buffalo. I think he had 6 sacks for them out of the defensive tackle position for them. I like him a lot. And Buffalo's defense has played really good the last few years. He's been a good anchor for them. And I think he's a guy you could move all over that defensive line. You could everything from 1 to 3 out to defensive end if you need the 5 tech on early rundowns. And if I can think of a better one than that, I will. But that'd be the guy I'd go with at that point. I would love to have Justin Coleman back, but Justin Coleman had a phenomenal year with the Detroit Lions this year. He was their best cornerback, their best secondary player by far. That was a great signing by Detroit. He absolutely lit it up. He was so sticky out of that slot. We're not getting Justin Coleman back at all. So he's there for a few years. I'm riding with Umadi. Umadi was the top-rated defensive player for us in the Philadelphia Eagle game. And keep this in mind. That was a game where you had some guys playing really well. KJ Wright played a great game. Jadeveon Clowney had a great game in that last Eagle game in the playoffs. But Ugo Amadi was the top-rated Pro Football Focus defensive player for us. And I think that there's something to be said in that. He just wasn't given the chances throughout the year because they were so locked in on that 4-3 base, on having 3 linebackers out on the football field. But I think he's a guy who coming up, he could be very solid for us. Don't know if I see a star, but he's got the same kind of combine movement metrics, athletics that Quandre Diggs did. If you go look at their combines and their 3 cones 40s, their size, their explosiveness, all of that goes right down the line. So he's a guy that I think he's got some juice to him. He's a guy I'd rather go with him on that rookie deal and give him a try and see what we could do with him. No, it doesn't hurt us if the Hawks make the All-Pro or Pro Bowl at all. Outside of there being an incentive in the contract that you get an extra, million for being an All-Pro or something like that, which I don't think they did for either Russell or for Bobby. So I don't think it makes any kind of difference in that respect for us. It's just a cool thing more than anything else. So Nathaniel, you bring up a good point. What happens when next year they go into the situation and they've got safe players in McDougal and Diggs who they know will do the job the way they want them done, who will be fairly dynamic, but then they have this uber dynamic young guy who could be better than both of them, but who might be apt to make more mistakes than those two moving into next year here and there. And I don't even know, here's the thing. I can't point to where Marquise Blair made big mistakes this year. He started in 1 game against the Baltimore Ravens. And much like Ugo Amadi in that Philadelphia Eagle game, he was the top-rated defensive player in that Baltimore Raven game. That horrible Raven game, he was our best defensive player. And he almost had a pick in the end zone. It just bounced off his chest on Lamar Jackson. But despite that, right, despite him being that top-rated defensive player in that game by Focus, evidently the Seahawks coaching staff disagreed with Pro Football Focus in that game completely because Marquise Blair didn't find the field again outside of as the nickel corner, as the dime corner. So he only got on when we needed 4 cornerbacks. You would see him out in the dime package, and that was it. And that's with Lane O'Hale and Tedrick Thompson getting more playing time over him. I don't know why. That's my honest answer is I don't understand why, because to me, he looks talented. I was worried when we first drafted him because the NFL is legislating hits out of the game. They're taking away those physical secondary defenders, but he caused a fumble at one point. He was great in coverage, sticky in coverage, strong in the running game, still very physical. I would like to see him on the football field next year in a starter's role. I really would. And McDougal may be the guy that's got to go to the bench if that's the case. Put the game up where the Seahawks lost them. Okay, Cappy. So that's the game where we played the Baltimore Ravens in Baltimore, right? That's the Mike Holmgren era. And we got up on them by a bunch of points. They got up and then we came back, I think. So I confirm if that's the game it was. It was back in like 2000 and God, that would be 4 or 2007. Is it 2004 or 2007? I think. I'm going off memory here. Do you see the NFL legalization of weed? I really want to keep Josh Gordon. Yes. I would look for this offseason, you're going to see the new collective bargaining agreement go live. By all accounts, the last report I heard is they said they were at the 30-yard line and heading to the end zone as far as the deal getting done. Both sides want to get this deal done. And I think that the NFL Player Association is going to give up, or the NFL is going to give up the marijuana thing because it's just that time that it's going to happen. And it seems to be a sticking point for the Players Association in this. So I would look for even potentially this offseason. You hear that. The thing with Gordon, though, is it just marijuana? That's my wonder with this, because they only get tested for marijuana once, supposedly at the start of the year. And all of these players, half of them are already smoking. Half of them are already got marijuana in the system, but they've found a way to trick the system. So what is it that they're doing that Josh doesn't know how to do? Or is Josh doing stuff on top of just the marijuana stuff? And I don't have an answer for that. It's conjecture. Ugo looks slow, but he was covering Davante Adams, so that 5'9" will be tough for him versus the big-bodied receivers. Yeah, Shane, I think that some of this is going to be schematic problems, right? Because a lot of times when you take your best wide receiver, who's an outside wide receiver, and you move him into the slot, he has the best corner on the opposing opposition follow him into the slot, and so you don't run into these issues. But Seattle, of course, keeps their corners locked in their positions, and so that is going to be an issue to a degree. I would offer that give Ugo a little bit more seasoning. He is a little bit undersized, and if somebody tries to match him up with a bigger player, you could get him a little bit exposed there. But with that said, I don't think he's going to be having to face a Davante Adams type receiver week in and week out there who's going to be as good as Davante is and on the same page as he is with Aaron Rodgers and how they run their routes. And again, yeah, I think he played well in the Eagle game. It's a difference in talent. Obviously, he wasn't playing Davante Adams in the Eagles game. But he, again, top rated defender for us in that game. There's something to be said for that, I think. Yeah, I think Diggs coming in just allowed Bradley to really do what he does, and that's why I'm not hardcore on the Blair needs to start train. I like having three safeties that are all guys that you can bring in there and start. I like having that depth. And a guy, when you bring him off the bench, isn't it Tedrick Thompson or Lano Hill, who's just going to be, you got to close your eyes and hope, please don't get beat up on. Please don't get beat. So I'm okay with standing pat with that. It's good to have some depth there. Really is. And along with the quality. The Texans game that was 2 or 3 years ago, Texans game that would have been the Richard Sherman pick at the end. And that was a really good game as well. That's the game that's the game Russell Wilson broke J.J. Watt's nose. So, now J.J. Watt, when you see him, he's got the scar tissue on his nose right here. And it's a big, big white thing that he's got. That's Russell Wilson's doing. Russell did that to him on a tackle. So he basically permanently scarred J.J. Watt. Just a little low-key fact there for you guys. But that's a good game too. That had one of the more low-key great Marshawn Lynch runs ever, where they were running it from the 2-yard line. And Marshawn, I think, broke 9 tackles on that play. I think Watt eventually tackled him like 60 yards down the field or something like that. But I will look into that game as well. That's a great suggestion. No, it doesn't have to be a playoff game. All games are every game ever played is in play. I guess just the caveat being I got to be able to find the game. So if I can't find it through, YouTube, Vimeo or some other, TV site, then I can't do it. But if I can find it on that, then I'll definitely pull it up. Oh, it was the Ravens came out. I couldn't remember what it was. It was a brutal game. And you know what it was, Cappy? Now I'm remembering more details. Mike Holmgren's big problem throughout his time, he had the opposite of Carroll. So Mike Holmgren's teams would get up on teams, and then Holmgren could get really conservative because he was a real opened up kind of play caller when to start the game. He's going to throw all over the football field. He used to like to say he wanted to throw to set up the run. But if they got up by points, it would get very predictable in the third quarter, and they would just start running the ball, a lot of 3 and outs, and then things would start getting really, really tight. So I think that's what happened in that game. I got to go back and watch it, but that was an awesome game. It went back and forth. Like I said, there's 40. Each team scored over 40 points. That'd be a good game to go back and do. I'd like to do an older game too, because I've done a couple of recent ones with the current regime. 2000 Broncos regular season game. That was a great game too. The 2014, that was the Cam Chancellor had that pick to kind of seal it right at the end. That would be a decent game to look at as well. So I'll take it. Yeah, that's good. Great suggestion here, guys. I like all these. Yeah, that would be tough to be at that game, Cappy. And you were in Baltimore too, so you had to watch all the Ravens fans celebrate after we lost that game. And it just, man, there was times where Mike Holmgren's offenses could look so dynamic. I mean, they could put up points in bunches, a lot like a Mahomes Chief team. Just like that. Suddenly they've thrown 21 points up on the board. They really did. He was a really great offensive mind, Holmgren was. Yeah, it's going to be tough to do a transition to a 3-4 team, Nathaniel. The way Carroll likes to describe it right now, he's a 4-3 team that runs 3-4 principles. And mainly that's in that gap control stuff, right? Because his defensive linemen do so much gap control, which tends to be more of what you'd see out of the 3-4 down linemen. And I don't know that you've got your, the thing you need in a 3-4 team beyond the outside linebackers that can pass rush is you need that one tech, that nose tackle in there, right? That Vince Wilfork type guy that can take up 2 blockers down underneath. I don't know that we necessarily have that. Jaron Reed's really kind of slid out from being a 1 tech coming out of Alabama to now he's kind of become more of a 3 tech pass rushing defensive tackle. So I don't know if you've got the big body there to do that type of transition to the 3-4 anyway. You'd have to make some moves to make that work. No, I haven't done the game where Cam Chancellor knocks the ball out at the 1 yard line. So I might be one to do that one. That game was a little bit ugly throughout the first couple of quarters. I didn't feel like either team could really do much, but that was an amazing play by Cam at the end to save that game on Calvin Johnson too, by the way. That was Calvin he knocked that ball out of. It was a big, strong man. Shane says the Hawks versus AZ double OT game from 2 to 3 years ago. Yeah, that was a brutal game. That was a game that was just like, oh my gosh, dude. It's again, times where it's like, you use a team in that game, score 6 points, I think in total, ends up as a 6-6 tie. And again, where you go offensively with Russell Wilson, we should be able to do more than this against this Arizona team. How you guys get only held to 6 points. I know it's a divisional opponent. Everybody's familiar with everybody. These tend to be close games throughout the league, but that game might be. I'd have to look. I feel like that was a painful game a little bit, but I'll look at it. I'll put it up. I'll put it on the list here. Yeah. So Nathaniel, I think that would be the problem for me with the 3-4. You could. The other thing too is like a guy like Rasheem Green's not going to be a fit in the 3-4. You're going to stifle his development a little bit by going to a 4-3 because he's not going to stand up out on the outside like an outside linebacker, and he's not going to be a guy you're going to want as a defensive end in the 3-4. So I think some of that would be a little bit hard to do. Poona Ford's another guy who at his size, you just don't see those guys. I mean, maybe you could move him out to a defensive end in a 3-4 because he does move relatively well, but he would be, usually those defensive ends you want 6'5", 275. They're just there to take up space on that. And you just don't have the personnel to transition to the 3-4 this offseason. Unfortunately, it's too much of a bridge too far, I would think. I'm okay with drafting a corner. Thanks for dropping in, Ryan Dallas. I am okay with drafting a cornerback this year. I would prefer not to. I'm not going to bang the table if we do, but I actually like Trey Flowers a lot. He got beat up a couple times in a few games this year. He also had a few games where he played really, really well. And I know I've repeated this a few times on the stream, but he's a guy who is moving into this was just his second year playing the cornerback position. He was a safety in college. And I think he's actually showed improvement even over his first year. Let's see if he continues to show improvement. We've got him on a rookie deal. He's relatively cheap. And again, remembering, bringing in a great cornerback, you don't get the most out of him in this current scheme and the way it's set up. They play too much zone, too much deep zone, too much cover 3. So you're asking them more often than not to go to a specified area on the field. So you don't need as much the guy who's sticky in coverage and who just never gives up a completion. It just doesn't make as much sense in that respect. Sure, Blaze. I can work on something like that. I'll try to put something together there for the top 20 plays. That's a great suggestion, actually. That'd be relatively easy to put together. Yeah, the Tony Romo muff punt was an interesting game as well. That's Bill Parcells and the Cowboys, and that was a real tough game throughout. That was a great Cowboy team that they beat there too. They were legitimately a tough team, pretty deep. I think Sean Alexander had a pretty good game there against them. The Blair Walsh Viking game. Okay. You guys are giving me some great, I need these suggestions. So these are great suggestions. Yeah, I will absolutely do the Blair Walsh miss game. The Viking game, you've got to do that one specifically just for the weather alone, right? The frostbite on Cam's fingers. You guys ever see the frostbite on Cam's hands? It's got the reptilian skin. because it was coming off his fingers from that game because it was so cold. But geez, you got the Russell Wilson throw to Lockett where he's the bad snap and he's rolling around. And there's a couple of, you got the Cam Chancellor strip on Adrian Peterson at that key moment in the game. It's a great suggestion. Yeah, Sean, Arizona's gotten to be just one of those places you play in. It just doesn't seem to be a good spot for us. Arizona's turning into just a crappy team to play in general. They've beaten us a few times in CenturyLink. It just seems to be we just don't seem to fit well with them. Jeremy Lane. That Lane injury in the Super Bowl against the Patriots was the killer there. I mean, that just a horror. You're already battered. The LOB. You had Sherman had a ligament tear. You had Earl Thomas with his shoulder, which was out in that game, and then you've got Jeremy Lane makes a pick on Tom Brady in the end zone, returns it back, and then Julian Edelman not only blows his knee out, but I think he fractured his arm or something on the play. And then they just spent the whole rest of the game attacking our slot corner. Like that was it was Simon. They tried to move our outside corner into the slot because we had Burley inactive. And oh my God, that just the worst situation that possibly could happen with that Lane injury in that game. Absolutely awful. Yeah, Ryan, I'll say this with the Flowers thing and making a signing or picking, a cornerback in this next draft. We do need some more talent there. I'm not sold on Akeem King. I do like Ugo Amadi there in the slot, but you don't have a ton of depth there. So you're absolutely right in that there's room for you to go out there and bring another guy in. And if it comes down to you're picking, the best player in the draft, you're picking whatever slot you're picking the best guy. And there's the best guy available. It turns out to be a corner at one point in time, even in that second or third round period. Sure. I'm open to going for that. Absolutely. I just don't want to end up in a phase where we select a high round on a cornerback and then Trey Flowers is still a little bit better than him. And so now that corner's got to sit on the bench and we get nothing out of that pick, i.e. basically what happened to our whole last draft, outside of DK Metcalf, everybody else couldn't get out on the field. Hardly at all. Yeah, the Hawks 49er game this last year is an instant great Seahawks moment video. I will absolutely be doing that game. That one fits the mark in every way, shape, or form. Just an amazing game. Yeah, the Viking games was tough. It's in all these videos, I try to find an angle with them too. Something that's a little bit unique, that has just something that separates them from the other games other than just being great moments that it's like, but with that one, the Viking game is just the weather and the way that it impacted everything in that game. I mean, that would be I think the angle on that one I'd go at it with. Yeah, we got the Leon Washington 2 return touchdowns. I think that's that'd be the Charger game, right, Cameron? That's the one where Earl Thomas kind of had his coming out party in that game. A couple interceptions. And he picked Phillip Rivers right at the end of the game in the end zone. Sounds good, Cappy. I'll put you up as a moderator, man. Once I get done doing the stream, I can set you up on that. Yeah, I like Kevin King a lot too, Carl. I couldn't help but feel like when they didn't draft Kevin King and they had the opportunity and they went back in that draft, that there was something that they knew about him that made him hesitant. Because like I said, I do know that they know Coach Peterson well, and that those programs work together, and that Peterson's been out at practice sessions and he's talked a lot with Carroll. So you got to wonder if maybe there was some information that they knew. Oftentimes it can be something that we're not aware of that gets a player just cut off the board. It could be a medical designation or something like that. But he had that size that the cornerbacks in Seattle liked, that 6 foot plus size. He was a good tackler, solid in coverage, but they passed on him for whatever reason. You know what I mean? Yeah. Blaze, that would be another good game. The Patriots-Seahawks game from a couple of years ago. That one would be good too because you got that's the Earl Thomas hit on Gronk. So you got the game finished with Cam one-on-one with Gronk on the outside and he stopped him. But then you got that game was also, I think, the one where Earl came in and lit. Gronk said it was the hardest he had ever been hit on a football field. Earl Thomas hit him. And that was also CJ Prosise. That was his best game where he was just used all over the football field. Yeah, Shane, that Arizona, I'm not going to go out and say it's a house of horrors quite yet, but it's a house of like uncomfortable things. Yeah, the LOB was beat up. And don't forget too, Shane, that the day before the game, Cam Chancellor tore his MCL. So that was the other guy that got injured, and that was before the game even started. So you had Cam Chancellor on a torn MCL, Earl Thomas with a dislocated shoulder, Richard Sherman with a torn ligament, and then you lost Jeremy Lane, who was a really, really good slot corner for us. He was never the same player after that injury. It was too many at that point. It was just too many injuries. You couldn't survive it. And they beat Edelman like a drum with us, just kept going right to him every single time. Texans game from 2017. Yeah, that would be a great game too. You guys are coming up with some awesome suggestions here. Thank you so much. But that would be a great game too. Clowney, that was the game for me that had me on board with us trying to go get Clowney this last offseason, because I remembered in that game how impactful Clowney was against us, and that was without Watt on the field. He was a one-man wrecking crew against us in that game, and it's a wonder how Russell was able to do what he did, because it was almost every single play Clowney was in the backfield, almost every single play in that game. But that would be a great suggestion as well, and I'll keep all these written down here, so these are great suggestions. Carl, I thought Ziggy would be okay too. I was okay with the move at the time. The thing that I was going back to, though, was that I want to hear from my medical people on this. What do you guys got to say with this guy? Where is his state? Is he done? Do you need to put a fork in him? There were wonders about whether or not he was a little bit older in age than he actually was, because he had come from Africa, and sometimes some of those birth certificates things over there can be a little bit dicey. And I fell back on the coaching staff looking at that, and the training staff looking at it and saying, yeah, we can deal with these injuries. But it seemed like all the same injuries that he's dealt with throughout his career, he still had to deal with here, like the shoulder injuries, back and stuff, neck. It was a move that you kind of shot for the stars on. You put him on like a 1 year, $11 million deal with a lot of incentives in there to get to that point. But again, a move where what I'd like to see them do this year is, rather than going for the guy that can maybe go get them 15 to 16 to 17 sacks, go get two guys that can get you 8 sacks apiece. You know what I mean? Get more quality competence in there, rather than the 1 or 2 guys that are going to be the end all be all for you. Yeah, Shane, that Lockett hit on the Kevin King hit, that was one of those plays. And when I talk about the officials in that Green Bay game not necessarily being in favor of the Seahawks, that it seemed like the calls when they were close were leaning towards the Packers, not just on the Graham play, but on the helmet-to-helmet hit you just mentioned with Lockett and Kevin King, which is as straightforward a helmet-to-helmet defensive player hit as you're going to get. But they didn't call it. You had the hit to the head on Clowney by the offensive lineman at one point that wasn't called. Late hits on Russell Wilson that wasn't called. It wasn't great. Yeah, I hate trolls too, Cappy. Luckily, everybody in here has been awesome, so we've done pretty good so far. Yeah, the Rams have us figured out too. I think the Rams, it's different reasons, Jonathan, why. I think Arizona just has us because it's just, for whatever reason, a bad matchup. I think the Rams have us beat because I think that coach knows how to attack our defense. And I think that we do okay against their defense, but sometimes their defense gets the best of us. But there's always that component in play of McVay knows what he's doing in going at our defense. Those Seattle beater players and beater plays and how to attack it. You saw it in the first game and you saw it in the second game. That offense went up the field at will on our defense. At will. It was the only thing that really stopped them was drop passes. I mean, that first game, it was what really got us and won us the game was they had a receiver wide open, Everett, and he dropped a pass that went into Tedrick Thompson's hand for an interception, and we happened to kind of turn the game around. But they know exactly what to do against our defense. They're not fooled in the least. Yeah, Michael Bennett was a great player for us. He's the type of player that is a lot like Clowney, in that these are the type of players who you can't look at the stats with them. You can't take that as the bottom line approach. You've got to actually just use your eyeballs and really watch the player on the football field to understand their impact. They call it the play, the guys that fuck up a play. And that's what it is they don't necessarily make the tackle or the sack, but they blow the play up completely. And Clowney's that type of player, and that's exactly what Bennett was. Might not make the sack, but he was going to blow up and just screw the play up. Have a good one, Nathaniel. Thank you for stopping in. I appreciate you stopping by. Maxwell was a great player. It'd be great to bring another guy back in there who, the one thing that he had that we haven't brought in since, and that, Richard Sherman had, is ball skills. Griffin does not have ball skills. Griffin is very sticky in coverage. He's great. He's a smart player, a great tackler, But unfortunately, he's got the Marcus Trufant syndrome where he can be right in position. He just can't catch a ball for his life. And I think Trey Flowers has a little bit better hands, but not that much better. We could certainly benefit from having a corner with a little bit more ball skills because we didn't turn the ball over enough in this especially second half of the season. I felt like that was really a problem. Yeah, I chose the money. I think we will have a new LOB. You're Sean. Yeah, we would have a new LOB, but it'd just be an LOB that would be built around the front seven and rather than the back half. That's the difference. And I don't got any problem with that. Ideally, the way this defense is built, if you have everything just built, we're going from scratch. We're going to use Pete Carroll's 4-3 defense. How do you want this built at? Where do you want the talent on this defense? It would be, 10 times out of 10, Carroll would tell you, I need the front seven. I need guys that get after the quarterback. I need linebackers that can move. So I would like to see that then make that transition and move into that direction. I think that'd be a solid way of going about it. I was at the second game. I live in Los Angeles. I took my uncle to the game. Was that the second game this year, Salazar? Jonathan, are they talking about the Rams game this year? Von Bell or Von Miller? Yes, there is a way we could get Von Miller. Let's look at this, Shane, from the Denver Broncos standpoint. You don't want to be caught in betwixt and in between in the NFL, meaning you don't want to be a mediocre team that's neither good nor bad, that you're just year in and year out sitting in the same place. The Broncos are in that place right now. They don't have a lot of assets to go off of. Right now, yeah, Von Miller's still a decent player for him, but he's also carrying a pretty big cap hit. Their offensive line is in shambles. Phillip Lindsay's a good running back. Cortland Sutton's a good receiver. But other than that, they don't have a lot. They need to retool this team. They're not close to getting back to even the playoffs, much less the Super Bowl. So I could easily see Elway wanting or being willing to move Von Miller for draft assets. Absolutely 100%. In fact, I think it's more likely than not that he is traded this offseason. Maybe not to Seattle, but I do think he will be traded at some point. Cameron Hughes. Yes, I've watched Rain City Redemption. That is a great series. They do a fantastic job. I love their work. Did we beat the Cardinals last year when with them and Carolina were so elite? Did we beat the Cardinals in the year where in Carolina and them? I can't remember, Blaze, on that one. I think we might have split it. Like 1-1, lost one. No, Sean, we wouldn't have an LOB if we got just those three players. We need more pass rush than just Von Miller and Clowney into this. They're going to need to go get some more guys than that if we're going to get this unit upgraded to being a place where it's truly special. I don't think you'll ever get to an LOB unit ever again. I think that's a once in a generation type thing that you saw there. But you can still have an outstanding unit if you build it right on the defensive line, and it can still be just as impactful as that team was and what they did, just in a different way. Yeah, losing Penny hurt. He's a guy who's been very effective against the Rams. So not having him around in that game was definitely not. It put us behind. He's a tough matchup for them with his speed on the edge. Yeah, Tedrick has ball skills. I keep hearing that. I think if I had a dime every time Carroll said Tedrick Thompson has ball skills, I might have like $5. He's where every interception he has is off a tip. How do you have ball skills if it's off a tip that you have to have an interception? When's the last time you've ever seen Tedrick Thompson jump a route? Yeah, that's right. Diggs did have the 2 interceptions. It was mainly the Rams were just able to come out the gate and get on top of us in the points angle. They're just It seemed like they went a little safer as the game went on and held on to the lead, a lot like the Packer game, where just they get up by you by 3 touchdowns and then they start playing it kind of safe. So it allowed us to kind of get back in the game at that point. But initially out the gate, they were able to put some points us right out the well there on that, even on that second Ram game. I would love Madison. I would love for Beast Mode to come back. I like him quite a bit. I still think he has some stuff left in the tank. Frank Gore could play till he's 39 years old. I think Beast Mode could certainly still play another year or two. I don't think he'll want to come back as a backup, though. And let's face it, Chris Carson is going to be the starter moving into next year. Is Beast Mode going to want to come back as a spot starter guy? I just don't see it myself. I think he will remain retired. Dalen Madison, DK Metcalf will absolutely be a Pro Bowler next year. I would, outside of him getting injured, I think that he's absolutely going to be in that place. And look for him to take another step forward next year. With where he was at even this year, I think he's going year 1 to year 2 with these guys. Watch what happens with him. So, yeah, appreciate it. You got to appreciate KJ and Bobby for their longevity. You don't see two linebackers play together like this for this amount of time, for this amount of years in this modern NFL. You won't see it anywhere else at all. And the one thing I will say about this Kuechly retiring is that Bobby Wagner is now the middle linebacker of his generation. It will go out undoubtedly as he's going to play another couple of years, and he will be the middle linebacker of his generation. He's going into the Hall of Fame. He would have probably, regardless of Kuechly retiring, but now this pretty much just cements it, and that's a great thing. So that's something to get excited about in retrospect of how people will view Bobby and how he played, and I think that's just awesome. Sucks that Kuechly's retiring and so early, but yeah, Cam Newton's going to get traded because I would imagine that the next, if you're the new head coach coming in with a guy that is that specific to how you have to build an attack around him, Cam is very limited, and he's reliant upon his ability to be able to run the ball, and you don't know how effective he's going to be at that when you've seen the last 8 games he's played. He's not had one win. He's looked way different as a player than what he looked at like in his MVP season. So I think that they will move him out. The one thing is that he doesn't make a lot, so his contract's on a very friendly deal, so they could theoretically look at that and go, well, we can take another flyer on him for one more year here as we go into our transitional area. But they're going to want to bring in, the new head coach always wants to bring in his quarterback, his guy. He doesn't want to inherit somebody. He wants somebody new usually. Crosser, when we were man coverage, killed us this year. How can Flair come out that special after that film is out there now? Carl, that film has been out there for years now. Crossers have been the way to kill Seattle. It doesn't matter whether it's Flowers or whoever the cornerback is. You're attacking the zone, and essentially what you're doing is you're running one guy through a zone, and the defender is always going to go after that first defender who goes through a zone. Now here comes the second defender on the crosser through that same zone. The defender's late to pick him up. It's wide open. It's going to be easy to attack because we play in zones so often. And so often we play with that bail technique, dropping the corners deep. It allows the cornerback pre-snap to really understand what the corners are doing, if he's got a blitz, where the openings are going to be in that zone. And unfortunately, because we're not going to get scheme changes, you are going to continue to see that happen. Now, the one thing I will say is that crossers tend to be long developing routes. So the way to get around that is to shorten the time frame. If you have actual pass rush that can get there in 3 or 4 seconds, now those crossers can't develop as long for them to be as opened up, and now you can get to the quarterback before they happen. So you don't have to fix the scheme at that point, but get better players in point, and it'll fix itself. Yeah, Dalen Madison, we do need a better center. There's a guy named Ruiz out of the University of Michigan who's widely regarded as the best center in the draft. Centers do tend to fall late in the first round. I don't know if he'll land to where we are picking at, but if we do stay in the first round, if we're looking at a guy and you release Britt, not a bad way to go. Not a bad way to go at all. What's up, Boosta? Thanks for dropping in. Yeah, Boosta, you got to feel like he's a real smart player, Kuechly, and that maybe he was looking at the situation and thinking, we're not anywhere near winning. I will say he is a guy who's had a lot of concussions. He had that brutal concussion a couple of years ago where he was in tears on the field. And you suffer him over and over again. And what they know is CTE and what they're learning more and more every year, you just got to feel like that had to have also been a factor for him, knowing where that was at. But he played great this year and he was really healthy. So you might be onto something with that because it does make some sense. Yeah, Shane, I'm actually a big posted guy. I am. People hate on him because he's had to play guard, but I think you put that guy at center and you let him roll, and I think you're going to be pleasantly surprised with what you see out there. He was a center in college, and he's not had one chance in his NFL pro career yet to play the natural position that he played throughout his college career and in high school. Don't understand why not, but yeah, we do. You know what, Sean? We do call crossers. We were deadly in the crossers early in the season, actually, especially Lockett. If you watch it, Russell really likes Lockett on that crosser going on the other side of the field. The problem is just for the reasons I just said, it's a long developing route. The problem with the Seahawks is they went on through the season, they couldn't pass protect very well. So if you can't pass protect long enough for that route to fully develop and let that guy run free over on that edge, it doesn't matter if it's going to beat the scheme. The other opposition is going to beat you because they're going to get to the quarterback faster than the play can develop. Boost, I've been doing great, man. Loving life here. Cameron, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, Cameron. It's we got to see a really good version of Marty Schottenheimer's offenses. They played the Seattle Seahawks throughout the 80s, and I'm old enough to have watched many of those games. We are running the exact same offense that Schottenheimer's father ran. Almost exactly the same. Maybe a bubble screen more here or there. Maybe that is what you could point to. Maybe a little more read option. But I mean, that stuff's just minimal compared to the grander scheme of things where it's all almost exact. Yeah, it'd be nicer if you made the games easier and you actually didn't kick away 2 quarters or a half, and that you actually came out as a threat to score out the gate. We had a couple times this year where we offensively did do well right out the gate, and in those games, it felt like it really put us ahead of things and really gave us a much better chance. I think the Cleveland Brown game, for instance, where the Browns started out, they drove right up the field, scored a touchdown. We came right back and scored a touchdown. And you went, hey, okay, we're here. We're ready today. Let's go. And they were able to kind of keep it up throughout that game. It'd be nice if they got more into that, into more of that mentality, more of an attacking mentality, both on the offensive and defensive side of the ball. Let's try to shorten the game. Let's try to prevent the big plays. Let's try to just less fear-based crap, right? More of an attacking, more of an open up mentality of let's go for it. Let's go. Yeah, the injury bug was bad, Dalen. We got to get rid of our strength and conditioning coach. Ivan the Terrible was the problem there, I think, in a lot of respects. Injuries have been a problem for the Seahawks the last few years, but this year it was eye-opening at how bad it was. We missed more starters due to injury than any other team in the league by far. Wasn't even close. Yeah, Malcolm Smith is done at this point. He's not a feasible potential for us. In the Super Bowl, I got the Chiefs winning. I think they're just going to offensively blow up here, and I can't pick the Niners because I have a hatred for the Niners, which doesn't allow me to be unbiased and whatnot. Can I be the official 12 Mandalorian or the podcast? Sure. Yeah, John Reynolds, I go back and forth with Pete Carroll. I'm not on the stance of saying he has to be fired, and I think he's still a great coach. And I think that even outside of some of the schematic changes I'd like to see, we still can be a Super Bowl winning team. So I don't think that he's still, I think, the best motivator week in and week out in the NFL. Getting his team to win 5 10 a.m. games this year is an achievement, and it shouldn't be overlooked. You have to work hard to get those players up at that time of day 5 separate times throughout the year when we've seen through 40 years of Seahawks football, 10 a.m. games have been horrific for us. So he's still a great coach. He still has the ability to do what we need him to do to get them out on top, but they're going to have to get a little bit more creative, I think, to get to the Super Bowl, not to just be a good team, not just to be a playoff team, not just to win one playoff game a year, but to actually get to the Super Bowl and win it. I hope Marshawn comes back, though, too. Can we talk about Luke Kuechly? Yeah, Luke Kuechly was a great middle linebacker. Stat for stat, when you match him up with Bobby Wagner, he has put up better stats. More interceptions, more impactful overall plays as far as, I think forced fumbles and all of that stuff if you go through all those statistics. They're very close. They're neck and neck. But he certainly will have gotten more stats in the same amount of time as Bobby. But with that said, Bobby's going to have the longevity over him. I'm sure Bobby's probably going to play another 3 or 4 years. And at that point in time, he'll have probably 1,500 tackles as opposed to Kuechly's 1,000 tackles, and the sack numbers, interception numbers will go up as well. So, Kuechly was a damn fine player. Seattle almost drafted him. Fun note of fact about Kuechly was that he was John Snyder's favorite player in that draft that he came out. And he came out in that draft that we drafted Bruce Irvin in. It was just that he was picked a couple picks ahead of Bruce Irvin, or you would have seen him on the Seattle Seahawks in that draft. It's kind of a fun fact on that. Yeah, Sean Wright, I'd like to get multiple athletic tight ends as well. Get me two big bodies, 2 6'6" guys, 6'5" guys in there that can block and can catch with those trust throws that Russell throws, where he can have a guy hanging off of his guy and he'll put it in a position where you can go make the catch. I would love to see Seattle take that approach. And I think it would be innovative because there isn't as many teams going to those 2 tight end approaches anymore. Everybody's moving to the spread concepts and getting as many receivers and running backs on the field as they can. Dylan, you'd like to see them throw to DK more? I think they threw to DK a pretty good amount, but you will see him throwing 2 more. He had almost 100 targets this year, if not just a little over 100 targets. I'd look for him to be up probably around that 125 range next year or so. Yeah, Boost. Luke played head. I saw the same thing. He would tackle head down sometimes. I mean, he's one of those guys that just blood and guts guys, leaves it all in the field, but you could see why he took it on the head sometimes. I love trick plays, Shane. I'm a big proponent of trick plays. They tend to work for the Seahawks over the years. If you look over Pete Carroll's times here, it's worked really well. So I wouldn't mind seeing more of them. Absolutely not. And the Gordon one was tough, but other than that, there were some really good ones. Once a game, I wouldn't hate on it. Be more aggressive. That's been one of my mantras here, right? Start going for it. Don't be scared. I was surprised they didn't bring Bruce Irvin back, Jonathan, last offseason. He's a free agent. I thought you could get him for a decent low-end deal, but they didn't even really try to kick the tires on him and bring him back in. You could make the argument if you brought Bruce Irvin in instead of Ziggy Ansah, it would have been a way better move and way more effective for them. No, Josh Gordon is not done, Dylan. I would look for him to be brought back by the Seahawks. He'll probably be on a suspension for the first half of the year, but they'll get him on a low-end deal and they can bring him right back into tow. So I would actually be a very 80% chance of him coming back. Yeah, Boost. The Niners they annoy the shit out of me. The thing about the Niners too is that I've had to hear from a lot of fans this year that when I post my videos, I get a lot of other fans coming in with their little 2 cents. And if I have to see one more goddamn comment about they should have thrown it, I swear to God, dude. And the Niners have been at the forefront of that. The Niner fans have been god-awful this year. And dealing with them and trying to talk to them, you can't have just a good civil discussion. Everything turns into name-calling, and you should have thrown it. You should have thrown it. You should have thrown it from the 1-yard line. You should have thrown it from the 1-yard line. It's all they got. And they mantra repeat over and over, and you eventually go, okay, I'm not going to engage with you anymore. This is a waste of time. Clowney probably would not go to the Panthers, Carl, because they've made some draft picks and they've put a lot of money in their defensive line. And Clowney said he wants to go play for a Super Bowl winner. There's no way you're looking at the Carolina Panthers right now in that division and saying that that's a Super Bowl contending team. So I do not see him going back to Carolina. And I think it's really, really feasible he does sign with Seattle. I think it's like I go 90% chance. I think it's 90% chance that he re-signs with Seattle. I really do. No, Dylan, I don't think we trade for Darius Slay. He's lost a step. He's not as effective. We've seen in the past the corners that you bring in here struggle. Why do they struggle? Because we have our own specialized technique that we teach our cornerbacks. It's called the kick step technique, and it's very hard for cornerbacks to pick up. So bringing in corners on the free agency or like that is going to be a very tough transition for them, and I just wouldn't like to do it. Since I'm not adult, I have a lot of time after school, so I was watching film, and the playbook is drier than my mom's. Yes, Karen. It's very Seahawks playbook's it's like eating it's steak with no seasoning. It's just and very, like you said, very dry. It's been a little overcooked, and you just and see how rubbery is. You're chewing on it. And you're going, boy, can I get just a side of potatoes, something here? We do have a big shopping list, but I don't think it's that big as far as if you were to just concentrate on the offensive line and the defensive line with this team, you would get very far. It would have a huge benefit to this team if you just concentrate on those 2 sides of the ball this offseason, I would argue. They'll go further beyond that, but I would maintain that if that was where you just saw the Seahawks team's laser focus in, I could see us at 14-2. With our schedule next year, I could see us at 14-2. Big tight ends, and Russell likes to throw the big tight ends, but they do. They're easier to see. You feel better about throwing them passes because you got that big body to throw to, and it's easier to throw it away from the defender then at that point, especially if you get a hands catcher like the Ravens got down there. They've got a couple of guys that can really go get it. And it seems like you can go find those tight ends. The OJ Howards, the David Njokus, they're going to be available on the market. And they're players with some depressed value. They're good players that just aren't in the right system. And that's just the type of player you'd like to pick up in a trade, as a guy who's just not being utilized correctly on his current team. Yeah, John, I think Josh Gordon will be back. If I was to make a prediction, I'd say you look for it to be like a 1 year, $1.5 million deal. He comes in after like week 8 because the suspension will probably clear at that point. Maybe it clears all the way through if the marijuana policy changes this offseason, which is potential with the new collective bargaining agreement that's coming into place. So absolutely, that I would look for him to be coming back. Sign a couple of defensive linemen, Team 12s. I'd like to trade for or sign a couple of defensive linemen. We are really, really, really undermanned right now. Don't forget, we are going to lose Quentin Jefferson in free agency. Not that that's a huge loss, but it is a loss nonetheless. Clowney still is only 26 years old. He came in the league really, really young. So he's a guy with still a lot of tread left on those tires. I wouldn't say you'd want to let him go right now because of age. If you want to let him go, it's because he's going to go break the bank. And somebody's going to pay him $30 million a year. I don't think it's likely to happen that something like that's going to happen, but every year we do see the free agent period. We do see some kind of big deal break the market from what it was prior, be it the quarterback or be it a defensive player. So there could be a team that comes out there with a load of cap space and they see Clowney as that missing centerpiece that they want to bring to their defense, and they just throw all that money at him. And I don't think Seattle's signing him at $27.5 to $30 million per a year. Not likely to happen. I think he's likely to re-sign with Seattle, but that would be the one thing that could keep him from not re-signing. Dylan, I go back and forth with Odell Beckham. He has a sensational talent. He'd be a perfect fit for Russell Wilson because he would get the opportunity to play with a quarterback who can play off scripts, which I think will get the most out of Odell Beckham, where you're not just having the initial play and the initial route, but okay, the play's broken down and now he can use his quickness and speed to get into his secondary routes and Russell to find him then. I think that would be a great fit between the two of them. The place I wonder with Odell, though, is that does he love football? Is he all in? And the Seahawks slap that sign every time they go into practice or a game, all in. Is he really all in? Does he like being a football player or does he love playing football? And that's the question I have with Odell, which I don't have a good answer for, but that would make me hesitant. If I could maybe get him on a real low trade, then I would be open to it, but not huge assets. If he goes, there's our main on our line. Ruben had a pick in the game. Oh yeah. Okay. Jonathan Salazar. Yeah. The Steeler game that we played at home. That was Doug Baldwin had the catch for like 80 yards at the end, broke the 80-yard run, I think, at the end. That was the Jimmy Graham, where Jimmy Graham was finally really coming into it, coming into his own with the Seahawks in that Steeler game. Like that was back-to-back is off that one in the Carolina Panther game where he just had a ton of catches and yards with Russell. And then what happened that game, he blew out his ligament. I think he blew out his knee and the ligament in his knee in that Steeler game. But that is still a great game. That one went right down to the wire. It was a shootout too. So a great suggestion on that one. I'll put that down on the list as well. 16-0 or Patriots. For me, it's the Patriots. How would you rather go? 16-0 49ers or Patriots? For me, it's Patriots. I don't want to see the 49ers go 16-0. If that fan base wins a title, we already have to hear about nonstop the titles from the 80s, right? Like they squawk about that shit right now nonstop. If they win now again and with Richard on the it's never going to be never ending. And it's just I don't know. Patriots can win another one. I don't care about that. Not that that's a problem. Now we got the Niners to worry about, but yeah, Carl, you nail it on the head. This is why I'm hesitant to say full-on Russell Wilson needs to be put into a spread formation attack and allowed to throw the ball over the football field and stop being a running team. I will never say that. And the reason I won't say that is a couple different reasons. Number one, Russell Wilson is an awesome quarterback, Hall of Fame, in his prime, first ballot, all pro. He's tremendous. But there are limitations to his game due to his size. There are throws that he struggles to make that other quarterbacks can make with ease because they're taller. And Carl nearly just hit it the head on one where it's, throwing to the flat. One of the reasons you see Russell struggling to throw to running backs in the flat is because you got those big defensive ends on either side of him that are lined up this high over the top of him, and he can't see and he can't get the ball over the top to them. Drag routes, short drag routes underneath are also plays that he struggles to throw at. Traditional screens. Russell drops back. Do you notice the Seahawks don't run a lot of screen to the running back, right? They'll run the bubble screens or something outline, but they don't do the traditional screen. And you saw this in the first game with Kyler Murray. The Cardinals learned this as well on the interception that Clowney had in the first game. There was 3 times they tried in that first game against the Seahawks to run the traditional screen. It didn't work because you can't take a short cornerback, have the free rushers coming at him, and expect him to be able to throw the ball over the top of those defenders. So there's always going to be certain throws that Russell can't throw within the context of this offense, which will always have me leaning back to needing a strong running game. But he should still be throwing more than he is. He should still be giving more opportunity than he is. Like I said, I go more the 55% pass to the 45% run, as opposed to right now it's the 55% run, 45% pass. So that's at least how it kind of feels. There is rumors out there, John Reynolds, about Henry. The outgoing rumor out there is that Seattle may target Henry in a trade, and I would hate to see that. But there is the rumor mill out there turning that the Titans aren't going to sign him, that he would be traded. Seattle would then trade for him. And I would not like to see that at all. At all. You do not pay running backs in this modern age. You just don't do it. And you certainly don't trade for them a ton of draft assets and then sign them in addition to that, which is what you would have to do. 1 year, $11 million deal. Boy, the Cardinals have paid Larry Fitzgerald. They have done very right by Larry Fitzgerald as far as financially speaking goes throughout his career. That guy must have made nearly $300 million in salary, and it seems like they're always paying him at the top of the market. Good on the Cardinals for showing him that kind of loyalty. I'll tell you this, he beat the hell out of us up in that second game. He was vintage Fitzgerald in that second game against us at home. And that guy has just destroyed the Seahawks over the years. I can't help but think that some of the problems that we've had with AZ recently has been the fact that Fitzgerald he used to beat the doors off of Marcus Trufant. I mean, Marcus had no chance against him, right? Because Marcus was sticky in coverage, but with no ball skills. So he'd be right there on Larry, and Larry'd be like, "That's great. You're an inch away from me." And he'd still catch it. It was rough. What's up, Nathaniel? Thanks for coming back. The worst move the Seahawks could make. The worst move the Seahawks could make would be to stand pat, collect picks, try to utilize only free agency in order to go out and restock this team. And then end up just trying to trading back and using your 11 picks. And then you'll end up releasing draft picks that are high picks at that point because you have a very deep team. And I don't like going into free agency because when you go and sign a free agent, you've had a guy who's been working towards free agency, working for free agency. He's been working out hard. He's been doing everything he can. He gets to that free agent year and he makes that money. You just don't tend to see those guys playing at that same level after signing that contract in free agency. That's why I want to see him to make the trade with a guy that you don't have any bonus money on because you're putting them in more of the prove it situation. You don't let them get comfortable at that point. You know, the 42-13 massacre of the Niners in 2012. I could maybe do that one. That wouldn't be a bad one, Cameron. I just did a 49er Great Seahawk Moment video, so I might lend away from that one because I just did one in the 2013, and I'm thinking about for the 2012, the 2 back-to-back 50-point games that happened right around that time period too, because I think that was more of the bigger achievement is that you not only scored 50 points in back-to-back games, you shut the opponent out in both of those 2 games as well, back-to-back. That's an achievement that's never been done in NFL history. So I think it's interesting there with that. I think we should trade Carson for Chubb. Maybe, but I think Dalen, why does the Cleveland make that deal? They've got a more healthier player and a better player in Chubb. Why would they trade for Carson? And you don't have to pay Chubb yet. He's still only in the 3rd year. He's going into the 3rd year of his rookie deal, so he doesn't get to be paid until next offseason. Yeah, that's why I don't pay Carson this year, Dylan. If I'm pronounced Dalen, sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong. I don't pay Carson this year because of the fumble problem. I like how he runs. He's solid, but here's the bottom line for him. 2 of his 3 years have been cut short due to injury. And he fumbles a whole lot, too much, like not just a little bit too much, but way too much. Those factors on, I already don't want to pay a running back as it is. You start bringing in those deficiencies into it, and it's a no-show for me. I'll let him run out through his original deal, and then he can go into free agency and let somebody else sign him at that point. Thanks, D Nugget, man. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, Carl, the penny pick didn't make a lot of sense to me at the time either. And, if you want to know the irony of why they went for Penny instead of Chubb, Penny didn't miss one game due to injury throughout his college career. And a lot of the reason that we picked Penny at the time we did, of course, is because Carson had his season cut short to injury. We just gotten over a couple of years of seeing our running backs get the hell beat out of them, where you had guys like Marshawn Lynch's and Thomas Rawls and Eddie Lacy's. And you had at one point, you're going into a playoff game with DeJuan Harris as your starting running back. So Carroll thought, okay, look, he saw Chubb and he goes, Chubb fits my mold, right? But Chubb was coming off the ACL tear. And Chubb hadn't looked necessarily as dynamic since the ACL tear. So he's looking at it from this standpoint. He goes, okay, I'm going to go with the guy that's going to be healthier and solid and who will be more available. Well, what's happened since Penny's come along? He's got the broken hand. He's had a hamstring injury. Now he's got this torn ACL. Hold on, let me get my phone here. Sorry about that. But so it's been interesting that blew back up in their face. Chubb was the guy that fit for what Carroll wanted, right? He wants Marshawn Lynch. He wants Chris Carson. Chubb is right in that mold. It just exactly that type of mold of running back. It was, again, they sometimes overthink things. They get cute. They overthink it. They don't just kind of go down where they should go. They kind of go in these gray areas where it's like, I don't know why you guys went that route when you're not being true to what you say. We want to be true to ourselves and who we are and how we are, but then you go outside of it for this guy that, again, in Penny, he's a dynamic talent, but they're not utilizing him right because Carroll's got his mold, his Marshawn Lynch mold of running back that he's infatuated with. He wants those guys running up the middle hard, grinding yards up the middle, finishing runs. It's just not Penny's game, man. He's an outside runner. This is why Detroit has tried to trade for him twice, because Detroit looks at him and they goes, you guys aren't using him right. You're hammering him up the middle and using him off zone read up the middle. Get him to the edges. Let him go outside. And I don't know why they won't use him in that way better, in that mold, that even misusing Penny as they have. He still is averaging over 5 yards a carry, but I still, the Chubb pick was who I thought they should have gone with at the time. Didn't understand why. I didn't want to see him draft a running back anyway in the first round, but if you're going to draft a running back, pick the one that fits your system. Dalen, I did a video on Sean Alexander, buddy. Look through my videos. I've got one. It's called Sean Alexander Breaks Through. So take a look at that one. It doesn't have a ton of views. I don't think as many people are as aware of that one. So I don't think people have a lot of love for Sean as much as maybe I do. Yeah, Shane, you're absolutely right. The thing I would argue with you on the Frank Clark, though, is that's not a free agent deal. Frank Clark is a trade that he then signed. And one thing I would say with that is that a guy gets to free agency in the first place because a team didn't see him as valuable enough to re-sign him. And that wasn't the case with Clark. And that is the case with some free agents that go out there. The prior team didn't see enough in you to franchise you or to re-sign you. And that in itself is probably an indicator about maybe the level of effort or about the type of player that you're potentially getting then, Yeah, Thomas Rawls, the 1-year wonder. I think that injury he sustained, breaking his leg, sometimes these guys get injuries that truly change them, and they're not the same players. And in lower leg injuries, it absolutely can turn out to be the case that it changes what you are. And Rawls was already a guy who was like, look, he's undrafted. You brought him in as a guy who was never picked, and he wasn't picked for a reason, where there was maybe some questions about his explosiveness and size and stuff like that kind of came to bear. On meth, meeting a little girl, and Carroll hates him. Carl, you could be onto something. I've heard there's whispers about some oddity with Thomas Rawls. And Carroll was asked about it at one point and was like, someday that story, we'll get the story out on that, or someday that'll be learned or something with that. So you could be onto something with that. It was odd at how fast he fell off. Where he had such a great season and he just was a shell of himself after that. I don't know. Don't know, but it makes sense if it was meth. I mean, that would do it. There's one thing that'll stop a player's career. It's a meth problem. Brandon Browner is in jail right now, I believe, for attempted murder. Yeah, he broke into a house and, he poor guy with that. But that's a little bit of, this is a thing to think about with the Seattle. When they came in the door, they were going after big cornerbacks, and nobody had big cornerbacks in the NFL at that time. So Seattle had their pick of the litter. So they could get the Richard Shermans in the 5th round. They go get a guy like Brandon Browner from the CFL, who is the best cornerback in the CFL, but in the NFL, everybody's going, he's too big. Yeah, he had a great college career. Yes, he's a good talent. Yes, he's physical, but you can't have a guy 6'3", 6'4" out of cornerback. He'll get burned up. And Seattle was on the cutting edge at that time and bringing in those kind of cornerbacks. But then people started to replicate what Seattle was doing, and it's no longer cutting edge. So you don't have your pick of the litter anymore. It's again where you walk in the door as you're innovative and you're new and you're doing something not everybody else is doing, but then you just keep staying the same for 10 years and never really changing outside of that, and you stop being innovative. Oh, he's not in prison, Nathaniel? My bad. I thought he was in jail. I'm sorry, Brandon Browner. I take that back then. Carl, yeah, you're thinking of don't they call him like what was the name that he had? He had like the silverback, I think is what the name they called him back in college. You're thinking of, he's the guy he slapped Sherman a few years ago after the game. So he'd be great. The problem with making a trade for him is he's a pure left tackle. So who are you going to move, Dwayne or him over to right tackle? And then, who's going to accept that at that point, making that move into that position? But he's a tremendous left tackle. The Redskins screwed that situation up with him. He is getting a little bit older, but left tackles can play till they're 35, 36. We've seen it with Whitworth and Brown and more guys. So Jason Peters with the Philadelphia Eagles. So, that guy's probably going to go to somebody else, though. Somebody's going to probably pay a good bit of cost for that because he's legitimately a good left tackle. Yeah, I think Browners is in prison. I'm not sure. I could be wrong, but I thought he was in prison. He might be released, but he was at one time. He was under some very serious charges recently about something. Yeah, Max Unger. Yeah. Well, and I think, again, you made the Max Unger deal not just because from his talent standpoint, that's coming off the Super Bowl loss where you didn't have a red zone target to go to. They wanted to get a red zone target to help Russell out. And when you look at Max Unger, he was breaking down a lot in his time through us playing here at the Seahawks. He missed a lot of time due to injury, and they just looked at him and they go, is this guy going to continue to be more healthier or less healthier? And they were paying him at top of the market rate at center as well. I think it all factored into why they ended up moving on with Jimmy Graham with that. And I don't necessarily hate that deal because I don't know that Unger plays the same for us that he played for the Saints in that type of offense that he was playing for with them. Being that was going to a little bit more of a pass happy attack. Yeah, Leighton Vander Esch is having neck surgery. That guy's career is looking to have gotten, a guy that he got picked. Everybody gave the Cowboys crap for it. Boise State outside linebacker had a freaking awesome rookie year, but that injury, the neck injury, could be a career-threatening injury based on what I've heard. And like somebody just mentioned about Cam Chancellor and Cliff Averill, you break the wrong thing back there, it seems like. Something gets torqued wrong back there in the wrong way and it shows up on the MRI, your day is done. Like there's no end all. There is no like, well, we'll just give it some time. Like with Cam and Cliff, it was pretty much instantaneous that they said their career's done. They didn't wait it out. There was none. It was like, nope. It's a kind of injury that they just can't. They take too many risks by staying out on the field if they're going to try to play through it. Yeah, neck injuries, strength and conditioning coaches, man. I guess they have the same kind of injuries happen. I'd wonder if it's the same strength and conditioning coach. They've had some of those other neck problems there with the Cowboys too. So I think Romo had a neck injury. It's odd. These guys got all the cutting edge money and trainers and all that stuff. You'd think that they would. I think some of it though was the fact that they can't practice these guys as much and they're on their own so often. You see these injuries go up because they just don't get them year round to train them. And so these guys left to their own devices don't train the same way. And I think it leads to more injuries. Yeah, Cliff broke Romo's back. But I think Romo had neck injuries in his time as well. He had a few injuries. Romo's definitely got beat up during his time with the Cowboys. So I think we've got a plan in place for this offseason. From my standpoint, you stick to your offensive lines. You try to stay out of the free agent game. You delve into some trades if you can make it. I'm willing to move those draft picks that we have, even the high round picks and separate deals in order to bring the talent in and bring salary in that we don't have to put bonus money into future years. I hope that they go that route instead of trying to delve into free agency and make that the way we win this thing. Yep. That injury to Romo definitely facilitated the Dak pick. But now the Cowboys are in a weird situation because they got to pay Dak and they've waited a year too late. See, if they signed Dak last year, they still had him on the rookie deal. And the key on that is that you've got his last year of his rookie base. So you can take all that bonus money and just apply it on the first rookie year. You still got the last of his rookie year and then just the bonus money, which lowers the first year of that cap. He got out of that rookie deal now, though, and they're going to have to sign him all the way through or franchise him or whatever. So now there's no way to massage the numbers and move them around. They're going to have to go all the way on Dak, and they've been handing out a lot of contracts there the last few years to the defensive end that they got, to Jalen Smith, their linebacker there, and their offensive line, of course, has got a ton of money invested. They're going to end up into some problems there from a salary cap standpoint. The Cowboys will. I wouldn't be surprised. They got a lot of money to spend, but it's going to get eaten up real quickly for them. I have to keep one of those three. Like, I don't want to keep, I guess I'll keep Hill because I don't trust anything in Tedrick at all. At least with Hill, he's more of a strong safety than free safety. So that when he gets broken, it's going to be on a 14, 15-yard route on a tight end, as opposed to Tedrick Thompson, who when he gets beat, it's going to be on a deep play over the top that he's supposed to be protecting on. So I would go in that route. I do play some Madden. I haven't played as much. The game just hasn't improved enough over the years for me. And there's so many bugs, and it plays the same every season. They just slap on different rosters. So it's harder for me to play it, significantly more. I tend to lean to other games myself. Who do we trade for? The guy that I'd like to see Seattle trade for, if I could just go out and pick a guy and a feasible trade that I think could happen potentially that I would love to see, would be to go get Quentin Nelson from the Indianapolis Colts. If that doesn't happen, then I would lean back to a guy like Von Miller. I'd like to see him make a big splash move like that for one of those two guys. Yeah, Carl, I do have Madden 20, and it is pretty good. I do like it all right. So I've enjoyed it here and there when I get into play it. I don't get as much time this last year with this channel taking up kind of some of the free time. So it's been a little bit restricted for me, but they've done okay. I'm an Xbox guy for years. Cameron, I don't know the Indianapolis Colts would be. This is a little bit of, for me, a logic experiment I'm putting into place because I'm anticipating that the Colts need to address their quarterback situation. Jacoby Brissett only has 1 year deal left on his contract. He's a guy that it seems very limited as a starting quarterback in this league. They have a great team there. They've got a lot of parts and pieces in place, not just on the offensive side of the ball, but the defensive side of the ball too. They need a quarterback badly, and the only way they're going to get a quarterback is by assembling first-round picks and jumping up in the first round, because I don't see the Indianapolis Colts going out there and picking Andy Dalton up in free agency and saying, this is our answer. So if you look at that line, they've got a great center. They got good tackles. They could potentially lose alignment on that offensive line and be okay, especially if it is to go get a quarterback. And Quentin Nelson would be the guy who I would look to go make a trade and pick him up if I could. Don't know that he will, and it's unlikely to happen, but I would sure love to see them be aggressive with that type of deal and try to make a trade for him. Cameron, I would normally think he would be untouchable as well, but the thing to consider with this is that they have a very good the rest of their offensive line is very good. They've re-signed Glowinski to a deal. They've got the center from Alabama there, Costanzo, their left tackle. They've got a very good offensive line, but they need a quarterback. They don't need an offensive line. They need a quarterback right now desperately. Where are they going to get that guy? They're picking about 17, 18 or so, I think, in this draft. There's not going to be a quarterback there for them at that pick. The only way you're going to be able to do it is to move up. And you're not going to be able to move up unless you get picks. You're not going to get picks unless you assemble them. Who else do they have that's going to be trade value that they could bring in to return those kind of picks? Yeah, EA doesn't update their stuff enough. It's competition. NBA 2K is running into the same thing as Madden is in this respect. There's nobody out there pushing them. So they no competition. The game can come out crappy and people are still going to buy it. And that's been a lot of why I've kind of eased away from that game, is that they don't seem like much like Pete Carroll's defense, they just want to stand pat and keep doing what they're doing. But yeah, Cameron, I think that they would be open to trading him if you're going to offer him a king salary. I'd offer 2 first-round picks for Quentin Nelson. You've not seen, I think, a left guard in this league ever traded for 2 first-round picks, so you would set a new market for Indianapolis. You'd instantly give him ammunition to go get a quarterback then at that point, and I think it'd be feasible with that price that you could get him pulled over to us, and I'd be willing to make the deal. He might be untouchable. Again, this is a logic experiment, right? I'm not saying I know this is going to go down for sure, but this would be a move that, I think if you make the call to Indianapolis, I know that Schneider and the Indianapolis general manager have a great relationship. They've made trades in the past. I could see it potentially happening if Indianapolis got a little bit desperate and trying to go get a quarterback, because there's not going to be a guy available in free agency. There's not going to be a guy available in a trade. You're not going to look at Marcus Mariota and go, okay, he's going to be that much better over Jacoby Brissett. So the only way you're going to get it is in the draft. And there are a couple of quarterbacks, but they're all going to be picked in the top 10, most likely. I would trade for Von Miller. Absolutely. If I can't make a deal for Nelson, then Von Miller's probably my number 2 deal. So I would absolutely look at him. He'd probably cost you a lot less than Quentin Nelson would. And I do think the Broncos are going to look at moving him. I absolutely do think they're going to look at moving him. I know he's a legend in Denver, but Denver's got some retooling to do. They're nowhere close. So he could get them some assets. We did draft Glowinski. Yeah, we did. He's turned into a very good guard for the Indianapolis Colts. And they signed him to a multi-year deal, so he's not going anywhere there. Yeah, the Glowinski thing, here's the problem with Glowinski. This is the Tom Cable problem, right? Tom Cable wanted guys that could run block. He didn't like guys that could pass protect, and that's really all they could do, or they couldn't run block as well as they could pass protect. So if you were a pass protector but couldn't run block, you got into his doghouse, and that's where Glowinski fell into. Is he could pass protect, but he just couldn't open those holes up that Cable wanted to see. So he had to go. And I agree with you. It would have been interesting to have him here, but again, I don't know if he'd be a good fit here even now, because we're still trying to run the ball as much as we're trying to run. Anthony Costanzo is a 2020 free agent. Shane, do we know for sure that they're not going to apply the franchise tag to him? Yeah, mobile games are trash. I refuse to play mobile games. I can't do it. Let's go Dragons, Cappy. I'm down. I'm interested in what this XFL offers, man. I mean, the hard hits have been legislated out of the game of football here now, and they're going to allow them back in, it seems like, in this league to a degree. So, I'll if not cheer, I'll definitely be watching with an interesting eye. More football isn't a bad thing for me, man. And if the Dragons get big, I'll include them in the Hawks Nest. We'll call it the Hawks Nest Dragon Show. How does that sound? 2 dragons. Kaysen Williams was a guy that had a great preseason, and Seattle ended up cutting him. Didn't get in, couldn't fall along with anybody else. This was a 5-star recruit who I think just could never really get past the injuries that he ended up suffering. And I think it took away a bit of his explosiveness that he had in high school, and it just wasn't, he was never kind of the same player, I think. So now you're not going to bring Kaysen back. He's retired, and I think he's done. The Hawks and Drag Show. We got to be careful. I don't want to get put on that algorithm. I put Drag Show. I'm going to be bringing in subscribers I don't know if I necessarily want to be bringing in. It could get real weird with that type of title. But no, the Dragons thing has got me interested. I'm open to it, man. I like if it's entertaining and they bring some of the stuff that's been taken out of the NFL that allows it to be back to the physicality that I really did love about old school NFL football, then I will absolutely be watching every single one of the games. And there's room for it, especially with baseball basically shooting itself in the head at every turn now. Between steroids and cheating, it's like they seem insistent on wanting to kill their own sport. So let's get another sport in the spring, I guess, huh? No, the AAF fell apart because it was slapdash put together. The one thing I'll give XFL credit for in this is that they have slowly put this league together, and they've taken lessons learned from past football leagues that have fallen apart or died out. It at least seems that they have. They're trying to take these extra steps to really make it a quality product that they're bringing out there. And whereas it looked like AAF was just like, let's try to get another thing up there as quick as we can. And they just they didn't even have the money. I mean, like they were bankrupt almost a week into their existence. So yeah, the Mariners blow, but I'll tell you, with this Houston Astros scandal that breaks, baseball has just taken the last 30 years, baseball has done step after step to just kill itself as a sport. And it's sad to watch. it go down because the steroids started out, the PEDs, and then it got into stuff like the analytics got in, which just slowed the game down. Everybody tried to get a walk or a strikeout, which stopped balls being put in play. Just, man, the sport is in real shitty shape right now. Not really a soccer guy, man. Nathaniel, I've just never really gotten into, for some reason, soccer can't do it for me. I think the flopping eventually just, I can't do the flopping. I can't. This latest scandal makes me think, Cameron, that baseball is in danger in the next 50 years as a sport of being minimized to a point that it falls behind hockey. It falls behind potentially another, like even MMA or something potentially, with some of these things that have gone on. Every turn that happens in that sport seems to be for the negative. The game slows down. You get 4-hour games, the walks, like I said, the strikeouts, the analytic approaches now, and now you get the cheating coming in. And not just cheating, but some of the most advanced cheating I have ever heard of in sports. They're talking about these guys having buzzers under their uniforms, indicating to them the pitch and where it's going to be at. I mean, you're not just talking about stealing a sign from second base now. You're talking about, I don't know. I think it's getting a little bit into that shady point where it's like you're going to lose fans out the door in droves. Yeah, I just can't get on with the soccer thing. I've tried, man. As a sport, the back and forth, and hockey's a little bit the same way for me. Maybe I'll learn to love it. I mean, we're getting that hockey team in here and maybe it'll be awesome, but I can't quite get my head wrapped around the sport quite yet. I'd rather see us get a basketball team back in, though basketball is a lot like, same thing with Major League Baseball, where it's changed so much as a sport. It's not exactly what it used to be. And it seems like at times it's a little lesser as a product versus what it used to be back in the day when they used to play defense. Yeah, Cappy, I'm pretty much done with baseball myself, and watching the league right now sweep this scandal under the rug and try to protect the players, try to protect the league overall else, rather than getting the truth out, has been really the most disappointing part, because they don't seem to, you go back to the Black Sox scandal that happened 100 years ago, and they basically, guys like Shoeless Joe Jackson couldn't be back in baseball for the rest of their lives, couldn't be eligible for the Hall of Fame, all the other stuff. Now you have guys who are actively cheating in the sport every single game that they play on every year, and it's basically improved for the last 3 years, and they're getting essentially what I would consider a slap on the wrist as far as a penalty goes. Who is the Hawks' biggest rival of all time? Astro players better. Those guys should be, Altuve should be given an indefinite ban right now, in my opinion. But we'll see. They've been protecting him. Carl, I don't know if I'd go with the Raiders. You've made the transition into the NFC West now, and I know that you've got the old AFC West foes that are there, the Broncos and the Chiefs and the Chargers. I would probably lend back to the 49ers at this point as the Seahawks' biggest rival. And the reason being is that few year period there where you were the biggest sporting, I don't think there's ever been a time when Seattle and their biggest rival throughout their history can say that this team that we're the rival in is the biggest rivalry in the sport. So for instance, for a while there, you had the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Baltimore Ravens that was the biggest rivalry game whenever those two teams played, right? That was the one that was like everybody, it didn't matter what fan of what team were, you're going to watch it because you knew it was going to be just an absolute slugfest. But what we had with the Niners and the Seahawks for a 3 or 4 year period there was the whole rest of the NFL sort of acknowledged these guys are these are the two big bullies on the block, and these are the guys that this is the rivalry game to watch. And so I'd put the Niners in that scope for that reason, I think. I played just a smidge of high school football to a degree, Cameron. My biggest problem was that I wasn't very fast. I couldn't jump very high. I wasn't particularly really strong. So it was a little bit of an uphill battle for me where, I stand about 6 feet tall, so not really a big guy. And I went to Kamiak High School actually in Mukilteo, if any of you know of that area. We were a new high school at the time, but we had like 2,400 people. So there was quite a few. I mean, it seemed like we had about everybody in our, on the football team seemed like they were all 6'4", 250. So wasn't able to do it, but just I've loved football for years, man. I've studied the sport as deeply as you can study it from afar, I feel like. And I just love it. Curtis 1-9 last year. Okay. Hey, what are you going to do? These kids are on their cell phones anymore. They're just not as into the training. Well, I think our numbers here are just about to dip down here. So I think we will. We're 3.5 hours into this stream. I don't know where you guys are standing at. If you guys want to keep going, we can kind of keep going here along. Is there anything that you guys feel like we needed to cover? I haven't gone over, or you guys are kind of interested in, maybe thinking about or turning over in mind? Bring it up right now. Let's drive into it a little bit. Please keep going. Okay, I'll keep going, man. I don't mind. Like I said, I got nothing going on, so I got nowhere to be. Let me get a little more coffee, though. I'm gonna be right back. It's all good, Jonathan. I told you I'm gonna be rolling, man. I like to make these things go as long as I can on it. I enjoy the hell out of doing this. If I could do this daily, guys, I'd do a daily Seahawk radio show. If I was to say like long-term goals, I'm gonna try to eventually, and I don't think that there's enough right now at the subscriber base because like I was talking about earlier, I think most people have kind of come to the channel through the Great Seahawk Moment videos and some of the Hawk Nest episodes. So they want to see some of that stuff. But I do think eventually I would like to do an hour-long live stream, like radio show kind of thing. So we're eventually going to transition into something like that where we can just daily go over Seahawk news, kind of have some interactions and stuff as we go into the off season, especially as we get closer to, the free agency period and the draft. Have a good one, Nathaniel. Thank you for hanging in there with us. I appreciate it, brother. For the past 2 years, in my opinion, I've gained a lot in the same amount of knowledge and go on. That's awesome here, Team 12s. The more you learn about football, to me, the more interesting it gets. The more you get into the real big details of it and the chess match that is at play, that's where it starts to get into different levels of entertainment for me, where you really can enjoy it on a lot of different levels. We're not just watching the players and their athleticism, but watching the coaches and the way that they're moving those players around. That's the place where, to me, football really does separate itself, where coaches in other sports have a minimal amount of impact, or a little more minimal amount compared to the coaches in the NFL. Do I think we trade for O.J. Howard this offseason? I think he's a potential. He's going to be a target. They looked at him at the trade deadline with Tampa Bay, and the indicators that I got was that Tampa Bay was looking to get more for O.J. than we were willing to trade away for him. I don't know if that was they wanted a first and we were only willing to give a second, or it was second to third, but he will be a target. And Tampa Bay will be looking to move him because Tampa Bay needs to get some assets back. And Bruce Arians does not know how to use a tight end. He didn't use a tight end in Arizona. He didn't use a tight end really in Indianapolis when he was the head coach for a year for them there and is an offensive coordinator. So it's just not a position he lends towards using. Yeah, I did see AB's video. I think it's interesting that AB seems to be getting a pass on using the word cracker at every turn. It seems every other video I hear with him, he's calling somebody a cracker. Be it Mike Mayock, who is a tremendously respected individual in the league. I don't know how he kind of thinks he's going to get away, keep doing it, rolling this, but I think he's done in the league. I do. I think he's gone way too far. I thought when he did the text message and he was with New England and there was that subtle text message where he included the woman that was suing him, and it was like a little jab towards a little threat, a little soft threat to her, and he was willing to text that out. I thought he pretty much killed his career at that moment. And sad, dude. It's sad. I don't have too many blows to the head or what it would be. Cameron, absolutely. I would absolutely, if 710 or 950 came a call into me and said, you want to do a radio show every day and talk sports, Seattle sports, Seahawks sports, I would do it in a heartbeat. I love doing this. My father was a radio morning host. So in radio, so it runs in the blood a little bit, you could say. Yeah, Shane, I know all those YouTubers you mentioned. They're all really, really good. So yeah, Corbin's really good. I love Corbin's stuff that he does with the all 22 footage. So he shows you a lot of the sky high views. If you're looking for learning and understanding schematically on what Seattle's doing and players are doing, Corbin Smith stuff with the Hawk Maven is great. Hawk Blogger stuff catches, he does a good job at just capturing kind of the news that's going on daily and being in that. And Norbcam's kind of the entertainment guy, right? He does a lot of the skits and the music videos and the stuff like that. They're all very good. So they're very nice with it. And Carl, that's where I don't want to get with it. If I do this and I do it normally, I don't want it to be in a position where I cancel it. I would do it on the norm. The nice thing with me is that with my job, I work from home. So if I do the daily radio show like that, I would be able to pretty much consistently get it up. But again, like the poll only showed, we only got 60-40 right now in the poll that I posed to people. So it didn't look like a lot of my subscribers wanted it. I don't want to lose people because I'm hitting them with something that they don't want from a content standpoint. Oh, Team 12, man, I appreciate that. That means a lot to me, man. I'm going to keep working this as hard as I can to keep it improving and keep it getting better and better as we go. Because that's my goal on this, is I just want to keeping the content as top as I can. I'm not as much about trying to kick out as many videos as I can or as much content. I want it to be quality content that I kick out above all else, even if it takes a little bit more time to get it out to you guys. Cameron, you came in at a great time to watch football, buddy. I'll tell you what. 2012, I came in it in the 80s when we were still somewhat of a fresh franchise, an expansion. And we didn't have good ownership. The team, we were very dedicated to our team. The fan base was dedicated back then, but it was years of things being run ineptly from an ownership standpoint, which just killed the team until finally Paul Allen came in and saved the day for us, which is where you got to enter in. And he really changed the whole spectrum of the NFL in Seattle. Absolutely saved the sport here, and not just saved the sport, but created a winner, and a legitimate winner every year with the moves that he made. Yeah, Cappy, I think CTE is legitimate in AB's case. He just seems got that there seems something there mentally as a problem. Wow, Jonathan, thank you so much, brother, for the $4.99 donation. I appreciate it, man. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, Seahawks Maven is Corbin. Corbin Smith, Seahawks Maven. I might have said that weird, but yeah, but he's very good at what he does. Retired from Army at 32, man. Thank you for your service. I appreciate it. Yeah, teams 12s. I think I want to stay with the quality over content here. I think a lot of times YouTubers get caught up in trying to get as much as they can out, because when you're especially on the low end where I am on the monetization, there's not a lot of money to be made really. So you've got to kind of grind through this low. And so you try to just kick a ton of content out, but I think I'm going to overwhelm you guys as an audience and get repetitive and all that stuff, which is not where I want to go with this. I want everything to be top notch, top notch for what I'm sending out to you guys here. Yeah, Carl, I was never a huge Matt Hasselbeck fan as well. And it was a thing that I never understand with coaches that are offensive mastermind coaches when they short sell them on the quarterback. You'd think if I'm a mastermind, I'm going to want to do what Andy Reid did, where he goes and gets a Patrick Mahomes, right? Gets a guy that is just got all the talent in the world that he gets to utilize and optimize. And the thing with Matt was that he was talent deficient. He didn't have the greatest deep ball. He didn't have a ton of arm strength. He was not the most mobile guy. And he was accurate, but then he had an issue to me at times where if you had a 15-yard route, he would throw everything like a 95-mile-an-hour fastball, and it led to receivers having a problem with catching passes and drops. Matt was a solid quarterback, a very good quarterback, but he had his limitations, and those limitations really showed when you had a team that was trying to build itself around the offensive side of the ball. Thanks again for that, Jonathan. I appreciate that. That's all good, Cameron. This thing right now is not me expecting anybody to do donations or anything like that. If you don't have it, especially, I don't want anybody making any donations in that respect. Just watch the content, like the comment, tell your friends about me. If you guys aren't subscribed, please do subscribe. You're doing that. You're doing as much as I could ever ask for. I think, and we've gotten 2,000 subscribers in a year here. I think if we just keep staying in a pocket, if I keep staying in the pocket and keep just trying to just do what I'm doing, I think we're going to be just fine as far as subs and all that stuff will take care of itself. Damn it, Carl. I do watch the Pat McAfee show. I think it's I like watching the show because it's always great when you can get a player that was in this league and his perspective on things, because it's always unique, and we sometimes think how we think it is in the locker room and behind the scenes, but it tends to be a lot differently than what we think it is. So he gives a lot of great perspective on that, and he's a very funny guy too. So I like the combination that he provides in that respect. He gives a lot. He gives a lot of good information too when you watch it. You got to pay attention to the details of what he's saying, but he will always kind of slip in a couple of things that are very, very interesting in that respect. Yeah, Matt Hasselbeck, boy, I struggled with him for years because he would have those games where he'd light up and put up good stats, but man, you just knew watching him, the guy was limited, just kind of limited as a quarterback. Carl, hopefully you didn't have to serve too much overseas. I had a brother who had to do three tours in Iraq. That was brutal. But yeah, Maven Corbin is really good. He's a little dry over there, but he is very good with the knowledge. And he knows his stuff. He understands exactly what he's talking about. And if you're looking for why the schematic holes exist with Seattle, go watch some of his videos and some of his stuff where he really kind of harps on some of this stuff. You can really get a good idea of why things don't always work as they should, or why certain things do work as they shouldn't well from the scheme standpoint. It's not all bad with the Seahawks. It's not all just horrific. It's just that the detractions we have are the things that hold us back. 15 months. Yeah, you Army guys got those nice long tours, man. Jeez. And my brother was Marines. I think they only stick him at 12 months when he went. Hell yeah, Cameron. Go Sonics, man. Go Sonics. Someday we'll get them back. It might take another 10 or 15 years, but my prediction for next season as it stands right now, without Seattle making any moves this offseason, I'm going to go ahead and anticipate that they make some really awesome moves just for the fact that they have so much ammunition to make those moves. You're going to have 10, 11 draft picks. You're going to have $75 to $80 million once you cut a couple players away. Combine all that together in one big satchel. Even if you fuck it up, you should still go out there and get some very good players to be bringing in onto what you already have. You're not really going to be losing that much out the door. And we're not going to be playing the number one ranked strength of schedule this season. Like, let's not all of us forget this for just one moment. We played the toughest schedule in the entire NFL this year. That's not going to duplicate itself next year. Granted, our division's still going to be very good, and they're going to win a lot of games. So it's still going to be a very tough strength of schedule. But I think we have Atlanta on the schedule, Minnesota on the schedule as our outside of the fixed opponents. I see us really getting to a 14-2 place next season. I really do. I think they're going to make those moves. The schedule will be easier. And I think DK another year step forward. I just think they're into that mode where they'll be there. Yeah, the schedule next year is just set up to be is set up. It's just I think you're going to be in a better position. I think you play the NFC East, right? So you got the Cowboys, Eagles, Washington Redskins, which I don't think that they're going to necessarily take a huge step forward this next season. Then you got the AFC East. I'd expect the Patriots to take a step back. We don't even know if Tom Brady's coming back. It looks like indications are he could be leaving. Bills will be good. But then you got the Dolphins and you got the who's the other team in that division? Dolphins and Jets. And neither of those two teams seem to be on the, they don't seem to be on the track necessarily, in my opinion, to be getting into the place of even being playoff contenders. So you should have some easier games to go through next year outside of your division. I would expect we would. So the worst pick between Malik McDowell and LJ Collier. What was the worst pick? The worst pick is LJ Collier. Because Malik McDowell, you didn't know he was going to go take an ATV out and flatten his face with it. That was really a tough thing to predict. Now, I will say he was a guy who gave the worst interviews at the pre-draft combines. So there was some writing on the wall with this. And when he was first drafted, Schneider had him on the phone and he said, "Hey, Malik, remember what we talked about? Remember what we talked about?" And I sort of read into that Schneider knew very well that this was a problem child he was bringing in with a lot of talent. And so he did know that there was a risk there. But the one thing I'll say with that is you traded back into the second round to take Malik, so you mitigated some of your risk there. And the thing with LJ, it was easier to see LJ coming. I know I've said this a couple times, but you had 16 pass rushers or defensive linemen taken in that first round prior to you picking LJ. You were taking the 17th best pass rusher in that draft in the first round. Like, let's think about that for a second. Best pass rusher in the first round is the 17th. It was a move that to me was doomed to fail. What they wanted is they wanted Montez Sweat. The Redskins picked Montez Sweat. They wanted Brian Burns. Brian Burns got picked by Carolina Panthers. They had none of the guys that they had really isolated and wanted. So they panicked, man. They panicked. Absolutely, Jonathan. It's a Super Bowl run next year. I will absolutely say that I see us, making that run 100%. We're going to be a much more complete team next year. I think our offensive line will be better. I think our defensive line will be better. I think our secondary will also improve with some of those guys growing another year, with Diggs here for a full offseason, working with all those guys. And I'd expect, linebacker position to not take a major step back. So with nothing really taking a step back by my estimation, and you can see things taking a step forward with just getting one or two guys in at certain positions in the right way, then there's no reason for me not to believe that you're not going to be 2 wins better than you were this year, or 3 wins better than you were this year. The best free agency in the NFL overall. That's a great question, Team 12s. One that I don't know if I've got a great answer to say on, because it depends on, what scheme are you running, and which player. That's a tough one. I don't know if I could point to it. Probably Dante Fowler and Ngakoue would probably be the 2 guys you might look at. I don't think that there's anybody else. There's no quarterbacks really going on the market. There's no real other receivers or running backs. So probably one of those defensive linemen. Yeah, Cameron, LJ was a thing you could see coming too from that standpoint you mentioned. He only had 1 pressure all season. And this is a guy, by the way, who's 24 years old. So Rasheem Green's a guy some fans have liked to point to and say, wait, Rasheem didn't do much in his first year as well, and then he took a next step into the second year. Why can't we expect the same from LJ Collier? The reason why you can't expect the same from LJ Collier is Rasheem Green was drafted at 20 years old. He's a very, very young man. In fact, he's 2 years younger than LJ Collier, who was 24 when he was drafted. And LJ was a 1-year wonder in college. He didn't have a ton of production to go off of. These things should have led them to understand what they were dealing with when they made the pick they did. He should have been in the 3rd round is where LJ should have been picked at. But, it is what it is. Atlanta might be better next year, Shane. The thing what I would argue with Atlanta is they have the similar situation going on that Seattle does, where the league has solved that scheme. That's Dan Quinn there. He's running the same Seahawks scheme they ran, and it's been solved. You've seen them bring in pass rushers over the last few years, and those pass rushers haven't necessarily been really effective despite them putting resources, right? Vic Beasley never had more than that 1-year wonder type season that he had with Atlanta. The Tarkist McKinley, the guy they drafted in the first round a couple of years ago, has never really been able to jump into that next level. Even Grady Jarrett has been kind of restricted since he's had a couple of years of really great production for them. They have injury bugs and problems like that over the last few years that's hurt them. I'll give you that. But I wonder with Quinn if he's not going to run into the same schematic problems that we run into, or that you see that Chargers and Jaguars and there was one other team that runs our scheme that just the Cowboys even. Any of the teams that run the Seahawks scheme, the same Seahawks scheme, there's no top 10 defenses this year that are running the Seahawks schemes in this league. And I think that's telling when you have a variety of teams running the scheme. Yep, Montez was not on the board when the Seahawks picked. The Redskins were picking ahead of the Seahawks. Thank you, Jonathan. I appreciate it. Thanks for donating, and thanks for hanging in there. We'll do another one of these really soon. I promise on that. Carl Lamar probably does still win the MVP because the last few weeks of the season, that so much of it is what is the theme at play in the NFL? And the theme at play in the NFL for most of the year was Russell and Lamar neck and neck. Russell did fall off from a statistical standpoint and in play through some of the last part of the season, and that's going to end up winning out as the narrative. Narrative is the word I was trying to say. The narrative is going to be that Lamar had one bad game there in the playoffs or one less than great game, but he was so great through the rest of the year. I think it's just going to blow people away. Russell does deserve to win it though. Lamar has so much more talent on that team this year. He had 7, 8 Pro Bowlers. He had a great offensive line, Ronnie Staley and Marshall Yanda. I mean, he had some great players on that team that he was able to work with. So, Russell had to do a lot more with less than Lamar did. And that's why I think Russell should win the MVP, but he probably won't. I don't think he's an MVP either. If you're going to lose in the first round of the playoffs, and last year he got exposed in the playoffs as well. So this is the second straight year that it's happened. Shane, I think that the Chiefs do have salary cap issues, but I would be shocked if they're just going to let their best defensive player walk out the door for nothing. Why not just franchise him? I believe he would technically be marked as a defensive tackle, which makes less as a franchise tag than defensive ends. So why not just go that route, which is exactly what we're probably going to do with Jaron Reed. That would seem to me the quicker, easier way. I don't know if you let him go. Yeah, Sweat had a great year for the Redskins. 5.5 sacks as a rookie, played very solid. He would have been a good addition for us. He would have been much better than LJ Collier. But Seattle got desperate after that pick didn't work out. After Montez left, after Brian Burns went to Carolina, they went, all of our guys are gone. All of our guys. Rashawn Gary's gone to the Packers. And they went, we need a defensive end. We need a defensive end. Remember, this is prior to the Clowney trade, and they didn't know the Clowney trade was going to be made. So it really was a pick made out of pure desperation, in my opinion. 12 Pro Bowlers. Yeah, that's and Russell had how many? All you had is Bobby Wagner on the defensive side of the ball. One defensive player on the Pro Bowl. Kind of hard when you got to carry that load offensively, man. It's real hard for a single player to do that at quarterback. Yeah, I've heard Yanda might retire. Absolutely. Judon is an interesting linebacker. I certainly don't see him as a Seahawk target. Probably an inside linebacker in the 3-4 scheme is his better fit. My favorite player of this year is DK Metcalf. I like Shaquem as well. It was nice to see Shaquem, but DK and what he's going to give us in the potential for into the future and what that could do for this offense, having a player like that, I think the impact of that, I'm just so intrigued by having a 14 to 1,500 yard receiver like he is and what he could do, especially again, considering just think of what he could do to help our running game out. So much we're dealing with is stack boxes, that second safety coming down and then them leaving, the single high up. What if you force teams into situations now where they've got to stay more into the cover 2 and they got to drop those safeties in deep, both of them, and they can't bring them up in the run game. Now the run game is going to look that much more effective. I think you're going to see more teams get scared and fearful of DK's deep speed, and you're going to keep a guy up over the top on him now to prevent some of those big plays we saw this year. But Shaquem's not a bad pick either. I think I don't know that I see his future at linebacker being very certain. I think he's a situational pass rusher and a special team demon, which I don't got any problem with that. There's a place for that on this team, absolutely. So he could be very effective, I think, fairly effective in that role. Yeah, the back half of the schedule hurt Russell. He really did kind of come back down to earth. He played so magnificently, but it was almost out that interception to Peters in that Raven game. From then on, it seemed like right up until the end of the year, obviously the Eagle game he played phenomenally in, and he had a couple of really good games sprinkled in there, but he wasn't necessarily at that same just special level that he was early on in the year. Yeah, DK does need to catch more. I'll say this, DK's catch rate, which factors in drops, falls right in line with Calvin Johnson and Julio Jones' first season in this league. 56 to 60% is where both of those two guys were. In fact, I think Calvin Johnson's was at 50%, and I think DK is sitting at around 58, 60% for his rookie year. So I think some of the drop stuff gets a little overstated with DK. Some of it was Russell throwing him trust throws when everybody else was covered, and it just wasn't really there wasn't really ideal separation or a feasible catch to be had there, but it will go up. His catch rate will go up. He'll get better at it. He's such a hard worker. I just can't help but think you'll see that next bump of improvement. You'll see that most rookies go into their second year with and really take a leap forward. And I think you'll see that with DK. I would look for him next year to be in that 13 to 1,400 yard range, 10 touchdowns, 10 to 12 touchdowns, and very impactful. Yeah, and Marquise Blair, Cameron, you were ahead of me on Marquise Blair. If you go watch, I did a live stream of the first round of the draft last year. Didn't get to the second or third round, but the Marquise one struck me as he was a guy that got sent out of a couple of college games for targeting because college is really hammered down on that. And I wondered, okay, the guy's number one skill is that he's a big hitter, but the NFL doesn't let guys be big hitters anymore. But he's actually a very complete player. I've been pleasantly surprised by him in the fact that he is really good in coverage. He didn't give up the big play over the top when he was asked to play free safety for us, which sounds simple, but again, as we've seen with Tedrick Thompson, is easier said than done sometimes. And he was still very physical in the run game and his tackling. So I think Blair is actually a potential Pro Bowler on this team. I really do after watching this year. I don't think he was given as much chance as he should have been. And I don't know why they kept him off the field as much as they did, other than Carroll just being scared of him doing something bad. But I mean, at least get some evidence for it before you anticipate that, Pete. I mean, don't just anticipate the kids giving up big plays. Let's see it actually happen on the football field. Cameron, I don't know, man. I've railed on it all year. It makes me want to bash my head into the wall. What is it you're seeing in Lano Hill or Tedrick Thompson that is better than Blair? They're not better tacklers. They're not better in coverage. They're not bigger than him. He's got bigger size-wise. He moves better than them. He's faster. There's no part of their game that seems to be better outside of the fact that they're veterans and they have been here for a couple years. And that's where it seemed to me more of the reason why they kept him in there was just for that. So I don't disagree with you, Shane, in the respect of Ursula probably should have had more playing time this year. And the team definitely got caught up on the Malik Turner train and gave him a lot of snaps throughout the season. I think Malik played pretty darn good throughout the year. You make a good argument, though, that maybe he was still being affected by the concussion thing because he had very solid hands throughout the season. He wasn't a big dropper. I will say it was just one moment in that game. So it's hard to, when it's just one play in a single game from a player that doesn't have something happen for him throughout the year, it's hard for me to say that that's you can take anything off of that other than it being a one-off. But Ursula, every time he was in there, he was making, be it the preseason or regular season, anytime you gave the guy a chance, he showed up to the task. And a guy that I don't understand why they were so stuck on Malik. I think I would argue that if the coaching staff was here, they would say that Malik is more of an outside receiver and that you had Lockett as your slot guy, and that Ursula is not as comfortable playing on the outside and not as effective playing out on the outside as Malik is. As well, I think they would argue Malik was the better run blocking receiver too, and that those things kind of probably factored in for why he ended up getting more snaps. Yeah, Carl, he started to attack the ball in the area. That's an absolute apt deal you're seeing there. You see more and more like he was willing to go up in the air and rather than letting the ball come down to him, which is absolutely what he should do. He can jump through the roof. He's got long arms. He's a huge size and he's a big body. He can make those catches if he gets good at it. And I would see him continue to get better at those as he goes along. And if he adds that to his game where he can really be a hands catcher and a real, go up and moss guys and get it, pluck it away from him. Now his potential goes from even Pro Bowl level to, and perennial All-Pro to now you're looking at an All-Pro, all-time Hall of Fame type talent if he can get to that spot. I sure would have liked to have gotten more view of Phil Haynes timing Bigfoot this year than we did. I didn't get a lot to go off of with him. He was injured throughout the preseason. Then once he got healthy, they weren't as willing to bring him in and let him play out there at left guard. Even having Posick in there, it seemed like at times over Haynes. What we saw him in the game was a lot of what we saw him in college. He's got heavy hands. He struggles if he can't get his hands on the guy. So the quick defenders, your Aaron Donald types, are going to give him some problems potentially. But he is a road grader. He can move some guys to a degree, and he's better in pass protection than I thought he was. But I have a hard time necessarily going too hard on this as an assessment because we just didn't get a lot of game film to go off of with the guy. They were really hesitant to play the rookies this year, and annoyingly so, to be honest with you. I could go with that, Carl. I could go with that Russell had more input on letting Malik be out on the field, and I could see him, potentially making that call. That certainly is. I could see it. Yeah, Cameron, I think that I don't think they thought John Ursa was going to be as good as he was. I think that he was a guy they picked as a flyer and just is like, we really need to hammer our wide receiver position. Let's just double it down. A lot like what you'll see on the pass rush this offseason, where they're just going to hit it again and again and again and again and again. And I think they thought one of these guys will have to cut, probably Ursula, but Ursula was so good and looked really awesome out of the slot that they just went. And Gary conversely didn't show him a lot. You heard from the practice. He had one good practice in training camp, and that was it. And then you heard really nothing else from him. He had some drop issues. It just didn't quite work out. But it's also why when you assemble all these draft picks and you picking all these guys and you have a relatively deep team, you're going to put yourself in a position to be cutting players that are really good players and giving up those draft picks for nothing, which is what we did in that case. And we've done it in the past too. It's happened before. So I'd like to see them avoid this year when we're going into this with 10 draft picks to be put into that same situation of having to cut a really good player just because you happen to be really deep on the team at that position. You could team 12, look at David Moore in the slot. I don't know if David is as quick as he is fast. I think Lockett is really an ideal slot receiver in what he provides, and he's such a great security blanket in there for Russell. I really like our slot receiver where it is right now with Lockett. I wouldn't mind going out and getting a big-bodied wide receiver to have out on the outside so you can go to more three-wide looks and have that third wide receiver be like what Josh Gordon was when he was in there, where you got Josh Gordon now going up against the other team's third best cornerback. And that's a good situation to have. I'd like to get that kind of situation set up. If not a Josh Gordon top, like I've said, maybe even an AJ Green you go out there and make a trade for. Go get another guy that's really, really solid over there on that outside. But I think with Moore and Ursula and Turner and all these guys, none of those guys are going to be the answer long-term for you as a starter or some, you can build the receiving core around those guys. Those are just guys. They're called Jags. Just a guy. They're good. They can provide some assets to it. They're not going to break or change the game for you at that positional group. Yeah, Jerron Brown was a guy that I'm not as as one of those guys the coaching staff gets infatuated with, and I don't understand it. Supposed to be a good blocker in the running game, which had a lot to do while he was out there. He had a fumble this year at one point where he had a fumble, and it was right in the midst of when we were having the just horrible fumbling problem with everybody. Carson was fumbling, receivers were fumbling, and he's got the ball out like this. He's carrying it like a loaf of bread at one point, and it gets knocked out. I think it could have been maybe it was the Saints game that happened in. But, he never seemed to be that solid in the catches. He didn't have great hands. He wasn't particularly fast, didn't run the greatest of routes, but he got a lot of playing time over the last course of the last couple of years. And I don't really get why they were so infatuated with him at times. Is David Moore a free agent? Shane, the thing I wonder, can we put any kind of transitional tag on him? Not the franchise tag, but can we put a second or third round tag on David Moore? I think you're in a position to be able to do that because he's just coming out of his third year. So when you have an undrafted guy or a rookie guy coming off their third year of their rookie contract, you can then still put a transitional tag on them. You can assign them a second, third round value. You don't get to put a limitless number of those out there on guys, but they could look at doing that on a guy like David Moore. Cooper is available, but I don't want Amari Cooper either. That's a big price tag. And yep, Shane, you're absolutely right. Cooper has some elements to him that appears kind of soft. I would quite, when the Cowboys were sitting him last year and they desperately needed help out of wide receiver and they had him benched at certain points. That's all I needed to see then. And he's coming from Oakland, who already kind of kicked him away. He's not a guy that gives you anything that's really, truly special. He doesn't have truly special size or speed. He's got good hands, but like you said, Shane, he's a little soft. And that pushes me away from Amari Cooper. I went and said when we drafted DK too. I did not see that deal coming. I did not see DK lasting until the end of the second round. It shocks me that NFL teams in this day and age would allow themselves to just talk themselves out of a player like that with those kind of measures and that kind of ability. And they couldn't you could look at his college tape and see the quarterback he was playing with was god awful. I mean, you could just see it, and you could see the offense was limited, and they weren't trying to even utilize either him or AJ Brown, who was another first-round pick by the Tennessee Titans. Neither of those guys were being utilized right on that Mississippi team. Yeah, I never bought the Jerron Brown was the best coming out of camp. I remember those stories too, Carl. I just didn't buy it. He was a fourth wide receiver with the Cardinals. Never amounted to much anything with them. It's another one of those deals where they try to make a player more than what he is. I think AJ Brown went in like the 17th pick in the first round, Shane. So I don't think you were really in a position to be able to grab him. I mean, you weren't even close to AJ Brown to be able to pick him. But yeah, this team would be amazing if you had both AJ and DK, because AJ works really well both inside and out. So you'd be able to rotate him around with Lockett and move those guys, put them as chess pieces where you're matching them up against, the deficient quarterback on the other team. You can really take advantage of the guys that might not, take a smaller cornerback against DK and then get an AJ guy that's going to really out physical a less than physical cornerback. I mean, you could really mix and match at that point. Yeah. Well, and remember, the Titans took AJ Brown in the first round. So he was picked, I think, 17th, 18th in the first pick. We were picking 25th or something, 25th, 26th in the first round, somewhere in that range. So it wasn't even a possibility that we were going to get a chance at taking DK. I have not had a chance to watch the Aaron Hernandez documentary yet, but I will be taking a look at it at some point for sure. It's an interesting story. The guy was a talented guy. I'll tell you, Urban Meyer in Florida was running a very interesting program down there. He had on one side, he had the super uber Christian guy and Tim Tebow, and then he had a whole bunch of thuggish, ruggish guys. Odd combination. Yeah, I wouldn't be against Cooper, but the thing with Cooper to remember is that he's not been paid yet. And he wanted to be paid this year, and the Cowboys decided not to pay him. And he's going into free agency, and this is a guy who's going to want $15, $16, $17 million per year. I'm not going into that realm to pay him that kind of money. And before you don't think he's going to get paid that money, go look at what Sammy Watkins made a couple years in free agency, who had a lot less production than what Amari Cooper's had up until this point, and what he got paid with the Chiefs. It's going to be a similar deal for him. Someone's going to break the bank for him because teams are going into these offensive heavy states now where they're willing to sign on 2 to 3 wide receivers on big deals because they think the more, and they're not wrong, but it's just the more targets, the more, weapons that we get for our quarterback, the better he will be. And there's certainly some evidence to support that. Oh, yeah, he did go in the second round. My bad, Cameron. My bad on that. Yeah, I guess I'm thinking of Hollywood Brown probably. You're right on that. So we could have gone AJ Brown, but then somebody out there did mention, you're probably right. Somebody would have probably went out and gotten DK at that point. Though I will say AJ and DK are 2 different type of players. So it does kind of depend on the type of the Titans wanted to get a receiver that could play inside. That was one of the things that they were looking to pick with that first pick, because they did have some guys that could play already on the outside. And I don't think DK can play. DK is not a slot receiver in this league at any point in time. It's just too big. Maybe you could at some points in times line him up there, but I don't think that's where you're going to have him at his most effective. Try to make them more than what they are. Yeah, we try to make players more than they are, especially when they've been deficient in bringing in guys that have that talent that they need to have. I think that's been. Do you want to come up here? You can come up here. Come on. I know. But they've done it, and they've been stuck in doing it the last couple of years because they've had to. Like the money's not been there to go out there and sign in free agency. It's just not. So you've had to been stuck grabbing Jerron Browns and Shamar Steffens and some of these lesser guys. You've got to kind of get stuck in doing that. And so you're going to sell. It's a PR thing. You're going to sell it to the fans and say, "Oh no, he wasn't utilized right in Arizona. And if we just make a couple tweaks to him, we really feel like." They did the same thing with Ziggy Ansah, where they look at him and he's a guy's broken down physically and medically, but they say, well, our training staff has looked at him. We've looked at the MRIs, we've looked at the x-rays, and they tell us that, he wasn't being trained right with Detroit. We're going to put him on a different training regime, and that's going to bring him around to a better state of health. It's PR. You got to look through it at times and go, that's just them doing the PR thing. And especially with Pete, because he's so positive and optimistic, like he's not going to sometimes give you the straight scoop on stuff. Team 12, could you watch some of my videos later? Teams 12, absolutely. I'll check out some of your videos, man. 100%. I'll even subscribe to you, man. Stay out of the 2013 draft, please. They look, for a few years there, the drafting got really bad. It really did get bad. It got twisted and turned around, and it was hard to look at it and say they've got a firm plan in place with what they're doing here. There really is a firm plan. It seemed a little more, again, slapdash, and it seemed a bit predicated upon just assembling as many draft picks as you could, as opposed to really finding guys that you were targeting who you were going, no, this is the guy we really want here. And then this is the guy we really want here. It seemed like they got into more of a general state. Now they've gotten a little bit back into, it seems like a little more of a targeting situation. Yeah. So AJ Brown, 51 overall, would have been a good pick. The guy's going to be a solid receiver for years to come. He really is. Yeah, timing Bigfoot, I do think we trade for a pass rusher. I think the most likely guy that we trade for is going to be Calais Campbell, who I'd like to see us go out and trade for. I'd like to see us trade for Calais Campbell and Von Miller. And yes, I think we could make both of those deals. But imagine putting Von Miller, Calais Campbell, Jadeveon Clowney, and Jaron Reed as your defensive line. Then you got Poona Ford, Rasheem Green, and LJ Collier backing them up. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. Yeah, the drafts were just bad. They really were, and they just weren't. Again, just you got to have a purpose. What are you trying to accomplish in your drafts? How are you trying? Are you trying to build your lines? You're trying to build. They just tried to attack, kind of go at everything a little bit, and never really attacking anything firmly. It was all just kind of. It was like dancing around the edges, without really getting to the heart of what you needed to get done at that time, which is improve your offensive line, which you didn't do. Which was restock pass rushers, which you didn't do. It was a dearth period for Seattle there. It really was. And some people maintain there is those contingent out there that think that a lot of the drafting success Seattle had early on had to do with the fact that Pete Carroll had been recruiting those guys, and he knew those guys going back to their high school days, and it gave him inside information on certain players to know which ones to pick, and that gave them a leg up to getting your Richard Shermans and your Cam Chancellors in the late 5th, 6th rounds. I don't know if that's the truth or not. We've been better in recent years. I think last year's draft was really good. I think they did a good job. They didn't play them, but they did good. Yeah, LJ Collier, I'm done with LJ Collier. There's no reason for me to believe. The hate's not unwarranted, Carl. The hate is not unwarranted. LJ Collier did not show you anything last year. When you're a first-round pick and you're healthy scratch on a team that is desperate for pass rush, absolutely, like you've been out in the desert for 40 days and 40 nights without water, and you need just a drop of water, and you need it, and you're a healthy scratch. You couldn't even get him out as a rotational guy because you thought that little of him as a coaching staff. Yeah, and then everyone, and again, you want to talk about PR, the coaching staff trying to be like, oh, it'll be like a Michael Bennett. Okay, sure. I saw none of the instincts of Bennett. I saw none of the hand placement, hand ability, hand fighting that Bennett was so good at. I saw none of that first step quickness that Michael Bennett had. If all you can reference is his power, that's not really a good player comparison at that point. Ben Bagu, how do you pronounce his name, Carl? Ben Bagu was his name. The kid out of you're thinking of the kid from TCU. I can't pronounce his name, but it's Bangu, his last name. I think he played for Indianapolis this year. Indianapolis drafted him. Had a pretty good year for them too, I think. Yeah, Collier's got no trade value. That's the problem with your options with Collier are to say, well, we'll release him and maybe we'll save like a couple $100,000, which I don't think they're going to do. We're going to get another at least one more year out of him because you would take too big of a hit to release him here. Like they'd have a lot of egg on their face and fans would be going, what the hell at that point. So Bangu, there you go. Yeah. So you're not going to be able to get rid of LJ for the same reason you can't get rid of Rashad Penny. Like there's no value there. No one's going to give you anything for them. So it just doesn't make any sense to move off of them at this point. Better to see if you can maybe recoup some of that value, or they can maybe develop. It's not likely to happen with a guy who's going to be turning 25 next year. LJ is only a couple years younger than Jadeveon Clowney, so kind of is what it is there. We're going to have to deal with it for a few years. Banogu. I heard it pronounced once. I can't get it though. Banogu. 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 I'm gonna call him BB. Detroit, Carl. So Detroit, you think if they gave up on, yep, Detroit definitely has a hard on for Rashad Penny. They've tried to trade for him twice. Trey Flowers is a great pass rusher for them, but they did just sign him on the first year of that deal in free agency last year. So if you were to trade Trey Flowers, you would be taking a tremendous hit to your salary cap as far as that bonus money accelerating at that point in time in a big way. I don't know if Detroit would really be willing to take that type of hit. You'd have to be offering a lot on top of Penny for Trey Flowers. You'd probably be needing to offer like a first round pick on top of Penny to pull a trade like that. And Detroit doesn't have any pass rushers, so I don't think that they would be as willing to move their best piece. But Flowers is a good player as well. I think Flowers is probably a better fit into more of a 3-4 scheme than he is a 4-3. Curtis Weaver, got to watch some tape on him. Haven't seen much tape on Curtis Weaver. I've heard his name and seen a couple highlights, but I need to dive deeper in. Thanks for dropping in, TJ. But I've got to dive a little deeper into I'll be going into my college prospects now and doing a lot more of a deeper dive on these guys and really looking them through. I'll take a closer look at them. I think the Lions right now, you would be lucky right now to get a 5th round pick from the Detroit Lions for Rashad Penny. And maybe you could get that. Maybe. You could say, hey, give us back the 5th round pick that we traded you for Quandre Diggs. But that's the top you're getting for him. And even then, I think you're going to be lucky to get that for him. He's coming off an ACL surgery, and that's just, you don't have a lot of value when you're coming off a major knee reconstruction. That would be the only worry I'd have with Curtis Weaver is with Boise State is it's competition level with the Boise State kids. Some of those guys have come out and been really good NFL players in recent years and have done very, very good. Some have also come into it though and have been very much in over their head, and they were able to take advantage of lesser competition out there in that conference. And I think oh goodness, somebody's yelling. My cat's a bit of a talker here, so you might hear her. She's got her own little 2 cents to put in here. So that would be my one competition. You see him go to a Vegas Bowl and play against, the better competition, and now he gets neutralized. And that's a real thing that you got to worry about in college where, guys going up against lesser competition, it's hard to extrapolate that performance sometimes to guys that are going to be a lot better in the talent level on the next level. What's the lineup for the channel this off-season show every time there is news? I'm going to be doing my Hawks Nest episodes fairly. I'll try to do those every couple of weeks, get a new episode out of that. I am thinking about doing a daily live stream show here eventually, but I've got to take into account that I think that the subscribers really want to see some of those great Seahawk moment videos as well. And I think a large portion of people that subscribe to me want that badly. So I've got to keep that in mind, and I got to keep on top of those videos as well and keep that content pumping out over there. But eventually, once we get to a certain point of popularity and there's enough of a market out here for it, I will try to do this as, if not a daily live stream show, a weekly live stream show, because NFL is at 365 now. You know what I mean? 7 days, 365. There's always news. There's always something going on. There's always something to turn over and talk about. So, and XFL, yeah, you mentioned XFL. If XFL, if they come up, that certainly could be an interesting thing to pay attention to as well. It'd be tough to get the 3rd round pick, Team 12s, just because he's injured. If he was healthy, and let's face it, at the trade deadline, the Detroit Lions were offering a 3rd round pick for Penny. Seattle wanted a 2nd round pick for him, and that's why the trade didn't get done. But they were offering a 3rd round pick at that time for him, so that was on the table. But I don't think with the knee, you're just not going to get it. And the fact that he hasn't been healthy throughout his career as a running back, he's got the broken hand he sustained, the hamstring injury he's had. Teams will look at that as far as trade value and go, I don't know if we want to, take that on and give up a lot of assets for that. You got 8 cats? I got 2. So yeah, they definitely keep you grounded. They're fun. I like having them around. Dragons. Yeah. XFL could be really fun, man. If it's hard hitting and those guys are flying around and like there's a lot less of that like protectivism stuff that goes on in the NFL now where everybody's making business decisions and you got guys out there just playing for the love of the sport and just going at it. I mean, Carl, Travis Homer does have viability. He is, again, another guy when you get those guys at 20 years old and you draft them and they're just turning 21 and basically in training camp, then you got to give them some time to develop and add on the muscle and get bigger and let them develop. And the thing I like with him, I don't see him as a feature back, but as a third down specialist, third down back, I absolutely see him being a real good role for him down the future. I think he's good out of the backfield. He's got some decent quickness. I think he'll get bigger and stronger and faster as he gets another year older and kind of fully develops. So I like a lot of the potential in Travis Homer. Not feature, but certainly there's some carries for him and some catches for him moving into next year. I absolutely see that. Brandon Silver. I don't know that name. Can he put on weight? Keep speed. Yes, Carl, he can. I point to this because of the fact that he's a young guy coming out. When they're at that 20 years of age, and they're not like, let's say LJ Collier, who's known for being a strong guy, heavy-handed. Why? Because he's advanced age, 24, 25 years old. He's got a couple of extra years in the weight program to get to that point. But yeah, there is, when you're that young, I tend to think and believe that there's still some room for the explosion in speed to take another step forward, even with adding on a little bit of weight. Well, again, Cameron, it comes down to, is he an NFL back and this is the guy you're going to give 20 carries a game like Chris Carson throughout this year, and you're going to be able to feature him and have him be this number one guy that's just getting banged the hell out of every week? No, he's too slight for that. But as a guy that could get maybe 5 carries a game, a couple catches a game, a third down back. We haven't had a third down specialized back here in a long time. It'd be nice to kind of have a guy like that. I think he could fit in that role. But I can understand why Bell would have said that, and that I don't think he's got necessarily the size to take on week in and week out. And that's why he dropped in the draft to the 7th round. I do think the Bengals will finally let go of A.J. Green. I think that A.J. Green wanted to see a trade this mid-season, but I think the Bengals were trying to get too much draft capital for that trade. I think they'll look at making a deal for him. I think you could get him for a 5th round pick. And I absolutely would be in play for wanting to make that kind of selection because I think that's buying low on something with a high potential possibility. Yes, he's got some injury concerns. I think he could have played this year. I don't think he played this year because he was protecting his body because he wants one more chance to go out there and win. He's not been on a winning team his whole career. So I think you buy low, you get the potential of a really good player, and you wouldn't need him to be a full-time starter for you. You got Lockett and DK Metcalf. You could have him as a red zone specialist. You could pick and choose your spots where you really try to maybe feature him and utilize him. But AJ's still got a little bit left, I think. Brandon Silver is the Dragons quarterback. Okay. I got looking at Brandon Silver then. I don't remember anything on him with college. The only backup Team 12s that I'm really worried about us losing at this point, because Nico Thorpe doesn't freak me out if we lose Nico Thorpe. I think Shaquem Griffin and Ugo Amadi give you a lot of what Nico gave you in the special teams game. George Fant is really the only guy on the free agent standpoint that I really worry about losing, really. The other guys I think are just okay, and I don't want to overpay for them. But with Fant, he's a swing tackle. He's a guy that can fill in at both sides. He played pretty darn well for us at left tackle. He's not a game changer over there. He's not a Pro Bowler, but he's very solid. And I think somebody's probably going to end up paying him some money this offseason. It's a position that's in so much need throughout the league that I could easily see somebody, looking at his limited time and saying, if we just give him a chance, he just needs a chance. And he could be pretty decent for somebody as a starter in left tackle. Not perfect, but decent. Here in Collier, I'm getting PTSD from it. We'll stop mentioning LJ. I'm not going to mention him much this offseason at all. I'm kind of fed up in that one too. No, I don't think Drew Brees is done. I think it's going to be hard for them though. Taysom Hill's making it really, really tough. And the NFL is moving towards now where you need to have a mobile quarterback. It used to be where you could just kind of have it if it was, if it's convenient, if you find a guy that fits in the thing and you can happen to have a little bit of mobility, it's nice to have. Now it's becoming a necessity. Now your quarterback has to be able to move. You can't just have a statue back there in the pocket. And Drew, unfortunately, is getting less and less mobile with age, and he was never the most mobile guy to begin with. And the game is continuing. It's a lot like the NBA, where the NBA transitions to the three-point shot now, and it's wide open, and it's changing away from the old that it used to be, which is more of a stagnant game. Same thing here. It's going into more of these quarterbacks needing to be able to move around back there, and it's these guys that are statues are just going to get more and more and more exposed. And part of the thing that's protected Drew Brees is that they've invested so much in that offensive line over recent years, right? First round picks all over that offensive line. And that's helped him and kept him clean. But even with that protection, even with the great running game, even with the pass targets that he has to throw to, you still see at the end of the year, he was limited against that defense, and not being able to move around at all, definitely hurt them, I think. What did the Hawks see in Collier? Heavy hands. They thought he hadn't been given a huge opportunity in college to really play as much, to really showcase himself. And they thought that they could really put him out they thought, here's a worst case scenario for LJ Collier. We'll stick him out in the old Red Bryant 5-tech role, right? First and second down. Even if he doesn't give us any pass rush, we can put him out in early downs, and he will be an upper level run stopper. But unfortunately, he didn't even give them that. But that was why that they were looking at it as it was not a pick for the potential of what he could be. It was that they thought his floor was higher than what it really is. They thought they thought, okay, it's meat and potatoes. It ain't steak. It's meat and potatoes, but it's meat and potatoes. We know what it is. We're going to get at least this run stopping defensive end. And they didn't get that. He was not even that. So, is what it is with it. Just a complete miss of a pick. Yeah, I don't see any thuggish ruggishness from LJ Collier either. I don't think that's his issue. I think it's just he doesn't have a lot of moves with his hands. He relied upon power exclusively in college. So he was just going to try to bull rush the tackle back into the quarterback or the running back each time. And he had such good strength. He was an older guy compared to the guys he was playing around. So he had that old man strength going for him a little bit. And so he was able to really look good on tape in college because of that. But next level, all those guys are strong. Everybody's got a good punch. How are you for secondary moves? How's your rip? How's your swim? And he didn't have anything as far as those other secondary moves. The two rookies that I would look to make I'm going to add an extra rookie. That's 6. Cause I think there's 3 specific rookies that have a great potential. And what's up 3? I didn't say, hey, what's up that 6? There's 3 rookies who I think are going to take the next step next season besides DK. I think Marquise Blair, if they can put him on the football field and let him have a chance to shine, I think he takes the next step forward. I think Ugo Amadi takes the next step forward. And I think Cody Barton is going to be our outside starting will linebacker. And I think that he is going to be a better player. Here's my thing. He will be a better player than KJ Wright was this season. Yep, that even with all of KJ's tackles, even with a couple of interceptions that KJ had, he will be a better player next season in that will role than even KJ Wright was this year. Why? Because he's going to be faster than KJ, and he's going to be better in coverage than KJ was. My favorite Seahawk all time, and it's not even close for me, is Steve Largent. And it is because of the fact that there are a couple reasons why. Number one, I always wanted to be a receiver back in the day. And I had a lot of the same situations that Steve Largent had going on. Wasn't very big, wasn't very fast, wasn't very quick. But he had great hands, which I loved, and he got the most out of his abilities. And again, he looked just like my uncle was the guy who was my mentor in the football game. And my uncle looked just like Steve Largent. They're absolute doppelgangers. So it always kind of led me to favoring Steve. I'll always have a special place in my heart for Largent. But that's 6. Those are the 3 rookies I'd look at. Blair, Ugo Amadi, and Cody Barton are going to be the 3 guys who I think going into next year are really going to shine for us. Thoughts on Marshawn Lynch? Marshawn Lynch got hit a little bit hard, I thought, by people at times for not getting more yards in his return here. I think the offensive line was not able to generate any holes for this guy or even for Homer. I think it was just really tough sledding there, especially once you had Jamarco Jones in at left guard instead of Mike Iupati. Mike Iupati was the was really who we hung our hat on that inside zone run game this year. We really relied on him to create space in there along with Fluker. And when you lost him, Jamarco Jones was a better pass protector than Ifedi or than Iupati, but he wasn't as good a run blocker, and that really showed up in those games. I thought Marshawn looked just fine. I thought he looked as maybe not as great as ever, but he wasn't that far off of what I had seen in the past. You give him some better blocking, some more holes, and he would have looked a lot better. Yeah, that's 6. I think so too. I think he was a more solid tackler than Kendricks, who struggled at times in tackling, and I think he was better in coverage. I think Kendricks was probably a better blitzer, but I don't think we need to be as reliant on blitzing our linebackers next year. We had been throughout our time with Coach Carroll, we've been the 32nd ranked team in blitzing the quarterback year after year. Then suddenly this year we went, ooh, we're going to go cutting edge. We're going to be in the top 10 as a blitzing team. But how many sacks in total did KJ Wright, Bobby Wagner, and Michael Kendricks have in total? Not that many for considering you're a top 10 blitzing team. And so they weren't very effective at it. So I don't mind that he wasn't a great blitzer. He'd be great in coverage. I think he's a very solid tackler, and he'll be good for us for years to come. Not a Pro Bowler, just a solid player for you. No worries, Jack. No worries at all there. Appreciate you stopping on in. DeMarcus Christmas. Do I like DeMarcus Christmas? Timing Bigfoot asks. We didn't see anything off the guy. He came in with an injury and he went on to IR. He's a 7th round guy that the Seahawks took a flyer on. A guy by all standards in college, maybe underperformed a little bit versus kind of what his physical makeup is. He's a guy with a lot of tools, but he didn't seem to have necessarily that grit, drive, determination in college. Don't know what we're going to see out of him defensively. I would say that it's probably not super likely that the guy's got a lot of potential with Seattle moving forward. Yeah, Steve Largent, and people forget about Steve Largent now, but never forget, before Jerry Rice came along, Steven Largent overtook all of the pass catching records in the NFL when he retired. All of the big main pass catching records that were out there, Largent owned when he retired. Now, Rice came in and blew everything out the water at that point in time. But the thing you have to consider is that Largent did it in a run-heavy attack. He did it. The Seahawks offense today is what it was basically in the 1980s, and Largent was able to be one of the best receivers in the NFL playing inside of that offensive attack, playing they called them ground knocks. That was Chuck Knox, the head coach of the Seahawks in the 80s, and they called him ground knocks just for that reason, because he was so predictable. First down run, second down run, third down pass, first down run, second down run, third down pass. It was comical at how predictable the offense was. But even despite that, and despite there not really being another great receiver on the other side of Largent throughout his career, because it wasn't until they brought Brian Blades in that they actually had another guy to match him up with him on the other side. So he was all alone. Teams could double him. Teams could sometimes even triple him, and he still always got his yards. And that was even playing against some really, really great cornerbacks at that time. You know, your Mel Blunts, your Mike Haynes of the Raiders. He went against some really legitimate guys, and he was a sensational player. Legitimately sensational. It wasn't just like, oh, well, he got like, no, the guy was great. Truly great. Hello, Internet. We won't get anyone good. Well, I would argue, Internet, that we would get someone good, because think of it like this. You're going to probably, after you make your cuts, have damn near $80 million to spend. So it's a $200 million cap next year. That means you're almost got half the cap to spend, just about, right? You got about 45% to go spend of your cap. You are going to have 10 draft picks, including 3 draft picks in the first 2 rounds. I would like to think that you're going to get somebody good with all of that in your back pocket. Yeah, that's 6. I agree. I think, you got to fill your team up with solid players along with the Pro Bowlers. It's great to have Pro Bowlers everywhere, but it's just not very likely to be happening. You're just going to have to deal with it. So you need players where you got solid upper level players at certain spots to mix in with the stars. And that's where you get a great team. And I think that they can get there with some of these guys they brought in the draft that are guys that are going to give you solid play. And you got your Clowney's coming back, your Jaron Reed's coming back. You can make a couple of trades for some truly impactful players to build in around these guys. I think it would be a nice little fit with some of these guys at that point. If if Tyler Lockett has 4 more good years, does he go into the Ring of Honor? Cameron asks. No, unfortunately not, Cameron. I think it would take probably 5 to 6 years. I don't know if even Doug Baldwin at this point is going into the Ring of Honor. In fact, it's probably likely Doug Baldwin does not. So, Lockett's going to have to at least eclipse his stats. And again, there's been some receivers who've actually put up a lot of yards for Seattle over their career, more yards even than Lockett, even if he put up the same yards he puts up over the next couple of years. Your Brian Blades, would be a guy that comes to mind. He put up a good amount of yardage throughout his career. There's another receiver I'm forgetting here off the top of my head, like a Bobby Ingram type. With Lockett, the thing you got to say to them is he's really been about 1,000-yard receiver for just a couple of years in there. He's put up decent stats, but it's not been, eye-popping stats. He's not dominated. I think you've got to hold off the Ring of Honor for guys that are truly special players, not just really, really good players. Well, again, Jack, I just would say that I'd caution you and say that I wouldn't go that route as to think that we won't get any good players. I think there's a good chance we will, just because of the fact that you haven't in the last 4 years had this amount of money to spend in the offseason. You've always been right up against the cap every offseason, or it's been like it was last year where you had Russell Wilson, Bobby Wagner, Jaron Reed, Frank Clark, all of your own really valued free agents coming up at all the same time. For the first time in this offseason in 4 years, you've got no dead money on the cap anymore that you're carrying over. You don't have any really of your own free agents that you have to sign outside of Clowney and Jaron Reed. And with $70, $80 million, you can still sign those guys and still have a huge chunk of change to go out there and spend. And the draft picks are real. I mean, look what we did last year with the draft picks and how, okay, LJ didn't work out, but DK Metcalf was very impactful from the second round, and some of that other draft might really work out for us as we move forward. We've got another 10 picks in this draft, 3 through the first 2 rounds. I can't help but think they're going to find somebody with all of that ammunition. I mean, if they miss with all of that, then we're in trouble. Cameron Hughes, yeah, I do watch A Football Life. Yeah, I like that show a lot. It's informative, and they keep it entertaining. Some of them are a little bit like, okay, I don't need to see Eric Dickerson's A Football Life. You know what I mean? I don't care Eric Dickerson, but some of them are good. Would the Seahawks have a Super Bowl team this year if they were all healthy? That's a really good question. It's a really good question because I would lean towards, yeah, you'd be a Super Bowl contending team. You wouldn't be the favorites. But you would have been contending. I mean, as injured as we were, we only lost by 5 points on the road in Lambeau. And then if you did win that game, you'd go back to San Francisco, which you had won at earlier in the year. So there is a logic process in place. I will say, though, that this year, Seattle, in a lot of ways, I think, got the most out of what they were. I think this is a team going in that we all thought would be sitting around probably similar to the 9-7 spot, or maybe they get 10 wins. We knew the schedule was going to be hellacious this year. You were looking at going into Pittsburgh at 10 a.m. and playing Ben Roethlisberger. You had guys like Drew Brees coming in or the Ravens coming in that you knew that was even going to be tough ahead of time. There was a bunch of tough games on the schedule ahead of time. I don't know if it's as tough next year, but this year I think they did kind of overperform. They did kind of overachieve this year versus where their talent level really was at. Because there's some stuff there's some fixings that they have to do. There are definitely some holes. Hi, Rena, thanks for dropping in. Appreciate you joining the chat. Do I think Marshawn Lynch is coming back? I would love it if he did. He, I think, adds something to the locker room. I love his mentality on the football field is second to none. And I still think that he has some tread on the tires. I think he can go out there and still give you some yards, some good short yardage ability, especially in the red zone. Does he want to come back as a part-time player? Does he want to come back to back up Chris Carson? That's the part where I go, I don't know, especially when you're not paying him top of the line money because you're only going to give him a couple $1 million at that point. I would love to have him come back. I think that it would help us, but probably not likely. Thanks, Rena. Did she just disappear? Oh, she's down here. She's a good girl, that one. She's a feisty one, my orange one. I got a black one and an orange cat, and then the orange one is very, very feisty. Tabby cats are feisty as hell. You think they'll make a Legion of Boom one or individual episodes for each cam? Sure. Can Cameron, it's hard to say on that, man. I would think that they probably would do a Legion of Boom because they tend to stay more in the team narrative with the way they do their videos. So, but you'll probably be seeing one of all of them, or at some point or another, they'll probably get around to all the individuals on it as well. The one thing is with it is, especially from my standpoint as a channel, I just don't want to double up if somebody's already done a type of video that they've captured something really well. There's been some great Cam Chancellors and Shermans and Earl videos out there that fans have done already. I mean, this is one of the things. Some people want me to do the Steve Largent, Mike Harden hit as a great Seahawk moment video, and I would be apt to do it. But the problem is it's kind of been done to death on YouTube. There's like 3 or 4 videos of the Largent hit and setting it up and describing the whole situation. And it's like, I'm not really going back over ground that hasn't already been covered. So what's the point? If I'm not adding something new, then, I would lean towards not, but, yeah, they'll probably do one with them all on there. Let's see if I missed anything here. I haven't watched the Netflix documentary, That's Six. The thing that jumps out to me about it, the CTE stuff and the blaming the CTE stuff on these players. And it's not that I don't give it value, and that I know that the CTE does cause what it causes, and it does make these guys aggressive. It does affect their decision-making ability. Where I get a little bit of an issue in is that I don't like it when they do it as a catch-all, end-all. This is the explanation for this guy's behavior completely. I don't know if you guys have known football players, but some of them do tend to be wild and crazy guys, even back in high school when they didn't have all the brain injuries in their head. It tends to be a sport that will bring guys that are a little wild and crazy to it. And I think with Hernandez, you can speak to a lot of it being, Urban Meyer and some of the people that went through the process who should have stopped him and said, this is inappropriate and you can't do this. And so they placated to some of that behavior. And it does appear, Belichick would be included in that. But I will be watching it for sure. It is it looks like a very interesting thing to check out, But I don't like it when they go into the players and blaming CTE on everything and saying that, it becomes this big boogeyman in the corner for everything. And I think that it's a simplistic way of looking at things with some of this stuff. Yeah, KTO, Cameron. And that was kind of the one that sort of finished it for me, is KTO sort of, there had been a couple of them done. The NFL Network had done the Harden hit. And then KTO came out with theirs a few weeks back, and I was like, all right, that kind of cements it. I mean, I'm going to have to come at this in a real unique way in order to capture it in a sort of a different, interesting fashion. And I just don't know if I could really do that when it's been covered really well. I mean, they've got interviews with the guys talking about it. There's good footage on it, and it's a very simple thing at the end of the day. He got smacked in the face, broke his jaw, and he came back and, got his revenge. What more is there to say on it, Well, the Niners have got the 80s offense, and I think 4 or 5 Super Bowl wins. The Niners have got more than any of those teams. So they're the ones who have the most special stuff. They're the indoctrinators of the West Coast offense. The reason it's called the West Coast offense is because of the San Francisco 49ers. So you've got to give credit where credit is due in that respect, TJ. I don't know if they had a positional group that was special or a deadly formation like you mentioned the Rams had. I think the Cardinals had something in the 70s. I forget what it was. I could be misremembering it. But yeah, the Niners never had one unit that was truly like special. Would Marshawn make a great successor to Pete? No, I don't think Marshawn Lynch is ever going to be a coach in the NFL or a coach outside of what he does on the Little League kind of standpoint with the young kids. I think that's his lane. And I think I don't know if he would be he might be a hell of a motivator though, Parts of the concussion movie, and I watched it kind of falling half asleep. So I didn't get as deep into it. I need to watch it at some point and check it out. And again, I do think the CTE is a valid thing. It is an issue. It's something to pay attention to. It's just, again, it's become this boogeyman now that it's the reason for all this stuff. And it's like, come on, was Hernandez a thug before football potentially? Was that in him already? Did he make an actual choice to get with the wrong people and to surround himself with the wrong people? And is that because he took too many blows to the head, or because he's got bad decision-making in the first place? Is it the chicken or the egg? Oh, nicknames. Yeah, no nicknames though. You're right, TJ. There is no nicknames as far as Cardinals or the 49ers. I don't think there's any nicknames there at all. What are my picks for tomorrow and for the Super Bowl? That's 6. I think we line up almost exact. I'll go with your pick, dude. I think you've hit the nail on the head for me. I think the Chiefs do go up against the 49ers. I think the Jimmy Garoppolo has a tendency against tough teams that he's going to throw 1 or 2 balls up for an interception. I think that the Chiefs aren't a great defense, but they are opportunistic. And I think that they would jump on top of I think they get a play or two against the Niners. I think the Niners are going to beat the doors off the Packers. I think they're going to win by 10 points or more in that game. And they've got a great chance against the Chiefs once they do go to the Super Bowl at that point. But that would be my pick. Sean, yeah, Pete Carroll does not need to be fired. The thing that people need to consider if you fire Pete is you're setting yourself back for next year. You may long-term at that point be applying a solution that's going to work and fit, but it's going to take a year now to integrate somebody in new and to make the changes you need to make and to get the players comfortable, to get the cohesion, all that stuff going. It's really hard for me to believe you're going to bring a guy in who's going to do things wholesale change and that you're going to get the most success that you could get out of next season that you would get with what we're going to get with Pete Carroll. So no, Cameron, I don't think Jimmy Graham got the first down. And I think the officials in that game poorly officiated the game. The calls went in the Packers' favor. I don't think that means that the fix is in, but I think the Packers got more calls than the Seahawks got. And I think that last play, that they reviewed it and looked at it in review and decided that he had gotten the first down is silly to me. But at the end of the day, I don't blame, I can't, there's games you can blame the referees. That wasn't a game I can blame the referees. We took the first half and we did nothing, not on the offensive side of the ball and not on the defensive side of the ball. We decided we're just going to punt this whole first half, both sides of the ball, and then we'll finally wake up in the second half. It's the playoffs. You're playing against a great team. You can't afford to do that. And we've seen that with Seattle throughout the year. They were slow starting team throughout the year, and it finally caught up and bit us in the ass. And that's what happens when you have something that keeps biting you over and over throughout the year. It's going to show itself and rear itself at the worst time. Yeah, a new defensive coordinator would help. Absolutely. The ideal for me would be that you keep Pete Carroll, but you say, Pete, go to the college ranks and find me a good cutting-edge defensive coordinator who runs a great 4-3 scheme, but who can find tweaks within that 4-3 scheme to add to what you already do. That's what I would look for them to go do. Not necessarily find an also-ran defensive coordinator like a Wade Phillips, but find a guy out there that's got some creative ideas to implement that gets Carroll going outside of his little box. His little box has gotten smaller and smaller and smaller over the last few years. And now it's this little tiny box of what we'll do defensively. Let's open it back up a bit. Let's get a little bit more varied in what we do. I'd like to see that. Something you see the Rams do against us, they had a lot of effectiveness with us. They bring 5-man fronts with Wade Phillips. Well, Wade Phillips is a 3-4 guy, but he's got that ability to be multifaceted to where he'll be willing to go, okay, against Russell Wilson, 3-4 defenses are not the best thing to run at him. But if you get that extra lineman down, that closes up the gaps, and you get your outside rushers doing the mush rush where they protect the edges and they don't let Russell roll out and around, and he can't get through the middle because there's no holes in the middle of the offensive line to roll through now if he wants to scramble. And now you start to really strangle the pocket on Russell and really condense things. And that's what the Rams did really well against us in both of the 2 games they played against us. We don't have that kind of wrinkle that we add defensively. You know what I mean? Like you can barely even get us to put a spy on a quarterback if you got a mobile quarterback because we're so set in how we want to run our scheme. Cameron Hollister is a serviceable tight end. He's got some detractions to his game. The first problem and the biggest problem is that he's not a good enough blocker in the run game. This team wants to run the ball. The tight end better be able to run block. Bar none. We can't afford to have Jimmy Graham type blockers. And TJ Hollister's not as bad as Jimmy as a run blocker, but he's not far away from Jimmy. And he's got fairly solid hands, but if the defender is near him at all, he's not going to come down with contested catches. What this means to me is you got him as your third or fourth tight end on your team. He's on a rookie deal. He's not costing a lot. That's a fine place for him. But they need to find another tight end to bring in. I like Disley, but he's had 2 major injuries in his first 2 years that have finished off his season. He can't be the number one guy that you're relying on going into next year. I maintain this is a great place for them to go to more of a 2 tight end looks. Bring in a quality second tight end, be it a O.J. Howard or a David Njoku, or maybe a Hunter Bryant from the University of Washington that somebody mentioned. Somebody along these lines that you can bring in as a legitimate upper-level tight end talent, not just another guy, not a Luke Wilson, a good talented tight end in there to match up with Will Disley. I wouldn't mind seeing something more along those lines. Yeah, we play too much zone. Absolutely, we play too much zone. It's intrinsically within the scheme, though. That's the problem with trying to change out of it, is that this, the bail technique, the kick step technique that the corners use here that other corners don't necessarily use in other places, and is wholly kind of Seattle in its the way that it's utilized. It's not going anywhere. We're going to continue to play the zones. The way you get over the zones is that you don't allow these plays that take all this time to develop to bust through those zones and break those zones, like those big crosser routes. You shorten those down. You do that by getting pass rush. So if you can get the pass rush, we can get over the fact that we run so much zone to a degree. It'll always be a problem. This is going to be a bend but don't break defense as long as Pete Carroll's here. But if you keep teams to field goals and not touchdowns, and you get the turnovers and you're able to generate some pressure, you still can be a decent unit. You can be a top 10 unit even in this league. And Cameron, the 49ers no longer run our defense. They made a change last offseason away from the Seahawks defense. They now run a 4-3 wide 9. And just to get to a simplistic aspect of this is essentially it opens up the defensive line where it spreads the defensive line out wide, hence the wide 9 name. And it allows those defenders to all kind of go hunt as opposed to doing what we do now, which is gap control. Each defensive player has 2 gaps that he could be responsible for maintaining. He has to watch those gaps in the run game first and foremost, and then go pass rush after that point. So in the Niners, they went to more of an attack-heavy defense with that wide 9, and it paid a lot of dividends for them this year. The wide 9 does allow you to potentially get hit in the run game, but hey, against the Seahawks, we weren't able to really attack them much in the run game despite that. So it seemed to work out okay for them. But Cameron, you're right. Jaguars and Falcons were mediocre. The San Diego Chargers, who have Gus Bradley as their defensive coordinator, and with all that talent that they got, right? Jason Verrett, Derwin James, Bosa, Melvin Ingram. They got a ton of talent on the defensive side of the ball, yet they were only 12th in the NFL despite that talent. Despite playing in the AFC West that's got teams like Oakland and Denver who had really no offense to really speak of for the most part throughout the year. Yeah, Hollister is just fine for what he is. There's no real issue with Hollister. For what he is, he's just perfect and he'll work good. Just keep him in the third or fourth role, third and fourth tight end on your team, and don't ask him to be your number 1, which is what he was through the whole back half of the schedule. He was our number 1 and sometimes only tight end out on the field. I don't want to get back into that same situation. Doug Baldwin appears to be retired for the rest of his life. He has checked out of football completely. I've seen no indication of him that he's even somewhat interested in coming back. I think he's done. Golden Tate slept with Russell Wilson's wife by all accounts. I don't know if this is a fact or if this is just a rumor. I heard it from somebody who was very close to the situation. So I'm not going to say it completely insider information, but the information that I got off of it was that it did occur. That Golden Tate did sleep with Russell Wilson's wife. That was a fact. So you're not going to see Tate back in a Seattle Seahawks uniform anytime soon because of that, unfortunately. Yep, Derwin James was who I wanted as well. It was one of those picks where you go, he's a couple picks away from you guys if you just go up and get him there. He's just sitting there waiting for you to be had. Why not get him? You have a need at safety. Earl's getting older. Bradley McDougall's not a young buck. Why not make this trade? Why not trade him? But why not go get this guy? It seemed like exactly the type of player you'd want to bring in, but when it comes to the first round, they don't really target a guy and go get him. They really they play the first round so weird. oddly. It's just the trading back, and then the guys they will pick who are just sometimes tweener guys, or people are like, really? That's who you're going in the first? Jermaine Ifedi in the first round? LJ Collier in the first round? Really? It's not that's why, again, trade the first round pick this year. That's the better route to go. Let's just move on with the first round pick. Let's go that route and call it a day and let it be what it is then, Russ was married to her. Yes, he was, which I don't know what Golden Tate was thinking. I mean, football players, based on what I hear, they get plenty of tail. You can go out there and get plenty of women when you're an NFL football player. God knows why you had to go after Russell Wilson's wife, but that was the and again, I heard from somebody that was, it was pretty solid. My intel on this was pretty solid. Let's just say that. The NFC West is going to be harder next year. The only hope we have is that maybe the Rams do take a step back. They're getting rid of their defensive coordinator. It seems like some of the shine is kind of fallen off of McVay there. I think that they certainly are getting a little older on that offensive line, and some of the talent that they've lost on the defensive side of the ball over the last couple of years is kind of coming up and biting them in the butt. They're going to lose Dante Fowler. They can't franchise him because they've got too much salary problems going on there. They've still got to figure out how to get Jalen Ramsey signed to a contract extension. So they could take a step back, but even if they take a step back to what the Cardinals were this year, the Cardinals are going to take a step forward. If they draft even somewhat decently, and if they do, they've got some money, I think, to spend this offseason. They've got Murray on that rookie contract, so they're not paying $25-30 million to their quarterback. And he had a great opening year. They had some good parts and pieces on that team. I think it's going to be harder next year. I think the NFC West is going to be significantly harder to get through. Joke is on Golden, man. It absolutely is on Golden there. But again, I don't know what you're thinking to sleep with a guy like Russell Wilson at that time. And they were supposed to be really tight and close, and what a weird situation. Yeah, it's just going to be a tough go. The NFC West is going to be hard. That's why all the more reason why you've got to be aggressive this offseason to stay in tone with these guys, to stay in lockstep with them. Because some of these teams could take steps forward. If the Rams do a couple of weird moves, they could take a step forward. And the Cardinals could easily take that step forward. And it's hard to see the 49ers taking a step back when they do have some older guys. They got their Joe Staley's and the Richard Shermans on that team. But that defensive line is still going to be good next year. They're going to still have D Ford, DeForest Buckner, Bosa, DJ Jones, who bent little Joey Hunt in half horribly in that one game and played really good for them before he tore his ACL. Sorry about that. So I think they're going to still be very solid from top to bottom. We got no easy guys to go through, no weak links on that schedule to just be able to tap into. Absolutely, they can go on a Super Bowl run. That's 6, no doubt. I think they're a 14-2 team. I think they're going to be in the mix on it. I think we'll be significantly better next year than we were this year. We overachieved next year, and I think we're going to have even more talent with all the assets that we have out there to go pluck. So I look for nothing but good. The free agents I look for Seattle to potentially sign. If we don't go the trade route, I think they're going to target Jack Conklin from the Tennessee Titans, a very good road grader out there at right tackle. I think that they're going to look at Ndamukong Suh because I think that's a 1-year, $7-8 million deal that you could get him for, and I think that they've been kicking the tires on him for the last couple of years. Hard to say on anything else. They're going to get a pass rusher. My gut instinct says that you're going to go get that pass rusher in a trade. It's not going to be Dante Fowler or Ngakoue. It's going to be, you're going to go out there and make that move out there via a second-round pick for a Von Miller or something like that. Maybe you'll take more than that for Miller, but something in that realm where you'll actually just go make a pick for a guy, a trade for a guy. So those would be the free agents I'd look at them signing. When will the Seahawks get a nickname for the offense? I don't know, man. The nickname game's it's a very organic thing, right? You can't generate it. You can't force it. You can't try to make a name stick. It's got to kind of come out. Like the Legion of Boom, Cam Chancellor was on radio with 710, and they were talking to him, and he was talking about how he was losing some weight so he could just maintain some speed, but he didn't want to lose too much weight because he wanted to still be able to bring the boom. And from that became the Legion of Boom out of that, but it was very much an organic thing that kind of grew. So I I don't know if the offense is going to have to get a little bit better than they even were this year if we're going to get them into a nickname. You got to be best in the league if you're getting a nickname. That's how you get it. The greatest show on turf of the Rams, they were the best offense. The Legion of Boom was the best defense for years in the NFL. That's how you get to that point. What's up, OG Bobby Johnson? Thanks for stopping in. Let's make Seahawks great again. I go for that. Yeah, I think Joey Hunt's not the answer for you at center, but as a backup on a rookie deal, I'm fine with it. I'm perfectly fine with it. I want a new starter in there. I'd like to either see Ethan Posick or them to go draft a center and bring somebody in there with some legitimate talent. Not a guy like Britt. That's a guy that you move from right tackle to right guard. Right tackle didn't work, and then right guard didn't work. Well, let's try him at center. You're basically ran out of options on the line and ended up just slamming him there because he was a second-round pick and you're trying to get some value out of him. But let's face it, you could definitely improve at the center position. Stability on the offensive line is vital. I would say that I'd like to see some more injection of talent. I think that might even be more vital than stability, as I would like to see somebody coming in that's got some actual upper-level talent. Not a guy like Mike Iupati, who you brought in, who you knew was beaten up, who you knew wasn't going to get through a full season, and he didn't get through a full season, and he broke down as the year went on. That's not the answer. You got to go. You're going to have to go harder than that. No, I don't want to go after Darius Slay. Look at the Seattle Seahawks and bringing in free agent cornerbacks onto this team. It hasn't happened often in the last 10 years, and there's a reason for that. The Seahawks teach their cornerbacks a move called the kick step technique, which is built into their bail coverage. Essentially, what the Seattle Seahawks instruct their cornerbacks to do a high prevalence of the time is to drop into that cover 3. They're going to drop into that deep zone and protect against the deep ball. So in doing that, when you bring in a guy that might be a sticky cover corner or a guy that's a man-to-man guy, right, not a zone guy, you're really not putting him in the right place to be successful. And Darius, by all accounts, has lost a step, isn't the same player he used to be, and he's more of a man-on-man kind of corner, I feel like, than he would be as a zone cover corner in our scheme. So I'm not in favor of doing that kind of move. I don't think it would work out. Yes, Cappy, give Ethan Posick a shot at center. You drafted him in the second round as one of the best college football centers there was out there. You have not given him one chance at center since you brought him in 3 years ago. I don't know why. I don't understand it. They must be they must think Britt is that much better of an option than he is. But you guys keep trying him at guard, and I don't get it. Put him at center and let him go. Let's see what we got there. We don't know. It'd be nice to understand it before we let him go or give up on him. Still going, Jonathan. I tried to end it at one point, and they said, "No, you got to keep going, man." So I'm gonna keep going until you guys we'll keep it up. Trey Flowers. I don't know that I could say that he's necessarily an upgrade over Trey Flowers, though, because again, you've got to keep in mind that you're going to ask Darius not to play man-to-man. You're going to ask him to play zone. One of the reasons that Jalen Ramsey wanted to get out of the Jaguar system was because they were playing the Seattle coverage scheme, right? He's having to play the bail into the deep zone, and he hated that. That's why he wanted to be traded in the first place. So the similar is true on other cornerbacks that want to play man-on-man. They're not going to enjoy playing in the zone coverage, and you're not going to get the most out of their abilities because you're not asking them to do what they do best. Yeah, I think Trey Flowers can certainly develop. This is his second year playing cornerback in the NFL, safety in college. He had 3 interceptions in this year. He had 1 interception in the Philadelphia Eagle game. Go back and watch the highlights of the Philadelphia Eagle game at the end of the game. He's lined up in press coverage on his receiver. Now, Wentz looks at the play and he sees it as cover 2. He's got both of the safeties going deep over the top. So what Wentz feels like he's going to be able to have there is a hole shot, what they call a hole shot, where his receiver will get by the corner, but it'll be inside the safety and he can lay the ball right in there. What Flowers did on that play is he disguised his bail technique beautifully. He shows press coverage, just like Richard Sherman used to do, because that's how Richard Sherman used to bait guys, is he would show press and make it look like man-on-man, and then he would drop into his bail. It's what he did on the famous tip play. He goes up, shows press coverage to Kaepernick, makes Kaepernick think he's got him one-on-one, but it's actually bail technique, and he's going to his deep zone. That's where Sherman's heading the whole time during that whole play. Same thing with Flowers on that play against the Eagles in that first game that they played against the Eagles. He shows press, drops into the bail, makes the interception by jumping the route because he's going to his bail technique. It's the one time where you really see the scheme fit well to what you want. It's where the scheme looks its best, I guess. I think Flowers is capable of making those kind of plays. I'll never see him as a Pro Bowl guy, but he's a solid tackler out there at the corner position, which you need in this defense. You got to be able to tackle in this defense at corner. And I think he's going to continue to get better in coverage. I think he will continue to improve as he gets more comfortable with the position. Jack Brenner, that looks like, is that Russian? I'm going with Russian on that, but I don't know if I can read it, so I will not make an attempt to. I think, TJ, the reason people hit on Flowers is because Griffin had such a good year this year where he played at almost a sub-Pro Bowl level, and so quarterbacks, especially as the year went on, really started to pick on Flowers and really work him a good amount. And he got certain games, he had some bad games. He wasn't as good in certain games, and so people look at that and they think, okay, this is indicative of the fact that he's not a good player. But there's guys over on that normal 2 cornerback that get hit a lot. Even when we had Byron Maxwell over there, he had the 6 interceptions, I think, in 2 years, and he played really good corner, but there were times that he got picked on. Don't forget in the Super Bowl, I think Demaryius Thomas had like 12 catches on him in that game. And that was because Peyton Manning wasn't throwing anywhere near Richard Sherman. He was just going to attack that other side of the field. It's the way you're going to see that in the scheme at all times. That guy's going to always be picked on, that other cornerback over there, just because it's the nature of the beast. Sean, I'd love to get Quentin Nelson. My dream move this offseason, if I have a dream move we make this offseason, it's packaging 2 first-round picks to the Indianapolis Colts and getting Quentin Nelson. I understand it's not likely to happen. I understand that the Colts aren't probably going to give up on Quentin Nelson, but I think 2 first-round picks, you get them listening, and you make it hard on them. And I think that type of move would really cement this offensive line into a place where it would be much improved by just one move alone there. You move Jamarco Jones out to right tackle. You maybe then look at addressing the center position. I think you're really now turning around that unit in a big way and actually injecting some talent on that side of the ball, which we need desperately. John, let me see. So if you're trying to win now, then I can live with the Darius Slay trade, but I think the experience would be good for life. Yeah, Cameron, I just don't think, and there's no guarantee Darius Slay is going to play better than Flowers at this point in time in his career. He didn't have a good season this last season. So that's one thing I'd question maybe as a possibility there. Richard used the same technique against Cobb. So Jonathan, you are right. He used the same technique against Cobb in that Packer game, but it wasn't Cobb. It was actually Devontae Adams that he made that pick on. I just did that great Seahawks moment video on that Packer game, so I remember every little bit of that deal. But yeah, Richard Adams set up. He told Devontae in that game. He said, "If you guys, the first time you come over here," he says during the game, he says, "I told that punk ass rookie, I said, the first time you try me over here, I'm picking you off," and that's exactly what happened. So. But he did the exact same thing. He set up and press, made Rodgers think that Devontae could beat Richard up over the top, like many quarterbacks before him have made that mistake, and Richard was able to pick him on it. That 6, I think that's a great player comp. Brandon Browner as the high-end Trey Flowers, as what Trey Flowers could be at his best, I think is an apt comparison. A solid sub-Pro Bowl level type player, right in that point, So $100 we pick at 26. Well, Carl, I would say that even if we aren't making a trade for a player at 26, there's a high likelihood we do actually trade back out of the first round, because that's what John Snyder has tended to do in recent history. So it's hard to say they would just stand pat. They don't tend to stand pat at their first round pick. They're going to move at least a couple places back, even at like 28, 29, 30, They don't have Richard Sherman covering Demaryius Thomas because the way this scheme is set up, the cornerbacks do not travel under any circumstances. So the right cornerback is the right cornerback. The left cornerback is the left cornerback. Why do you do this as opposed to having a cornerback travel? What is the benefit? The benefit is as follows. There is advanced stats and analytics that show that quarterbacks that throw to the right throw with a lot more accuracy, have a lot more of a tendency to hit bigger plays because it's an easier throwing to your outside point. When you have to throw to your left, it's a harder throw. It's more difficult on quarterbacks. So you're taking away what they want to throw to as their ideal at that point by putting Sherman. You're making them throw the pass you want them to make at that point. That's why I'm actually in favor of keeping one cornerback on one side and keeping the other cornerback on the other, because you're now you're forcing the offense to play left-handed. Essentially, you're asking them right out the gate to do something they don't want to do, and it will throw them off a little bit. So that's why you don't cover up with Demaryius Thomas in that game. The odd part about Seattle is that you would have thought with Richard Sherman over on that side that they would have had more of a tendency with Earl Thomas back there to then have him move over to that other left cornerback and protect the left cornerback a little more often. But they didn't do that throughout Earl Thomas's career. They kept Earl Thomas to that cover one where he would just go deep back and take away the deep part of the field. And I always thought that was an interesting choice to make from a strategy standpoint, rather than having him lean towards the weaker cornerback on your team. Yeah, they just play their side of the field. What's up, Insanity Mixes? Thanks for dropping on in and saying hey. I appreciate it, man. No, they don't switch it up against lefties because, number one, you don't play left-handed quarterbacks very often. I can't even remember the last left-handed quarterback that the Seattle Seahawks played. And I think, number two, you want your players comfortable in the places they're on. The point of this is to have the player very comfortable with what he's being asked to do, specifically the cornerback. So you're not going to want to flip him on sides or put him into the slot or do something like that. You're going to want to leave him in his place so that he knows exactly where he is. And also his interaction between, let's say, Cam Chancellor as strong safety, being Richard Sherman back in the day. Those guys are on the same page. When you flip Richard over, now the communication has to be on the same point between her and Earl, which I'm sure they were really good. I'm sure they had similar communication, but why do that when you can keep it as it is and not change things up and have to throw things into a bit of a flux? Well, Insanity, the one thing I would argue is take a look at Darius Slay's ranking this year as far as cornerbacks with Pro Football Focus, off of what you heard from Detroit Lion fans, off of just some of the stuff that was coming out where he wasn't playing as great as he had in the past. I've got a buddy who is a former college football player, former college defensive back. He talked about Slay with me this year. He said Slay's just looking about done. He's looks like he's not the same player he was a couple years ago. So you're not getting the Darius Slay in his prime. Okay, if you get that. And then as well, are you getting a guy that's going to fit schematically to what you do? Darius Slay is used to playing in a man-on-man type scheme. You're going to be asking him now to play predominantly zone. Does that fit to his strengths? Is he a zone player? Does he want to play in a zone? That would be my question on that. I don't know if it'd be the best route to go. Yeah, it could be that. Could be the last lefty that we faced was Vic. I'm trying to think if we even faced Michael Vick, though. I think when we played the Eagles, I think it was a different quarterback at that time. I'm not sure if we played Seattle with Vic. Richard Sherman changed to cornerback in his final year of college. And that's one of the reasons that he slipped when he did, because he was a receiver throughout his first 3 years. So the NFL teams out there didn't have a lot of film on Richard coming out. He was a bigger cornerback. This was at a time when basically all the cornerbacks needed to be in that 5'11" range, where it was thought process was they just couldn't be big enough because they couldn't flip their hips fast enough to stay with receivers. So that's kind of why he did drop in that draft as he did. Al Woods, I would bring back. If you can bring Al Woods back at the same kind of rate that you had this season, a 1 year, $2-3 million deal, I'm okay with that as a rotational piece. I think he's solid. He actually gave you spouts of pass rush at times, and he was really solid in the run game. I like him as an overall player. I think he gives you a couple of different things with that. He's not just a one-trick pony, which is what he kind of came in. That was the reputation of him coming in. He'd just be a run stopper, but he actually gave you some pass rush. So I like Al Woods quite a bit. Yeah, Cameron, he's a wide receiver through most of his career. And then Harbaugh didn't do him a lot of favors in his senior year. They had a falling out. He didn't play him as much. Yeah, Insanity, you're right. We actually even have more than 60 million. My count is after you make your releases of KJ Wright, and there's a couple guys in there that you're going to release out for salary standpoint. You're going to be at damn near $75 million in cap space when it's all said and done. So they got a lot of money to go out and spend. Even up to 85, Cameron. I could see that too. I've seen a variety of different numbers, but there's a ton of cap space one way or another. And there are 3 legitimate guys you're cutting that you save a lot of money on by cutting. So the Dixon deal, he's going into the final year of his deal. All the bonus money's done on that, I think. So it's just pure base that you get a cut out of on that deal. You could really you could save some ducats that way. So they've got money to spend. I would look for him to be very active in free agency, if not make it through trades and take on salary that way. But they've got there's a lot of flexibility here in how they attack this. They don't just have to go down one lane and one route in order to get these solutions. They can think outside the box. And that's where you need to be in this modern NFL. Think in trades. Don't just think in free agency, because it used to be you didn't trade at all, but now we're seeing trades all over the place at all times throughout the season, from the start of training camp to the end of training camp, midway through the year. It didn't used to be this way. And I think we've got to adjust our strategy now to that and implement that in how we attack this. But we have the Dolphins on the road, and Tua will slightly go to yeah, we will have probably the Dolphins on the road. Tua, I would be very surprised if he plays a lot next year. I would look for the Dolphins, if they do draft him, to sit him. He's a guy that got beat up in his college career, and that body probably could take some time to rest up a little bit, on top of the fact he's a rookie, and you've already got Josh Rosen in there. So we'll probably end up having to play like a Josh Rosen in that game as opposed to a Tua, if that is who they picked. Yeah, Insanity, that's just what I've heard on it. And again, the guy that I lean on, this former college defensive back, I know he knows his stuff pretty darn well. And he just thinks it's just the quickness, speed, just not quite as much there as it was in the past with that guy. Carl, I don't know if Woods and Gordon can stay off the Peds. I really don't. The marijuana thing is a weird thing to me versus the Peds. Because like I was saying earlier, the marijuana thing, they all get tested at the very start of the season, as I understand it, for the marijuana once. Now, with Gordon, he could have been tested more because he's a past offender, and so they could be testing him all over the place. But these guys, a lot of them smoke marijuana. Like, they have a way of getting around the piss test. There's a huge contingent of NFL players that are smoking. So the fact that he hasn't figured out the way to get around that sometimes makes me believe that with Josh, there's something else at play other than the marijuana. I don't know that it's Peds, but something seems to be else entering into this as a factor. Jonathan, I like man-on-man as well. I do too. The zone stuff, I've never been a big zone guy. I never quite really fully understand the benefits behind playing such a high prevalence of zone. It seems like quarterbacks now more than ever are smarter than ever, especially pre-snap. And they find indicators and they see little nuances within your scheme that allow them to be able to make their decision-making sped up quicker, to be able to go to the guy they want to go to and have the easy completion faster than ever. It is amazing how far these guys have come along. And with the spread formations in college football and even going into high school football now, these guys are so much further along as they enter the league than they ever used to be. And so attacking zone coverage has just gotten a lot easier. And with going into man-on-man scheme, of course, then you can go into more blitzes at that point. If you've got players that are more comfortable playing man-on-man as opposed to playing zone a predominant amount of the time, you're able to be a lot more effective as a blitzing team. And that's been one of the struggles for us as a blitzing team, is that when we go into blitz, we go into man. But the fact that we don't play man 70-80% of the time as a defense then really exposes our players when they're locked up on man, because they don't play it very often. It's kind of is what it is. Yeah, Insanity, I don't know if I want to re-sign Chris Carson. Look at the deals that have been handed out recently to big-time running backs in the NFL. Just in the last 10 years. David Johnson, Todd Gurley, Ezekiel Elliott, Le'Veon Bell. Even our own Seahawks team, when they went and signed Sean Alexander after his MVP season, he fell off a cliff. And these guys sign these deals at running back and they're done. I mean, every single time, done. I don't want to sign Carson, a guy who's had injury problems. He's had 2 of his first 3 years finished off by injury. He's got a fumble issue that is the worst in the NFL by far. I just don't. I would rather put him on a 1-year deal. You can transitional tag him right now. Put a 2nd or 3rd round flyer on him right now as a transitional tag, and make me prove that you can get through a full season and not fumble the ball every other week. How about he proves that, and then I may be able to sign him on a deal. Now you got me on Griffin. I'm okay with re-signing Griffin. The deal with Griffin is this: we can hold him under club control for another year. So he's got to do a deal that kind of comes halfway, where he's getting his money, but we're also getting somewhat of a team-friendly deal there, and we're not breaking the bank on Griffith, who's not a guy who takes away the football at cornerback. He's very sticky. He has a lot of passes defensed, but he's not a guy who's going to turn around and get you a lot of picks. So I'm not going to pay him top of the market at cornerback because of that. Yeah, Cameron, I don't think so either. I think Carson's going to have to take significantly less money than what the running back market has been set at recently, because you got Ezekiel Elliott set it at like 17, 18 million. Prior to him, I think David Johnson's with at 12 million. Le'Veon Bell in the $12 million phase. Gurley broke the bank, I think, at 15, 16 million per. I'm not going anywhere near that at all. I mean, I'm talking, I'll do maybe 6, 7 million a year, maybe. And even that I have a hard time with, because I feel like we can keep running backs through. You can keep finding Matt Breida's, Phillip Lindsay's, Chris Carson's in the 6th and 7th round every single year. Every single year you can bring those guys in. Jonathan Salazar, I would be in favor of another defensive scheme. Yeah, I would be. I'd like more of an attacking defensive scheme. We are a read and react scheme right now. We're a gap control scheme right now with our defensive linemen. I would like a defensive line that's actually in attack mode, going upfield, getting into the backfield. And they will have a potential at that point to give up more big plays than this current defense because of that. It won't all be sunshine and roses at that point. But I am willing to give up a big play in this modern era. I think that there's more of a benefit in this modern era to potentially giving up a big play as opposed to those long-ass drives that wear a defense down, that the bend but don't break defenses constantly allow, right? Bend but don't break defenses allow for multiple drives to go on for long periods of time. And that's where your defenses get worn down throughout the course of the game. Whereas if you just gave up a 60-yarder down the field, okay, you gave up a 60-yarder, but it was only over the course of a couple plays, and at least your defense is somewhat fresh. I would prefer that as opposed to this defense here, which is just protectivism. We don't want to have the big play. We just don't want to give up the big shot over the top. Just keep it all in front of you. Just keep it all right in front of you at all times. I hate that. It's almost playing out of fear, right? It's playing to not have something happen as opposed to playing to create something to happen, right? Yeah, welcome back, Salazar. Shaquem is a pass rusher. The thing with Shaquem is that you can't bring him in if you're in, let's say, a 3rd and 5. You bring Shaquem in with 3rd and 5, you got a quarterback back there with a running back. He's going to do a draw to the running back, and they're going to go right over the top of Shaquem's side, and he's going to get swallowed up. The only time he can come out in the field is when it's a 3rd and long, and there's no chance that they're going to run the football. And at that point, he'll be mildly effective in that role, but he is effective. It's 15 to 20 snaps that he can give you something off that edge. I agree. It's something that you can kind of build around. It's not a ton, but it's something to build around. Yeah, Insanity, I don't like paying running backs, man. The combination of two factors. Number one, when you pay them, they fall off a cliff. Their production level always falls off. I mean, this happened even with us on Marshawn Lynch. When we signed Marshawn Lynch, we didn't get the same kind of production, man. It's the nature of the beast in this respect. And then you add in the aspect that you can get these running backs in the 5th, 6th, 7th round every single year. Every year there's a plethora of these guys that they may not be game changers or whatever, but they're very good backs there. So, Chris Carson was a 7th rounder, right? Phillip Lindsay was 6th rounder. Matt Breida was a 6th rounder. I'm forgetting a variety of other guys that are out there that are doing the work out there that weren't top ranked guys, man, He could pass rush from the middle linebacker spot. It's something that I think has been a bit of a head scratcher for me, as I thought Shaquem would have been utilized a lot more in coverage, actually. This is a guy with 4.3 speed that you could put out at the outside linebacker position, and it's great in the pass rush, but I've often wondered why we don't see more of him out in coverage. He was very good in college. Go watch his college tape. Shaquem was actually very good when he wasn't rushing the passer. He was very good in coverage, had a couple interceptions. And he's got the speed and quickness and instincts. They just haven't really put him in that position very often. And they don't want to take Bobby off the field. So that's the problem with putting in middle linebackers. They would never take Wagner out of there. They love him too much. Yeah, Insanity, the play calling on defense is very simplistic. Cover 1, cover 3. Cover 2, cover 1, cover 3. Oh, we're going to try blitz. Back to cover 1, cover 2, cover 3. We're going to blitz. Cover 1, cover 2, cover 3. It's the same old beat, dude. There's not a lot of switching it up. Oh, and I am still going here. We got 17 here in the chat. I'll keep hanging on as long as I can here. I'm going to need to make some more coffee in a second, though. I'll tell you that. Hanging on for dear life. Hey, you have a good one, Cameron. Thank you for dropping on in the chat. I do appreciate it, bro. If a team offered 5 first-round picks for Russ, would you consider it? So I wouldn't do it now. I would have considered it potentially a couple years ago when Lamar Jackson was in the draft. And I know that this looks and sounds like I'm saying something in retrospect. I was hot to trot on Lamar Jackson because I couldn't understand why some of these other quarterbacks were being elevated over the top of him. He was a Heisman winner. He had a great live arm, and he was absolutely sensational in running around the football. I was kind of stuck on this thought process of a strategy. And let me see what you guys think of this. The modern NFL moves to now a running quarterback being the end all be all. When you get a rookie quarterback, even on a first round contract like Lamar is, who's picked near the end of the first round, you're paying a couple $1 million a year for him at quarterback. You juxtapose that on top of Russell Wilson, who you're about $33 million per. That is a huge, huge wide difference. And there was a thought in my process of saying, well, look, you're a team that doesn't want to put the reins in the quarterback. You don't want to let Russell take over and really be pass happy and really let him really run this team. You're still wanting to play to your defense and run the football. So if that's the case, get a rookie quarterback on a rookie contract and utilize that first 3-4 years of that cheap deal to the utmost. Seattle didn't go in this direction, and I'm glad we're not. I'm happy with Russell. I think he is the perfect quarterback, and he may be the best quarterback in the NFL right now, outside of maybe Patrick Mahomes. But go make some coffee. But I did think about that. I think that there is a team out there that is going to have the balls to do that. They will. There's a team out there, and the Ravens are doing it right now. I mean, they're playing with Lamar for no tomorrow. Lamar's not doing the little Russell Wilson slides and protecting him. They're having him go balls out. Like he's face force, diving for first downs, taking hard shots. He's going to get beat up eventually, but they're just trying to get the most out of that rookie deal when he's super cheap and they can put the resources to the other parts of the team. I don't know if it's the way to go from a strategy standpoint, but some team out there will be a team out there that has a full, complete team, and they realize we can go get this kind of quarterback that'll fit in and do something very specific for us. We're not going to ask him to be an MVP or to carry the day. He's always got to do is basically not muck it up and run around and utilize his legs. Somebody will do it. But I don't think I would do the trade. If team offered me 5 picks right now, no, I don't think I would make that trade because you have a team in position right now to go and challenge for the Super Bowl. And you don't go bring a rookie quarterback in at this point when you're in that position to do that. I hope we look at another defensive scheme because there's so many quarterbacks that just torch zone coverages. They just sit back and find. Yeah, Jonathan, I do too. It's the zone scheme in the modern day. It's, these quarterbacks have VR helmets they wear throughout the offseason that give them indicators and things to go off of. Their minds are working so fast. And again, to understand that this is now going back to high school where you're seeing quarterbacks throw the ball. When I was back in high school, no high school teams threw the ball at all. You might have one in a state that threw the ball. Everybody was just going to pound the rock, run the wishbone, all that kind of stuff. And so now high school offenses are throwing the ball. These quarterbacks are being allowed to develop so much faster. And the same is true with college. College used to be more run-centric. Now it's all about the spread formations. These guys are coming in way more advanced, way more able to attack things that are simple and easy to diagnose, which is what our defense unfortunately is right now. I'm not sure what you're saying there, Ethan Williams. Thanks for jumping in the chat, but I don't know. I'm not sure what you're saying on that thing there. Yeah, I think Insanity, Mahomes, and Russ are right there with neck and neck with each other. Russ has obviously got more mobility. Mahomes has probably got, a few more throws in his arsenal that he can make that Russell can make, but they're neck and neck and, they're right there. No, Pete didn't ruin Taylor Mays. Taylor Mays was just really, at the end of the day, a limited prospect. It's a guy, Taylor Mays, if he comes out in 1975 as the free safety he is, he's a game changer. He come out in 2012 as that kind of safety, and he's not Cam Chancellor, by the way. This was a guy way stiffer than even Chancellor, not as fast, not as much of he was a hitter, but I don't think he was as much a violent hitter as Cam. And I think that, Pete obviously had some inside info with Taylor as far as how committed are you to the game? Where was he really at? And I think he's just a guy that I think maybe got a little bit more hype on him than he deserved as far as a football player goes. When did we bring Taylor Mays in for a workout? I don't remember that. Oh, okay. No worry. No worry, Ethan. Thanks for jumping on the chat. But yeah, I thought the Taylor Mays, you knew something was up with Taylor Mays when in that same draft they passed on Taylor Mays, they went after Cam Chancellor, who was very much similar in profile to Taylor at the time, right? Both of them were big guys that were heavy hitters in college, huge for the safety position. But I think with Pete, Taylor played free safety, whereas Cam played strong safety. And Taylor as a free safety was really limited that he's a hitter. You need the hitter at the strong safety position, not the free safety. And I think that they liked more having the Earl Thomas guy back there, the rangy guy, sideline to sideline type guy that could, really get after it. Was more, I think they were they were more caught up in that. All right, how are we doing here, guys? We're at 5.5 hours in the stream. Where is our? Let me take the pulse here. Where are we at right now? Seems a little like the chat might be slowing down. So, are we at a good point where we want to call it? You guys want to keep going? Or did I lose my chat? Nope, there we are. On teams on a long 5-day drive. Yeah, Jonathan, the bend but don't break defense has a part to it that's the part of it that does drive me nuts. Is it's meant to keep teams into where they're going to just go for field goals because you're going to get real tight down by the red zone. You'll be a little bit looser in between the 20s. But then you're going to allow teams to have these long drives, which wears down your defense. And then when you have an offense like ours, which has such a tendency to go 3 and out at such a high prevalence of the time, it doesn't lend well. Your offense is constantly off the field. Your defense is constantly on the field. And it just ends up, again, making things so much harder. Schematically, how we set things up makes things so much harder for us to go. The slow starting, the allowing for the defense to give up yards and not be as stringent. And, man, it puts you back behind the 8 ball. I won't call it yet insanity. I'm still going here. We'll keep it rolling. Hey, TJ, I'm down, man. I love it when Seattle drafts pure Seahawks fans from their childhood. We haven't had a lot of those guys that were Seahawks fans as kids and then got drafted as Seahawks players. So that'd be awesome. Yeah, David Johnson, thanks for jumping in here. Put all your eggs in the offense wouldn't be a horrible thing. I tell you, if when they were looking at hiring Schottenheimer a couple of years ago, the place that I really was hoping they would go was go with a dynamic offensive mind, open things up, give Russell a modern day offense, put weapons around him all over the place, give him an offensive line, and then just have a defense that was all right. Like that's where a lot of teams have gone in this NFL, and they've had some success with that. Look at the Chiefs. I mean, that's not a great defense by the Chiefs. They got Tyrann Mathieu, they got Chris Jones, and they got Frank Clark. And then they got a whole bunch of guys, and they're able to be so dynamic offensively that they can just overcome it because the rules in the NFL have bent everything towards the offense now. I mean, every new rule change every single year seems to bend towards the offense rather than the defense. My thoughts on the Jadeveon Clowney situation is that you need to go out there and re-sign him. I don't know if I want to set the market up for defensive ends and have him set the market and be up in that 27 to 28 million per season, which the market could go up to with the cap going up 10% this year. But I'm perfectly fine giving him the Frank Clark deal from a year ago. I think he's a better player than Frank Clark. I think as a run defender, he is phenomenally better than Frank Clark. And I think as a pass rusher, Frank Clark is just a little bit better than Jadeveon Clowney. But overall, I think Clowney's a better player than Clark. Clark was more of a boom and bust player. He'd show up one week and then not show up another week. He wasn't a guy getting you consistent pressure. Jaron Reed to me goes on to if Jaron Reed's willing to take a little bit of a discount from where he was presumably at last offseason, and the reports last offseason where Jaron Reed was looking to be in that $15 million range, break the bank for the defensive tackle position. No, I'm not doing that. If he wants to be around the $10 million range a year fee or just a little bit under that, we can maybe talk about that. But outside of that, I'm looking to franchise him. He was suspended for the first 6 games of the season. He came back and then he was injured. And then his productivity was really right around where it was in his first 2 years with Seattle, where he only had a sack and a half and 2 sacks respectively in his first 2 years. I don't know if we've got a guy that's going to get you 10 and a half sacks in that defensive tackle position. And I don't want to pay him at that amount if I'm not going to get that production. Why not just do the franchise? You got no one else you're putting it on. There's no reason not to pay him that. The defensive tackles don't cost a lot on the franchise tag. They're not up in that $20 million range. It's more in that $14 to $15 million range for a defensive tackle. So that seems the straightforward goal here. All right, I am going to make some more coffee, guys. Give me just 2 seconds. So I will be right back. We're going to do a little bit of coffee, and bear with me. I will cover Ethan Williams. I will cover your thoughts on LSU here in just a sec. All right, here we go. So I saw we had a question about the LSU receiver, Clavon. I've got to look a little more deeper into him. He's looked okay in highlights, but I'd like to see more of with the prospects as I lead into the draft. I will start looking at game film because that's a lot of the stuff you can see that's available on YouTube. And I like it with some of these breakdowns you get where they'll just go play, and you can just see a guy play after play after play after play and really get a good idea of what you're getting play in and play out. For instance, last year there was one that kind of had me down on DK a little bit, but he definitely improved upon it. But he went up against Greedy Williams at one point last year, and Greedy Williams, who was a top-rated cornerback last year, really gave DK the business in that game against LSU and Ole Miss. So I think you got to go more to the game film than the highlights, and that's where I've got to look a little deeper on some of these prospects. I don't want to speak out of school yet on them because I haven't dived as deep. I watch a little college football through the season, but I watch more of it after the year to a degree. Yeah, insanity, you're right. I mean, Frank Clark is a very good pass rusher, and again, I do think he's a marginally better pass rusher than Jadeveon Clowney. And he does bring the pressures along with the sacks on that. There was some feasting on the weak links to a degree, right? Like in 2018, how many of his sacks came up against the Oakland Raiders in that one game? He'd get him up against the weaker competition where he'd really feast. And you saw that this year when he went up against Denver. I think he had a couple sacks in that game. Where they're just not as solid. In this game against Kansas City, watching it looked like at times they tried to move Clark away from Laramie Tunsil over there on the left side because the Texans are kind of a shit show other than their left tackle. And then they're let Frank Clark really attack that other side of the line, and he was able to really eat in that game. So Clark does a good job of attacking lesser competition and really feasting on that. But I feel like with Clowney, he's a guy you can put up against Joe Staley, and he can dominate a Joe Staley throughout a whole game. He can dominate upper level talent because he's such a freak show sometime. The key with Clowney is that you got to just not have him getting double and triple teamed as much as we did and take some of that heat off of him so he can really flourish. It could have been. I mean, hard to say for me that Clark's the reason that Jarran Reed had 10 sacks in a year. I mean, Clark was generating similar pressure the prior year in 2017, and Jarran Reed didn't have 10 sacks in that year. And that was his second year. He wasn't his rookie year. That's the thing with that is that it could be, maybe. I think the fact that they had a better pass rush in 2018 overall than they did this past season helped out Reed as well, that there would just seem to be more, pressure coming from a variety of different areas, whereas this year was kind of Clowney or nothing. But Frank Clark was nice. I'm still happy we made that deal. You got a king's ransom and assets back for him. And again, I don't think that Frank Clark is the cornerstone type player I want to pay $23 million to. If I'm paying $23 million to an edge defender, he's got to be great against the run. He can't just rush the passer. That doesn't work for me. Not in this modern NFL. And Frank Clark is not good against the run. You saw it again this year with the Chiefs. Whenever teams ran at him to that side, he didn't do as well. Yeah, you can get to the quarterback, but you got to have both prongs if you want me to pay you full stem. I need it all. I don't need to have you with these big holes in your game. Man-to-man coverage is going to give us 4 cornerbacks on the field as opposed to our usual 2 cornerbacks. No, man-to-man just refers to the fact you're not playing in a zone. So Seattle's corners, for instance, play bail technique. They will line up a couple yards off the receiver, and then usually right about the snap, you'll watch them drop 5 yards back deep because they're preventing themselves against the deep ball. That's zone coverage. Now, if you got a guy man on man and he's 5 yards off the line of scrimmage, now he's actually up on the receiver after the snap, and he's actually covering him throughout the play rather than covering an area or a zone. So that's where, man on man has nothing to do with how many players you have on the field. It just has to do with how you're covering players. If we keep Clowney, Clark trade was worth it. So the thing to understand with the Clowney trade and the Clark trade is this. Number one, you got a 1st and 2nd round pick for Frank Clark. You do not have DK Metcalf today if you do not make that Frank Clark trade. Just think about that for just 1 second. Now, when you add into the fact with Clowney, you only had to give up a 3rd round pick for Jadeveon Clowney to get him here, as opposed to the 1st and 2nd round pick that you got back from the Chiefs for Frank Clark. And you didn't have to sign the guy. Half of his salary this year was paid for by the Texans. They paid for half of his franchise tag this year. You only had to pay Clowney $7.5 million. And this is also very important because if Clowney does happen to go in free agency, you get his 3rd round pick back as a compensatory pick. So even if we lose him in free agency, we still get a compensatory pick back. I don't want to see that happen. But when you look at comparing this Frank Clark trade to the Clowney trade, you've really got to bring all of the data in to really understand, what's what. I don't know that the LJ Collier deal happens, I think, regardless of whatever happened with Frank Clark or Clowney. I think that they make that pick regardless. They seem to just want him to bring another defensive end no matter what at all costs. And, they did so. Yeah, Shane. I would probably argue, Shane, that if she did happen to cheat and Russell Wilson did have some kind of evidence of that there's not a lot of money that she was going to be in line for at that point anyway. And it seemed pretty amicable, their parting, but who knows on that deal. It worked out probably better for Russell. He's probably happier with the current wife that he has as opposed to what he did. I feel like it's the defensive end that makes the day, gets the sacks, because the defensive end takes the tackle so that the D tackle can move in the gap. Yeah, TJ. Here's the thing, though, that I would offer about, someone said that they thought Frank Clark. So Carl was saying he thought Frank Clark was the reason Jarran Reed got 10 sacks. The one thing I'd ask you about that, Carl, as I'm thinking about that, is that Jadeveon Clowney was one of the most double-teamed and triple-teamed defenders in the entire NFL. So that led to a lot of situations where Jarran Reed was singled up, where he wasn't being doubled. So why, if the case is that Clark's generating the sacks the prior year and Clark's not being doubled and tripled as much as Clowney was this year, and Reed's generating those 10 sacks, why would not the same thing be true this year when Jarran Reed was in with Clowney, who's getting a similar amount of people? Yep, he was hurt. That's right. He had the high ankle sprain. It's legitimate. And high ankle sprains do tend to linger throughout a whole year, even once guys do come back healthy. So that's valid. It is absolutely valid. Russell Wilson Ford. Sorry, I'm guys, I'm a little behind here. Yeah, but the defensive end, I agree, is important. That's why I think TJ getting a Von Miller's my second deal to be made, right? My number one dream move this year would be to go get Quentin Nelson this offseason. My number two move behind that would be to go trade for Von Miller. So I definitely think if you're looking at adding pass rush onto this team, getting another defensive end is the place to do it in, and that's the place that could have the most effect for our pass rush, the most beneficial effect for our pass rush. Passionate, thanks for dropping in. Do I think that John Ursula could be good? I do. The problem is John's going to be a little limited because Seattle is very happy with Lockett out there at the slot receiver. And though Lockett can play outside and inside, I don't know that they want to move Lockett off that inside where he's really a security blanket for Russell, especially on third down. I think they like Lockett in that role, so it's going to be hard, I think, for Ursula to get on the field. He's not an outside receiver. He's really specifically a slot guy, and that's it. With that said, though, I like what he offered. Every time he got on the football field, he had an impact, and I certainly see him being on this team next year. Do we get Earl Thomas pick this year or next year? We get the Earl Thomas pick this year. You will get a third round compensatory pick for Earl Thomas. You will get, I believe, a 5th round to a 4th round compensatory pick for Justin Coleman. Then you've got Shamar Stephan, and I believe the guard that we lost to Arizona gives you the 7th because you signed no free agents. So you have nothing to counterbalance. It's all just what you lost out the door. And so you lost 4 different guys. So you should have 4 picks in this next draft, according to how it's supposed to work. Yeah, I mean, Carl, you could be right. And you're right. I mean, the hard thing is because Reed was injured this year, we don't know for certain that that's the case because he didn't get out the most of what he could, and that's why you put Reed on the franchise tag and go, we'll go with this. I think Clowney and Reed are both going to be helped out by having other legitimate pass rushers surrounding them to some degree. You just had warm bodies out there. The Brandon Jacksons, the Poona Fords, these guys, as far as pass rushers go, just weren't generating much. And Quentin Jefferson had a couple games here and there where he kind of popped off a little bit, but not enough to where you'd say he was consistently getting you any kind of pass rush, much less drawing away the attention that was being, isolated on Clowney. But we'll see next year because I think we are going to see both those guys back into the fold. Von Miller would be a defensive end. He would be your Leo defensive end for the Seattle Seahawks. Leo defensive end on the 4 down lineman. The Leo lines up about a half yard to a yard to the right, a little wider than the left defensive end lines up. The left defensive end lines up a little bit tighter in his split. So that's going to allow for a guy who might be a little more undersized. That's why a guy like Bruce Irvin had some luck here. Even a guy like Chris Clemens, who went 255, had some luck here from that Leo end, is because you can be a little lighter in the pants and it's okay. The scheme is going to protect you in the running game so that you won't be as exposed that much if you get isolated out there and somebody tries to run over you. Do you think Norton's scheme is personal or what they want to do always? I think Norton is taking his marching orders from Pete Carroll, and I think the scheme is the way Pete Carroll wants it to be. And I think that he wants some yes men around him to a certain degree when it comes to how his coordinators operate at this point. I don't think he's looking for a lot of friction or for a lot of fighting with that. And so that's why you kind of stay in what you are and you don't leave it, David. They need to leave it. They need to get into something more. They need to be a little more multifaceted, try some different approaches, but it's not much in their DNA to do it. And I don't know if they'd be great if they went and did that. That's why I think the way to slay this beast at the end of the day, the way to conquer this mountain is, the quickest way would be change scheme, change coordinator, try some new stuff. But you can also accomplish it by getting a plethora of pass rushers, getting a bunch of guys that are all threats to get to the quarterback. That will speed the plays up. That will speed up the quarterback's clock. You'll get more pressures, more turnovers. The defense will be more effective. Who is my next jersey? Probably Metcalf, probably. Maybe Blair if he can get on the football, if they actually give him a chance on the football field. Yeah, Carl, we just need I was thinking of it the other day. It's like you could bring in, theoretically, you could go out, re-sign Clowney, franchise Reed. You could go make a trade for Calais Campbell, and you could go make a trade for Von Miller. Okay, and hold on, you guys, before you start screaming at me that I'm being crazy. Even if you put all of that money together with some of the money that you have allotted in your secondary and anticipating that you cut KJ Wright, the defense at that point would still barely be over $100 million. You'd still have nearly $100 million to allot to the offensive side of the football at that point. So while it would be a lot of money, the thing to keep in mind with making those kind of deals, going that hard at it, is that you'd have not a lot of money that you'd be owing into the next years. There would be no bonus money at that point that you'd owe. All you would owe is the money that year and what you gave up in draft pick compensation, which is a lot better of a way for me and my standpoint for us to go, as opposed to dipping in free agency, losing out on the compensatory game completely, and bringing in guys who free agents just don't tend to perform at high levels right after you sign them, right? You see a high propensity of injuries. The performance goes down a little bit. It's weird how that works. As soon as guys get paid, they don't play as high a level. Odd, huh? Do you think we can be a good defense? Look, we can still be a top 10 defense with Ken Norton. Just like I said, if you're bringing in a defensive line that's got Von Miller, Calais Campbell, Clowney, Jaron Reed, and backed up by Poona Fords, and you got a guy like Rasheem Green out there on that outside who's continuing to develop. Now you're going to be very dynamic on that defensive line, and you are going to create pressure. You're going to make it hard for teams to run on you. You're going to turn teams one-dimensional really quick. And yes, in that standpoint, you can then get back to being a top 10 defense. I don't think that the team's going to get to a top 5 defense because schematically the holes have been opened up this wide by teams throughout the league, but you can still get to top 10. And with an offense that is as absolutely dynamite as they are, as great as our offense can be, I think that's good enough. A top 10 defense, a top 10 offense is going to get you to a Super Bowl probably. Most likely. I mean, I would think that you've got a great chance at least to get there if you've got both of those units performing at that high of a level. Bear with me. I'm getting my coffee. One sec. Alrighty. Jason Garrett. Well, Jason Garrett just got signed by the New York Giants. That, I'll say, they're very incestual in that NFC East, aren't they? Like all the coaches, all the players, it's like they're in this little spin cycle where they just all spin around and go to the same places. But it's like, yeah, Garrett's put a big middle finger to the Cowboys. He's going to go be the offensive coordinator for the Giants. I thought that was hilarious. Well, Brendan, and I don't want to speak for you, Brendan, but maybe you were in the same camp as I was in, which is that when people are talking about DK as a top 15 pick for the production he had, for some of the limitations that he showed in college, it was really hard for me to wrap my head around that, where I went, I don't want to see him picked in that place. But if you're talking about DK being the very last pick of the second round and you're getting the value there, that's, to me, night and day differences to where you're picking him at. And that's where I'm going to get excited at. I wouldn't have been as excited if they were picking in the top 15 with DK. Just because there was a big risk there at that point because you were having to do a lot of calculating, right? You're having to do a lot of, okay, they had him run like 2 routes in college. The quarterback was horrible. The offensive coordinator didn't really understand how to utilize the talents they had. You had to do a lot of that mental gymnastics in order to see him as that prime target, that prime guy that could be what he is. So I understand where you were coming from, Brendan. I was in the same place, but when he was drafted at the end of the second round, I was jumping up and down because I never thought he was going to fall that far. You don't see guys that are 6'4" that run 4.3. I don't care if they can't catch. You don't see 6'4", 4.3 guys fall into the back end to the last pick of a second round. It just doesn't happen. They don't come around enough. Insanity, I like what you're thinking. Somebody else mentioned Yannick Ngakoue, and I like him as a player. He'd be a great fit for this team. Another guy who would be a good Leo N for us. He'd match up well with Clowney. You could rotate him, move him around. Solid right down the line type player. I think both him and Dante Fowler are very similar in the skill set that they give you. Whereas I don't think that they're great against the run, but they're very good in their pass rush. But I wouldn't hate it if they went out and they signed Ngakoue. I wouldn't be like, this is a horrible move. I'd be in favor of it. I'd be okay with that. I'd want more. I don't want just Ngakoue, Reed, and Clowney. I need more than that. But it's a good place to start. How do we give Bobby Wagner the best way to succeed? Here's the way we do it. It's very simple, and I'm going to use the Ray Lewis model here, okay? Ray Lewis came into this league, and he was dynamite right out the chute. And part of the reason he was dynamite is because that Raven defense was one of the best defenses the last 40, 50 years. And what really did help him is he had Sam Adams, former Seattle Seahawk, top 10 pick. Sam Adams, this guy was a 350-pound monster. He moved like a guy that was about 285 pounds, but he's 350, huge man. And they had that the big Italian guy, Saragusa, who went about 350. So you had Ray Lewis sitting here, and he had 350 here, and he had 350 here. And guess who got to run free behind those big 700 pounds of man flesh? Ray Lewis. He got to run free, and he never had to worry about a guard coming down and getting him on the second level. He could just flow. And with Bobby, it's the same kind of way where you want him to be able to flow. You don't want him having to take on guards at the second level, which he had to do a lot of this year because of the fact our defensive line was not good enough to hold up those blockers. They weren't threats enough on their own in the running game that those guards had to stay down with the centers and combo block. They felt very comfortable coming down to the second level and taking on Bobby. So with Ray, he had Sam Adams and Saragusa. Those two guys retired, and then Ray had a dip in his career. Just a little. I don't think Bobby's had a dip, but Ray had a dip in his career. And then they went out and got Haloti Ngata. And Haloti Ngata came in and gave him back that big body in the middle, that guy I was saying in the 3-4 defense, the important nose guard, that one tech, the guy you need to hold up those blockers. And Ray Lewis went back to playing at a very, very high level. So I think that would help out Bobby a lot, is give him a little bit more meat up front so he's not getting picked on by guards and whatnot, and he can do a little bit more of a free flow running in how he attacks things. Be more of that sideline to sideline defender that we had when he first came along. Yeah, DK is going to be one of the biggest steals in the last 5 to 10 years in my prediction. I think he's a perennial Pro Bowler, and I think he is potentially a Hall of Fame talent. And to go find that guy at the end of the second round, it will be looked upon. People will be shaking their head as to how we got that guy, I think, in retrospect, if they're not already. Yeah, DK cried. He asked, I remember on that call, he said, "What took you guys so long?" And Pete was like, and Pete didn't know how to respond when DK said that, because DK's in tears and he's asking the coaches when they're drafting, why'd you take so long to pick me? And Coaches Carroll's just like, well, we got you now. we picked you here. But DK is awesome, dude. That work ethic with that body, with that skill set, and to have that work ethic that he does, it's to the moon with that guy as far as where he's going to go. Passionate asked, do I think we're going to select a wide receiver in the draft? I don't think it's likely to happen. You just had to cut your 4th round pick in this last draft, Gary Jennings. You didn't do that because Gary Jennings was such a bust or such a horrible player. He instantly caught on with the Miami Dolphins. You did that because your wide receiver crew was too damn deep. David Moore, Malik Turner, John Ursula. So if you go out and draft a guy, you got to make sure you're 100% sure whoever you're drafting is better than those guys you currently have on the roster on those rookie deals. And I don't know if they're going to necessarily, maybe in the 5th, 6th round, maybe, but I don't know if early on they would be willing to take that kind of gamble or risk. Yeah, I like Rasheem Green and rotating. Rasheem Green turned into a great run-stopping defensive end. Go look at Everson Griffith. For a stat perspective wise, match up Everson Griffith's first couple of years and match it against Rasheem Green's first couple of years. Both of the guys came into the league really young, 20 years old, okay? They both came in and started really slow and took a little bit of time to develop, but every year they got incrementally better until Everson Griffith got to a point that he's a perennial 10-sack-a-year guy while being outstanding in the run game. These are complete players I'm talking about, all-around players. He may not be the 15 sack a year guy. He may not be that, game wrecker type defensive end at his best of his best, but he's going to be a very, very good player, and especially as a rotational guy, not as a starter guy, but as a guy you can rotate in with these guys. It would be phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. But what would we do that for? Would we do that for Bobby? What do you think this does that nickel? No, I think they're going to Brandon stay with Ugo Amadi and give him more of a chance to shine there at nickel cornerback. They'll be open to another nickel, I think, but there's nobody out in the markets past Chris Harris with the Broncos being released, and he's getting a little long in the tooth. I don't know if he's as effective as he once was, so I don't know if they would look at him, especially he's going to cost $7, $8, $9 million a year per. Do you want to sign that on a rookie deal? So they stay with Ugo, I think, at nickel for now and just kind of run that out there and see how he does next year. Jack Conklin, Jonathan. I like Jack Conklin. He's one of my targets in free agency. And I think that what's going to be odd is you're going to see him sign from Seattle's standpoint. They're going to look and say, well, we're not going to sign Jermaine Ifedi at $10 or $11 million a year if we're going to be able to go out and sign Jack Conklin at $13 to $14 million per year. He's a much better player than Ifedi, and specifically in the run blocking game. Pro Football Focus had Jack Conklin ranked as the 5th best run blocking tackle in the NFL. So that would be, on a team that wants to run the ball, that would be well received, I would think. And I would look for them to potentially target him. Somebody's going to definitely go after him and break the bank on him. And I think Seattle, with the money they've got, will take a long look at him. Yeah, Carl, I don't know if they would do that for Bobby. I don't. And I don't know if the players are going to be available to bring in to grab that for Bobby. Now, if you bring a Ndamukong Suh in, for instance, put him in and you match him with Jaron Reed, you're getting close to replicating something like that at that point. They're maybe not as big, but those guys are threats, and you're not going to be able to single those guys up. And that would be a quick, easy way to do it right there, right out the gate. So you could do it with Bobby if you wanted to. And I think I agree with you, Insanity. I think Bobby is still one of the best middle linebackers in the game. I think he did lose a half a step. But that's okay because that's to be expected. One of the reasons that purportedly Luke Kuechly is calling it is that he feels like he's lost a half a step. Not just the concussions, but because he feels like he's not necessarily the player he was. So it's just because you lose a half a step as a player doesn't mean you're done. You also get smarter as a player. You also get more instinctive as a player. And I thought overall, Bobby led the league in tackles. He was still fairly decent in coverage. He may not be what he was, but he's not the problem on the team. He's not what needs to be fixed. Yep, Brandon Scherf is another great lineman. I would not have a problem picking up Brandon Scherf as well. I believe Brandon Scherf's a guard, so he'd be left guard, and he would slide right into where you had Mike Upati. So I don't have any issue at all going that route as well. I mean, if they go in and bring offensive linemen in like that, I'll be standing up and clapping. I don't see how it can go wrong outside of the guys end up getting, super uber injured or something, which, that's hard to predict that. Yeah, I'm ready to cut Britt, and the likelihood Insanity is that we do cut Britt. He's carrying right now an $11.6 million cap hit moving into next season. You save $9 million by releasing him this offseason. So I can't see that a guy coming off a torn ACL, maybe if he was healthy, but coming off the torn ACL, he's probably going to get cut. Henry. Maybe Henry, Carl. There's smoke out there that we're going to trade for Henry. Y'all prepare yourselves for Pete Carroll and Schneider to do something stupid. That's what there is been some smoke to that fire that Henry is potentially a target out there. I don't want to see it. Do not go out there and trade assets, draft assets, and then have to pay a running back. Please no. Please no. But I go with Carson's going to be our starting running back at the start of the year. The broken hip you can recover over that faster than even over a torn ACL. So I would expect to see him back on time and healthy and as the number one back for us moving into next year. Passionate. No, we will not sign Jermaine Ifedi for two different reasons. A variety of different reasons. Number one, he has a huge penalty problem. He's been the most penalized tackle, most penalized offensive lineman in the sport in multiple years. It's a problem. As well, he's not been an upper level player on either the run blocking or in pass blocking. He's been a pretty good run blocker, but he's been pretty atrocious as far as a pass blocker goes. There's nothing in that is worth paying $10 to $11 to $12 million per year. And Seattle would have done this last year, frankly, if they were wanting to keep Ifedi for one more year. You could have done his 5th year option on his first round rookie deal, and you would have then been able to only pay him a 1 year, $10 million deal with no bonus money. They would have gone that route if they had any sort of thought that there's some value to what Ifedi's bringing to that line, and they didn't go that route. So, yeah, It was declined last year. The 5th-year option was declined, which tells you where Seahawks management feels about Ifedi and how they view him. Yeah, if he's not penalized, if the penalties aren't as much a problem as they are, then it does change Ifedi's value to a degree. But the penalties never went away. They never went away this year. They didn't went away in his first year. And it's a variety of penalties too. That's the other thing. It's not just false starts, it's the holding penalties. It's just there's a lack of fundamentals to his game that just doesn't allow him to overcome it. And it's just too much with being just kind of an average player and then having that detraction as well. It's why pay $10, $11 million to that? Jamarco Jones will go out there and give you better pass protection, won't be the run blocker that Ifedi was, and he won't give you the penalty problem, and you're paying him about $600,000 next year. So it's not hard to make that choice at that point. And yeah, I'd rather upgrade the right tackle position too, because Anthony Costanzo has been a very good tackle for the Colts for years. He is getting a little bit older, so I would worry a little bit about giving an older tackle like that to a degree money. But he would be an upgrade over Ifedi. So I mean, that's undoubted. There's no argument to be made there. That's true. So if it's an upgrade for me at this point, I'm in favor of it. You've got the money, you've got the draft assets, find the upgrade. That's all I ask. Just find the upgrade one way or another. Don't put Russell back into the same situation. Just like you said, TJ, he deserves a better O-line. Like, how good is Russell going to look if he's got 5-6 seconds to throw the ball? I know some of you might think that this Packer game, he had a couple of those moments, but if you go back and watch the film on the game, Seattle went into max protect a huge amount of this time. They walked into this Packer game going, we can't pass protect right now. And the Packers rushed the quarterback as well as anyone in the league. We're going to have to bring more blockers in for Russell here. So you saw a large part of this game. We had a tight end and a running back in chipping on both sides, which really reduced the number of pass catchers we had running routes, which is why you had tons in this Packer game. Russell sitting there looking around, patting the ball, because he had to wait. The backers would drop into the zone with 7-8 guys, and he's got to look for a guy to get a hole through there, which is really tough to do. So it's the O-line has got to be upgraded. We've got to give Russell some more time. And again, he's going to get injured if you don't. Yeah, Tukuafu was a good fullback. He was a good straightforward guy. If you had to make him go side to side, it would get a little bit touchy with him because he needed everything to be right down kind of the middle. But if he got his hat on you, you were done. That was a big boy. I sure would like to see Seattle maybe potentially target a dynamic fullback. You look at what San Francisco 49ers do with Kyle Juszczyk, and they went out and they targeted him from the Baltimore Ravens a couple of years ago, gave him some money at fullback when nobody was paying fullback, when a lot of the league was going without a fullback. He has really been a dynamic element to their offense. And with the way we run the ball, with as good as it was when you had Michael Robinson and Marshawn on the same page. And again, we've had some great fullbacks in Seattle Seahawks history. John L. Williams was fantastic. You can do some things with a fullback even in this modern age, especially if you're going to be a run-centric offense. I think somebody mentioned, sorry, I missed the thing on the talk on the Cowboys offensive lineman. There would be a possibility. I like him too. What's not to like with that guy? I mean, I like all the Cowboys offensive linemen except for maybe the left tackle, who I think is getting a little old and injury prone. But the rest of the guys are all really solid, I think, there. Jones does have some upside in the run blocking to a degree. I think that there's a reason he did go undrafted in the NFL, and that is that he does have some limitations. And what you see so far, at least from him, and I can't knock him too much because he's been playing guard, so he's not getting a lot of drive in the run guard from a guard position. It could be different when he's out at tackle and he's dealing with guys that are 50 to 75 pounds less heavy. But it's just so far from what I've seen with him at tackle, he's not creating any holes either at guard or at tackle in the times he played this year. He did good in pass protection, but that was kind of as far as he was able to really roll with. Yeah, Russell is the MVP, I would say. He won't get it. Lamar will win it, but Russell probably deserves it. Lamar had so much more to work with than Russell did. But the voters, that would require the voters to have some sort of nuance in their approach to how they vote, right? And these guys are very simplistic in their mindedness. Lamar, he's good. They can't go outside and really look at it from the far range, I feel like. Yeah, Russell, Jonathan, you look at the guys, I mean, every young quarterback that's come into this league essentially has suffered some sort of major injury at some, your Deshaun Watsons and, this year the New York Jets quarterback went out. You had guys go down multiple, even Patrick Mahomes with a dislocated kneecap. It has been amazing if you think about it that Russell has gone through this full allotment of time and has never suffered a major injury that's required him to lose or miss one game. He's played in every single game. He started every single game. But you got to figure that as well as he does take care of his body, when he's taking this many hits year in and year out, that stuff's going to, every other NFL player that we know about in the history of NFL, it always ends up adding up. The bill comes due at some point, and the bill will come due for Russell here. It will. He's not that special at the point that he's indestructible or bionic man. He's going to get broken. So, as you get older, it's more apt to happen. Now is the time to take the steps to protect him. Other teams have done this with their star quarterbacks. It's time for us to do it with Russell. If Beast Mode had the same offensive line that Sean Alexander had, he would have ran for over 2,000 yards. In that same season that Sean Alexander ran for 1,800 yards, Marshawn Lynch would have run for probably 2,100 yards in that season. Now, I will say that Sean Alexander had the deep speed to break off the bigger plays, and Marshawn was not as apt to do that. But the holes that offensive line opened up for Sean Alexander were legitimate. Like, there were some huge holes. And Hutchinson and Walter Jones, having two Hall of Famers like that on one side of the line, with a fullback like Max Strong and a great center like Tobeck, as smart as he was, that was a special situation. And Marshawn never had that kind of blocking throughout his time in the NFL, ever. Brandon, I think the team should go towards D-line first and bring in pass rushers first, and then O-line as a secondary. But I think that they would do well to concentrate on both of those two things. I think that they should get out of the element outside of a best player available as being a corner or something. Don't pick another safety. Don't get more corners. Don't bring more linebackers in here. If you're going to get a running back, pick a guy in the 6th or 7th round. If you're looking to bring a guy in, maybe make a trade for a tight end, but really concentrate on the offense and defensive line is just the two things you just really hammer this offseason. I'd start with D-line, but I wouldn't ignore the offensive line either. I would try to get as many resources into both of those two sides of the ball as I could. I mean, just as much. Grind down to the nth degree if you can. I do too, Insanity. The nice thing is that not every team in the league is going to have $75 million to spend. Like, it's not like every team sitting on this amount of cap space. So you're going to be in a position to not only have the money to spend, but you could potentially maybe not overspend, but outspend another team that's trying to compete with you for a given free agent. And especially that you can offer a team that's on the precipice of potentially getting to a Super Bowl. Maybe that could be the determining factor if it's coming down to you and another team and the dollars are all equal, It's hard to say what Henry's going to make as far as on the open contract, because you've got all these teams that have recently signed running backs, and all of those deals have blown up in those guys' faces. So, 18 million seems where Ezekiel set the market this beginning of this offseason in training camp at 18 million per. I would expect that would probably be the starting place for Henry, and a lot of bonus money. Passionate, they're going to spend all of it, man. You may roll over a little bit of the money. You may be down, but they're going to go all the way down on it. You're going to see every dollar bill of that spent. This team's not unwilling to spend money. It's just that over the last few years, they've been pushed right up until the cap's limit. So they haven't had the money to spend because they've had to eat up all of the bonus money from all of the Legion of Boom guys, the Doug Baldwins and the Michael Bennett's and the Cliff Avrils, who all retired or were traded really early in their contracts, which accelerated the hell out of that bonus money and just killed our cap for the last 3 and 4 years. I would rather see the draft picks used in trades. It seems like teams are really elevating draft picks to the highest level that we've seen in years. And with the space that you have on cap to take on a player who might have a little bit of a base salary that's high, like a Von Miller, but you might not have to trade as much in draft assets as you would have had to in the past. So I would prefer that they take the draft assets and get guys in here that are legitimate as opposed to picking, because especially when it comes to like picking on the offensive line, we haven't done a great job in developing offensive linemen over the last few years. The guys that you've got in that have been your best offensive linemen have been Dwayne Brown or DJ Fluker, guys that have come from other teams. So I would rather them go that route than trying to get young guys that it's kind of a crapshoot as to whether or not they're going to be anything legitimate. Yeah, I hope Justin Britt gets released, and I think he will get released, unfortunately, but not unfortunately. I think it's fortunate because I think it's going to better money, better put in better places. For what you're getting in Justin Britt in production, you can get that equivalent in production at $5 million a year, as opposed to nearly at $11 million a year, which is what he's going to cost on the cap this next offseason if we keep him. Well, you'll get passionate. You got 55-man roster. So they'll fill out a 55-man roster with all that money spent. And they always get to that point. So maybe even more than that too. You have IR designations, which don't count against the roster. You end up with usually about 59, 60 players because about 5 of them go into IR kind of stashed away. Yeah, DJ, I can't see the Titans letting Henry go either. The key with them is they got to figure out their quarterback situation a little bit because they got a decision to make on Tannehill, whether they sign him to a big deal. But I don't think they've got a lot of money allocated to a lot of other places. And I think I heard today that he's like 71% of their offense. How do you even if you don't want to sign a running back, and even if there's a team out there offering you some draft pick compensation for Henry, a guy who's that much of your offense to bail out on that with as successful of a season as the Titans have had this year, I don't think I can see it either, man. I don't think I see Henry let Henry go. I don't think it's going down. Yeah, I think they were trying to recoup what they could out of the Britt deal. I think that they knew that he wasn't great at tackle, wasn't great at guard, and he was league average at center. And they went, there wasn't a lot of centers on the market. If my memory is right on this, there wasn't a lot of other centers out there on the open market. So they just went, we'll sign him to what we'll sign him to, and the cap will go up and maybe he'll improve as a player. I think he just kind of was what he was at center the second he got over there. But he'll be released here now at this point. Yeah, Insanity, I think they will too. He's the type of back you would pay a little bit more for him. I wouldn't mind paying for him. I just wouldn't want to give up the draft pick compensation and pay the money for him. That becomes a little bit too much for me, where you're really giving up the top rate at that point to get him. Von Miller's possible through this method. The Broncos are what I call the in-between teams, which you don't want to end up in the NFL as a team that's just right in that middle phase, right? You're perpetually in that 8-8, 7-9, 9-7, just kind of right in the middle of the pack. You're never picking quite high enough to really get the prime talent, but you're never really good enough to really push for any sort of postseason or championship. And the Broncos are there. Their offensive line is in shambles. Cortland Sutton's a great receiver for them. Obviously, Phillip Lindsay's a pretty good running back for them, but they've got Drew Lock. They don't know what they got at quarterback there with him. Their secondary, Chris Harris, is starting to fall off a little bit. They don't have anything else really out there as far as on the defensive side of the ball outside of the other kid they drafted as the other defensive end there. So, they need to get some. They're kind of in a point of rebuilding, in my opinion. And by all accounts, it does sound like they are going to be looking to move him this offseason at some point. That's just what you're hearing in the rumor mill. So we'll see. But I think that you can get him. I think it might take a first-round pick to get him, but you pair him up with Jadeveon Clowney, and I think that's a pretty stout defense. You've already at that point improved your pass rush by leaps and bounds just bringing one guy in there. Yeah, Insanity, you're right. He's an older player. The money's not as much of a problem, though. Don't forget that. He's only going to be about $14 million this year. For a defensive end who gets you 10 sacks a year at $14 million on essentially a one-year deal, that's not bad. The Broncos are eating all of his bonus money at that point. So you're only on the hook for his base. Whereas in Ngakoue, you're going to be giving him all the money. You're talking about paying a guy, you're going to be paying him probably in the 18 to 19 million per year range for Ngakoue. So it's that's $5 to $6 million more in cap that you're spending on him at that point, as opposed with the bonus money and the commitment to multiple years with Ngakoue, which he's a great young player. He's going to be good for probably years to come. It's probably money well spent, but that's the difference between doing that deal versus the Von Miller deal. I don't know, TJ. Both of those guys left under such a pall. Earl with his flipping off. Richard with his, taking his shots at Carroll and Russell on his way out the door, and then Richard's taking some shots at both of those guys in retrospect as well. And I wonder if some of that's going to potentially, make that a little bit difficult when it all comes down to it. But I'm going to lean towards yes at the end of the day, because these guys will realize how special a situation they had here and how awesome it was, and that eventually it will go that way. But especially in Richard's case, he's years away from retiring, and Earl seems like he still wants to keep going. So, yeah, it's the bonus money. So right now, Insanity, Vaughn costs $20 million on the Broncos cap, but $6 million of that is bonus. 14.5 of that goes to the base. So when you make the trade, the bonus money's done. It all goes to the previous team unless there's a bonus hitting in the contract, an escalator hitting in the contract that goes at a certain point in the current year in the structure of the year. But all that's gone through. He's gotten his bonus money. It's just going through that 4-year period that it hits when you sign the initial deal. So he's only at about that 14.5 range. And again, don't get me wrong, Insanity, if you're talking about us getting Ngakoue or getting Von Miller, I'm not going to be crying in my hands if we get either of those guys. You know what I mean? Like, I'm perfectly happy with either of those two. If we sign Ngakoue to a big deal, then fine. You know what I mean? The thing with signing to a big deal, though, is you got to keep in mind you're signing Clowney to a big deal, right? You got to decide what you're going to do with Jarran Reed, probably a franchise tag. Is there the money there to go up into that $20 million range for a third defender, going over $15 million per for 3 defenders on your team at that point? You got a lot of money to spend, but that's going to eat up a ton of your cap at that point if you go that route. Again, why I would like to make the trade for the maybe the older defensive player, and then you don't have to eat on the bonus money because you can just fill the roster out a little bit more. You can get a Clowney, Von Miller, and a Calais because the bonus money doesn't come into part. You're only dealing with the base on all those guys. Thanks, Insanity. I try to study this stuff as deep as I can, mainly because I think Schneider does the most with what he can. He does a good job of using flexibility and taking advantage of the salary cap. He's been hamstring the last couple of years because of the nature of the beast and being capped out like we have with it, for the reasons that I'd spoken to. But when he's got some movement and flexibility, you watch what he does this offseason. He's going to make some moves. He's going to do some things. You watch. He's never had kind of this flexibility in the last few years to really go to town like this, and it'll be interesting to see how he attacks it. But I don't think he's just going to make a splash move or 2 splash moves. I think he's going to really slice that pie out as much as he can to just get the most bang for his buck. Yeah, you're right. He does. He goes all out for the draft. They're willing to spend in free agency. They are. But again, we've seen them as willing to make more in the trades, like the Jimmy Graham, Percy Harvin trade. That was both of those true trades. When you made it, you had money you could spend on the cap. You decided you didn't want to go into free agency. You made a trade with your first round pick instead. So he definitely doesn't tend to want to lean towards playing in the free agency game. And I can understand that for like the reasons I said. You sign a guy, you don't tend to get as good a production as you got the previous year on a free agent. So you're just playing the odds that you're going to get a little bit of a lesser player, but now you're paying top of the market for it. It's not a good way to go about your business and things. But you're right. He does just want to tend to he's really draft centric in where he wants to go with things. He's got 10 picks to go with this year. So we'll see how he goes with it, but he's got a lot of money to spend, and they got to do something with that money, Yeah, Shaq Barrett. Shaq Barrett would be what I would consider an outside linebacker in a 3-4, a pass rushing outside linebacker in 3-4. I agree. He's probably a bit of a one-hit wonder. He did get stuck in Denver behind some good outside pass rushers, so he didn't get as much of an opportunity there to shine, which is why it took some time for him to really show what he's capable of doing now. But I wouldn't want to sign him because you're paying top of the market at this point for that guy for 1 year of production. And again, he's a 3-4 outside linebacker guy. He's not a 4-3 guy. He wouldn't really be a scheme fit for what you're trying to do. One sec. More coffee. Yeah, I agree with insanity. I think it really could be our year next year. You're not usually positioned this well where you have your franchise quarterback in his prime, right? And you've got him on the multi-year deal, but you're not in cap hell. That tends to be, and a lot of these young quarterbacks are going to drive these teams really quickly into this place. Your Mahomes and the Goffs and the Carson Wentz and the Dak Prescotts. They're going to put all these teams are going to be have to play this game we've been having to play the past few years, and it's going to be interesting to see how they try to get around it. But we've played that game. The numbers are all out. You got Russell re-signed to the deal last year. He's firmly in place, but you got a ton of cap space and a ton of draft picks. They're primed and set up in this just great pole position to just hit the NOS button and shoot this team forward significantly. They got to make the right deals. You got to put in the resources in the right places. And they haven't always gotten that right, but you do have the flexibility. That's what I come back to. You got a great team and you have flexibility. And there's so many ways now in the NFL to slay this beast with trades. Trades have become so much more of a bigger part of the NFL than they ever used to be. It used to be you had to wait a guy to get released, or if you made the trade, you were only going to make a trade for the guy in the offseason. You were never going to see, training camp deals or midseason deals. But now it's just all opened up. It's kind of the Wild West out there now. There aren't any firm rules anymore. So you shouldn't, get small-minded about the approach and that there's only one way to attack it. Carl, I think Ugo and Blair are I don't know about Blair, man, because for Blair to get on the field, he's going to have to unseat Bradley McDougald. And Bradley McDougald has been a very solid player for us over the last couple of years. But I think Blair has a potential to be a Pro Bowl guy. And I think McDougald we've seen what he is, a very solid safety, right? Very solid. Not a Pro Bowler, but a very solid player. So, what are the coaches going to value there? The potential of what Blair gives them, or what the solidness of what they have in McDougald. They seem to lean towards more solidness, right? That seems to be the way the coaching staff likes to they like to go with the guys that are the tried and true. I know what I'm getting. There's no surprises. So I'm going to make the guess that we're probably going to see him on the bench until somebody gets injured. But I think he's going to get on the field at some point or another because he's just too good and too talented not to. Ugo will also be starting. They're going to go to I think they'll go to the nickel cornerback role next year. They stayed away from it this year because they had a rookie there and they wanted some more seasoning, especially having instead of Ugo, you were going to go with Kendricks, who they just felt more comfortable with. Kendricks is a free agent. He's gone. It just opens the door up to me to just slide back into the nickel like you did in the Justin Coleman, where you ran a high propensity of nickel when Justin Coleman was here. You didn't have that third linebacker out on the football field. I prefer they go that route, and I think they will go that route. Yeah, the basketball team was amazing to watch. Insanity when you had the Seahawks running with Sean Kemp, Rain Man, Gary Payton, the glove. Every year they were legitimately a really good team. They were so much fun to watch, a high flying team. They ran up and down the court. It was a lot of fun to watch, and the fans were, in Key Arena, it got boisterous. It was fun to watch playoff games in Key Arena. But unfortunately, like I said, they always want to take our franchises here in Seattle for some reason. Wherever we get a franchise, there's always some owner from some city coming in to try to steal it away. I don't get why. We support our teams. We're out there. We do the sellouts, but I guess they just think we're South Alaska or whatever, and they get stuck on that. Yeah, Barton will start as well, TJ. I think he takes over for KJ right next year. But don't worry, Insanity. I think we're going to probably get an NBA team here within the next 10 years, would be my guess. If only because there's certain teams out there that are failing in their current cities, like Sacramento and whatnot. So I don't know how Sacramento has a damn basketball team and we don't. It could be Insanity that we see it that way. I know Bradley has I think he's got one more year on his deal. So they could look at it as we'll hold him off for one more season and then we'll bring him in. But what's key here is if Carroll's really his mantra of competition rules the day, if that's really true, and I've got questions about that recently, but if that's true, then if Blair outplays him, then, McDougald will go to the bench. But you're paying McDougald, so we'll see. That's where we get to see if when the rubber meets the road, you really hold true to your strategies and what you guys claim you are, which again, I think sometimes they get outside of that whole competition rules all thing. I think they go with the guy that they're comfortable with. They go with the guy that might make the less mistakes as opposed to making the greatest plays. Yeah, it just didn't make sense. You're not that tiny of a market compared to some of the other places. And, especially taking it to Oklahoma City, it was silly. And the part that drove me crazy with it is that you had them wanting us to do a new stadium here or a new basketball arena, and we just put $100 million into Key Arena. And it's like all these owners are so tone deaf about the fact that we put a ton of money already just into the stadium. Now you want us to put more money as taxpayers in, and if we don't, then you're going to take our team away from it. You're going to take your toy home with you into the pram. It's like you kind of lose me a little bit as a fan at that point. It's not on us. It's not our problem. We're not the reason why at that point. You wanted to move the team is what it is. It has nothing to do with our support, Jack Brenner, I do not speak that language. You're saying something cool, I bet. Yeah, it's funny that California has done that because it's especially within the case of the Sacramento and the Clippers, they haven't been out there supporting those teams in years. Maybe the Clippers are now finally starting to get some support, but it's, you want to talk about a fan base not supporting a team. That LA Clipper team had nobody supporting it for years and years and years, and they remained in LA, despite nobody even in LA liking them. I never quite got that one myself. I agree, TJ. Oklahoma should get a football team, man. The way the South values football and the way they, the way that it's almost like a religion down there. It's like some of those small markets, I don't mind them having an NFL team potentially, because they're so passionate about that sport, and Oklahoma especially. Yeah, I miss the Sonics too, man. It hurt when they left. That one sure hurt, especially Howard Schultz selling us out. Howard Schultz, you got a guy that's got more money than God. He's a local guy, right? Grew up in Seattle. And this guy ends up selling the team so he can get his maximum profit that he had just bought in a few years prior. He sold us out. He sold us out on that. It was tough moving to the NFC West, David. That was a tough transition for me too with that. And especially them picking us to be the one. We had some really great rivalries, and I don't think that we've been able to reduplicate them yet in the NFC West, frankly. You really didn't like playing Broncos or the Raiders or the Chiefs, and it was, while it is a dogfight playing these teams and it's a tough division and it's been that way for years now, it just doesn't have the same outside of the Niners. It's like, yeah, the Cardinals give us a hard time, and yeah, the Rams are the Rams, but it's just not quite the same. It just doesn't quite feel the same to me. Yeah, Insanity. I think that he was. I think that the potentially Ballmer was put some feelers out there to the NBA about moving the Clippers, and he got shot down really quick because, much like football, the NBA wants to have two pro franchises in LA. They just like they want to have two franchises in New York. They want to make sure they're taking advantage of all of the demographics of the region and not leaving a single dollar on the table, even if it means cutting us out in the Pacific Northwest. Chargers in Oklahoma, Brendan says. You might be onto something, man. I'll tell you, I'm in wonderment of how the Chargers are going to drive the fanship that they need to have to be successful in LA. LA has had a hard time being able to support their NFL franchises there. Everybody in LA is from somewhere else. Everybody travels there for somewhere else to live. So, you've got the Oakland Raiders who tried to be the LA Raiders once. That didn't work. You had the LA Rams then go to St. Louis, and now they're back and being LA. So I'm a little bit skeptical as to whether the Chargers are going to actually work in LA as a viable franchise. I know they're going into a new stadium and all that, but man, that was a weird move on the NFL's part, moving them away out of San Diego. Now, San Diego, granted, didn't do a lot. Just now, you want to talk about a fan base not supporting their team. San Diego didn't really support their team. They never voted for a stadium in like 30 years down there. And if you went to that Jack Murphy Stadium down in San Diego, it is a shit show. It is a concrete jungle. When it's hot and in the summer there, it's like 120 down on the field. It's horrible. They need a new stadium and they didn't do it down there. So they didn't support their team, and they, you can make an argument they kind of deserve to lose it a little bit, but not to LA. OKC Thunder, and for the NFL, the Tulsa Lightning. Jack Brenner, I do not know what you're saying. We do have the hardest division in football, and it is not even close. That's the funny part about it. What is the division that's even near to what our division is? Where top to bottom, you've just got solid teams throughout. Top to bottom, you've got, excellent quarterbacks, great defenses, complete teams. We sure didn't get the short end of the stick as far as our divisional competition. And that's part of the thing, that the reason the Patriots have been as great as they have the last 20 years. When your division is just a crap show year in and year out, sure makes it a lot easier to get that home field advantage and get into the Super Bowl. I like it, TJ. It fits. They wouldn't even have to change their helmet, man. Yeah, I don't know. I couldn't pick the division winner next year quite yet. Obviously, Seattle's my favorite, but you don't know what the 49ers will look like. And again, the Rams could make a couple of tweak moves. They've still got a ton of talent on that team. They're going to lose some free agents this year. They are, but that offense is still going to be dynamic. They're still going to have a ton of pass catchers to throw to. So, the division's going to be legit, man. We are going to be legit. No doubt about it. But I could see Chargers failing out in LA, and they end up having to be moved, because it's who's going to go out there and support them. I do wonder if Tom Brady's heading there this offseason. That's the reports too, is that he's going to go to San Diego. Philip Rivers will retire. That's the report, at least. The Cardinals are rising up. They've got the pass catchers out there now. They went out and got some receivers to really let Kyler throw to, which I like to see. Obviously, for them, the one thing I'd wonder with is their offensive line. They've got a young quarterback there. He is very mobile. He's going to get them out of some problems, but their offensive line really does need some help there. And I don't know where they fix that necessarily. David Johnson, I actually like the playoffs where they are right now. The NFL has really separated itself from other leagues at times, in that, like basketball or hockey or some of the other sports, where it's like every team seems to get in and the regular season doesn't matter. I like that every week of the year in the NFL, every game counts and matters, and that the teams that get in are truly the better teams, the teams that have earned the right to be there. I don't necessarily like expanding out the playoff teams. I think they've got it. I think it's okay right now with where it currently is at. I think you get a little bit of, when you're letting in teams that potentially are 7-9 or 8-8. I don't know that you want to reward that. Yeah, Carl, I've seen it in fans a lot lose perspective, especially those that got to come on at Pete Carroll and that just sort of came into loving football right about the time Pete Carroll came on with the Seahawks. You've always got to put things in perspective and understand that, there's NFL franchises out there, and there's many of them that haven't won a Super Bowl in the last 50 years, haven't even gotten to the Super Bowl. And you've got a team that's gone to the Super Bowl 3 times, that's won it 1 time. It's legitimately something to hang your hat on. It's a special thing to have. And we do need to appreciate it from time to time, and understanding, how bad it could be. Because the 80s we were okay in, but the 90s were horrible. The The 90s, we were so bad we couldn't sell out the stadiums, and you had blackout games where you couldn't even see the team on television. The games would be blacked out unless you lived 100 miles outside of Seattle. We're far away from those days, thank God. And we do need to appreciate it from time to time because, Jack Brenner, what is going on here with the French or the Russian or whatever it is? What are you trying to say, man? Give us some English. Yeah, it could be again, TJ. It could be the Packers and the Chiefs again, 100%. I mean, the Packers have a chance in this game. I do think that Niner team is a complete team, and they seem like just a bad matchup for the Packers, right? They just seem just kind of like a tough because they can bring just the front four with pressure, and then they drop all those guys in the zone, and it really doesn't allow Aaron Rodgers to take advantage of those one-on-one situations like he did with Ugo Amadi and Devontae Adams in this game, or Trey Flowers and Devontae Adams. Now he's really going to be running into a lot of double coverage and a lot of the cloud cover kind of stuff that you got going on with that defense. So I don't know. We'll see. That's on those words. NFL is rigged if that happens. Yeah, I don't. With the way that they got the doors beat off of them in that first game against the Niners, how does the Packers come into this game and play, that much significantly better, especially because the 49ers are more healthier, I think, than they were in that game. And again, the matchup's just an awful matchup for the Packers. This is not the type of team that they want to be faced up against. Yeah, I agree. Insanity. I think you're right on the button there. I do think that Jimmy Garoppolo is a good functional quarterback. I think he's a league average quarterback. I don't think he's super special, but he's good enough for them. And, they didn't. I mean, you got to give them credit. They stuck to a plan there. They were going to build up that defensive line, make it absolutely ferocious, and they understood. And a lot of like what I'm saying about this current Seahawks team, if you get a defensive line that's ferocious and can speed up the quarterback, speed up the plays, speed up the timing of plays, then you don't need to necessarily have as great a secondary, as great as coverage linebackers on the back end. It's good to have those things, but you're not as reliant on those things if you're able to get consistent pressure and pressure really, really quick. And with the Niners, Eric Armstead, DeForest Buckner, Solomon Thomas, I think is his name. They went out this year and they traded a second-round pick for Dee Ford, while at the same time making Joey Bosa the second pick in the draft this season. They really hammered that defensive line. That's kind of like what I'm wanting Seattle to do, just from the standpoint of trades and salary cap allotment, because you're not going to be picking in the top 10 for 3-4 straight years in a row like the Niners did to get to this position. You're going to have to do it a little bit of a harder way, but I do think that there is a blueprint in place there for how you can put that onto your team, where you can save resources in the secondary, save resources in the linebacker, and put it to the defensive line and still get a lot of bang for your buck with that. As opposed to just, I think corners are a luxury. I agree. Corners are a luxury in that respect. Carl, that would be Vontae is perfect. I think you're talking about. And it's hard to say if he's speaking it was rigged, that it was rigged against him, because they were just looking to find a reason to essentially get him into a suspended state permanently because of his hits and how he played dirty, or if they're saying that it's a rigged game week in and week out. I don't know that it's rigged or not. The thing that we have to take into account with the rigged, as far as not just saying flatly that it's not rigged, it's absolutely played legitimate all the way through, is that we've got a guy by the name of Bill Donahue. This is a former NBA official who was caught by the FBI for gambling on the sports, for participating with basically mafiosos on fixing games. And Donahue said it's commonplace in the NBA. All the officials do it. That the headquarters at the NBA and the commissioner's office is fully well aware of it. And that it's a very easy to fix an NBA game. And he thinks it was also happening on the NFL level. I don't know if that's true or not. I think it's possible, but I don't know if you could do it as easily, especially to the point of the players being just well aware of it. That it's so common state that even the players understand it's happening. I don't think we're at that point with it yet, but There are some times, man, where you watch some games and you're like, it's a little bit funky. Something funky's going on here. But yeah, the one thing the Niners also have is they have that 1 week. Ahkello Witherspoon is the guy you're talking about, insanity on that left cornerback role. He gets picked on quite a bit because nobody wants to throw at Richard Sherman. And then they probably have the best slot corner in the game right now. Really underrated guy there as well, who just tore us up in the first game against the Niners. He was very good in coverage. So it's really only 1 weak link out there. Their safeties aren't great, but they don't need to be really, because they don't really get, you don't have enough time to throw the ball deep. You don't have enough time for those long developing routes to hit them down the field and really take advantage of them. With the Lakers, what do you mean by that, TJ? With the Lakers? Yeah, well, I think the PI rule is a different situation than some of the normally refed things. The refs got their little feelings up in a bunch when it comes to this PI thing. They hated it. They hated the fact that, and the officials are always like this, they hate having any sort of secondary person overlooking their job. And so the head official, Ed, what was his name? Al Riveron, the head official, basically said this: we're not going to overturn this PI stuff anymore. You can flag it. You can try to get the PI overturned, but we're not going to overturn it unless it's egregious. And that's really not the in my opinion, that wasn't wasn't why the rule was created, was for egregious plays. It was created to get the call right. But they don't want, this seems to be where, especially the head of officials, who's a former league official, who's a former referee, he's not going to want to go against referees on the field. And this is where a little bit of that pride and ego comes into play. Let's get the call right. I don't care if you didn't get it right initially. If there's a secondary aspect to get the call right, especially when it's calls like this that can cost games, when it's a Jimmy Graham elbow short of a first down that can, basically the game's over at that point. I don't want to see games decided by officials or referees. And sometimes too often we see that in the NFL when it doesn't have to be that way. Quan Williams, that's right. Fantastic slot corner for the Niners. Absolutely great. Yeah, and Sandy, I think some of the problems with the bad calls in the NFL is that it's become over legislated. Right? There's too many different things for fouls and penalties and this and they call that and this and that and blows to the head and defensive players, and it's really gotten deep with some of the flags that can potentially be called, and it's just allowed too much of the control for officials to take over things at times. I think just letting the players play would be more of how I'd like to see the NFL lean, as opposed to letting it being legislative as much as it is. I will say this too. There was a thing for years there where we were the most penalized team in the NFL during the Legion of Boom era. When we were at our best, we were the most penalized NFL team over like a 3-year span. Meanwhile, our opponent, which changes week to week, was always the least penalized opponent, whoever we played against. Isn't that odd? We were the most penalized, but whoever we played against was the least penalized during that same time span. It was almost like the league was trying to bring the teams close to us to sort of, we were way up here and other teams were way down here. So they were trying to, let's even these games up a bit. Let's make sure that we're keeping them kind of tight and entertaining. Let's make sure we're keeping it entertaining. I don't know. Again, this is my conspiracy mind going a little bit, off-roading a bit, but I always thought that was a little bit odd. Who do you think has the brightest future of all the NFL teams? Brightest future of all the NFL teams right now. That's a good question. I got to think about that maybe a little bit. I certainly think that the Chiefs, I think, are still in a really good situation. As far as how they're set up, it's hard to think of another team in the NFL that's necessarily as in good a position as they are for going forward. They got to pay a couple guys. They're going to be in salary cap difficulties, but Mahomes is good. Andy Reid knows how to take advantage of a great quarterback. And that division, I think, is still not really up to snuff. They're going to be able to kind of beat up on that division a little bit for the next few years, I think. And I think that would probably be the team that I would lean towards if I had to pick somebody. I don't know anybody in the NFC that I'd want to really say that I think, nobody in the NFC East, nobody this or no. So that'd probably be what I'd go to. It's Kansas City. Yeah, I don't care how long the game's got to be, Carl, either. Get the call right. Get it right. That's the most important thing. It's not, well, we got to shorten the game. No, you need to get the call right. You saw it even on the Saints game, right? With in the Vikings game where their tight end, some people thought had committed offensive pass interference. The NFL didn't even review that final play. Like, all scoring plays are supposed to be reviewed, but they didn't even review it. Everybody just left the field and they said, that's done. They said, we didn't see enough there to really, we didn't see enough to, like, really? Watch it again. Take 5 minutes. Stop. Get it right. There's a kind of a blind spot here with the NFL at times on that stuff. It's like, Justin Coleman was great. Justin Coleman might be the best slot corner in football. So if Ugo Amadi's not the best slot corner in football, or if Quan Williams is the best slot corner in football, but Justin Coleman's not far behind him. They're neck and neck this last year, especially. He played great for Detroit. Is Ugo at that point? No. Do I need us to have the best slot corner in football? It'd be great to have, but it's not necessary. I just need Ugo to play solidly. And he did in the one game outside of this Packer game. The other game that he really got a good amount of snaps in was that Eagle game the prior week. And he was the best rated Seahawks defender by Pro Football Focus. So the guy's got something there. Is he going to be great? I don't necessarily think great, but I think he'll be a solid football player for us. Yeah, and Ugo hasn't gotten a lot of a chance. Don't forget, like, this coaching staff was scared to death to play the rookies this year. Only guy that could get on the field was DK, really. Cody did only once the injuries came into point. So, they were really scared to play these guys and let them have an opportunity out there. So we don't know what we've got really in Ugo. In a lot of ways, we don't know what we got in Marquise Blair. You don't have enough film on him. You don't have enough action to really, make an assessment, in my opinion. Which kind of sucks because that would have been nice, I think, to give our rookies a little bit more run out there. I think they went a little bit too hard on the veterans this year and trying to, minimize the mistakes out there, minimize the big plays that a rookie might give up, and they gave up something by going that safe route. Yeah, Carl, I agree, man. They're not known in the past for playing scared. There has been a little bit of a trend with the Seahawks, though, recently on draft picks of not playing draft picks a ton. You do see that a little bit where it just seems to be like they don't, out of the first year, get much out of their draft selections. They sort of like all get a red shirt year a little bit. And I guess it's somewhat understandable, but there are teams out there in the league that are able to bring rookies in and have them come in and contribute and actually give you something, as opposed to just having to punt their first year every time in the development side of things. Yeah, I would just say that outside of DK Metcalf, who's the rookie in the last couple of years who's been given a lot of run? Who's the guy that they've sent out there and really given an opportunity to really go? It seems like I don't know. It seems like they've been a little more hesitant over the last few years to go to a rookie than they were maybe when Carroll first walked in the door. And that's, again, part of what I'm saying with, I just feel like Carroll's gotten a little bit more safer in his decision making as he's gotten older as a coach. He's less apt to take risks, less apt to go for fourth down, less apt to let rookies play. He's a little bit more risk averse now than he was or used to be. And I think that that's restricting him a little bit as a coach and restricting the potential of this team and where we could really get to. Yeah, Nathaniel, just nobody's getting a lot of run this last couple of years. And, I understand you want to give a chance for a guy who's a rookie who's not had a chance to do a full off season in your weight program, and you want to get them all through that. But, the NFL being what it is, you got to get some contributions out of your rookies. You can't just always say, we're going to redshirt you. This ain't college football. You know what I mean? I don't necessarily see always the benefits of doing that. It seems like, the gains haven't exactly built up to giving these guys a year off and letting them kind of go. The new strength and conditioning coach is a must, TJ. Absolutely a must. I don't know why Carroll brought Ivan in. Again, outside of, we go back into this, I'm not trying to be a repeater here, but just staying safe. Ivan the Terrible, the strength and conditioning coach they hired this last offseason, was the guy that Pete Carroll knew at USC. These guys gone from USC to University of Washington to now Seattle. At every stop, everyone seems to not like him and what he's doing with the players and his training methods. But somehow or another, he found a way to Seattle, and look at our players. We were the most injured team in the league this year. We lost more games. Our starters lost more games to injury than any other team in the NFL. That alone gets you fired if you're a strength and conditioning coach in my book. That's your number one job, is to keep my guys out on the field and healthy. Beyond the improvements that they make in strength and agility and explosion, I need availability of my players. If you're training the hell out of them and they're all getting injured because of the way you're training them, you're not doing me any favors at that point. Yeah, Pete's restricting this team. When you're not being innovative on offense and on defense, you are restricting. Is it enough to where Pete can't be successful and the Seattle can't get back to the Super Bowl? No, they can still get there. There's lots of different ways to slay this dragon, okay? But the fact of the matter is it is what it is. Your offense is a 1980s offense. Your defense is a 1980s defense. And you're very simplistic in what you do and how you do it. That makes it very easy for oppositions at times to overcome us. And we then rely upon Russell Wilson's magic. And he saves the day, and he overcomes all. But just because he overcomes all and saves the day doesn't mean those things didn't still happen to cause the issues in the first place. Don't forget what caused the thing for you to have to rely upon Russell to do what he's now having to do and be amazing at every turn. It's so much to ask of Russell. It really is. And it's too much, frankly. Yeah, soft core injuries are stuff that I would relate to training, especially with the abdominal injuries. You don't see teams throughout the league having the hernia situation that we had. Fullback had the hernia situation. Clowney had the hernia situation. Somebody else had it. I can't remember off the top of my head. Also had the hernia situation. It speaks to training. It speaks to what you're doing in the weight room in between the weeks. And remember, these guys, their bodies get broken down, but they still do the weight training throughout the weeks. They still do all of the strength and conditioning stuff. So it does have an impact. And if you've got a guy that maybe is pushing guys too hard because their body's already wore out from the game, that then leads to injuries because you're trying to get this next jump and leap in performance. I don't know that that's what's happening, but it can happen. It's very easy to happen. No, Nathaniel, I don't dislike Pete Carroll. I do dislike not being a little bit more open from a standpoint of letting scheme, not just relying on players, but allowing your scheme to make things easier for your players. That part drives me crazy. I won't lie. It does drive me nuts, but he is such a good motivator, and week in and week out, he gets his team to play at a high level. We rarely come in on a given week and just shit the bed. Just don't even show up. And you had 5 10 a.m. games this year. You won all of them, and you played outstanding in pretty much all those games, or at least you played very good in all those games. I don't know that there's another coach in the league that could have gotten that out of players, that could have gotten players to play that good in all 5 of those games, that there would not have been a couple losses for a West Coast team going out to the East Coast in those 10 a.m. games. So he's still a fantastic motivator of men. I still think that he understands a lot about football, and he understands how to manage a game overall, but there are some holes to his game. He's not a perfect coach. And there are some problems. And it'd be great if he was more aware of his deficiencies and where he lacks so that he can try to attack them as opposed to just ignore them. But it is what it is, man. Yep, 7-1 on the road. On the road, that is a record. And an amazing achievement. Absolutely amazing achievement. We fly, I think, we're in the top 3 as far as the amount of miles that we have to fly in the NFL. And that is hard on the body, man. It's hard on the mind. It's a lot of travel. It's tough. So to get to that mark at 7-1, that's legit. And that speaks to the coaching. That speaks to motivation. It absolutely does. Because it's very easy to go out on the road and not be up for it and kind of like, it's just another week. Let's just try to go through the motions. But he always gets him up. The whole thing that he goes to about every game being a championship opportunity, I think that that's legitimate. And he's done a good job of kind of brainwashing that into the players to think in that mentality. And I don't think that you were going to get that with another coach coming into Seattle. We didn't have it with Holmgren. So there's some really excellent things to Carroll's game as well. But you've got to run some things that help your players out. Don't make everything where they've got to run uphill all the time. It's like in the pass rush game. You're asking him to pass rush, but first, before he pass rushes, he's got to play the run. And he's got to gap control. Then he gets to go to run rush the passer. Why don't we just let the guy go rush the passer from time to time? It's like this is the issue here. You're not making things sometimes easier, making it really hard. I just think you can make it a little easier on players, and we can be more successful when you do that. Example, if we had to play the Giants Sunday and the Jets on Thursday, would we go home or just stay? You'd probably just stay out on the East Coast at that point, TJ. If I had to guess next year as to where the Seahawks are going to go, I think we're a 14-2 team. I don't think that we're going to we have the number one strength of schedule in the NFL this year. No one played as hard a schedule as the Seattle Seahawks. You're not going to deal with that next year. You're not going to go back-to-back years with the top schedule on the board. Just not going to happen. And I think Seattle's going to be an improved team over this last year. So to think that we'll be 3 wins better, yeah, I think so. I think we're a 14-2 team next year. And then it's a crapshoot once you get in the playoffs. It's a crapshoot where you're at from an injury standpoint at that point. But yeah, TJ, we play the NFC East and we play the AFC East, I believe. So there are some winnable games in there, right? You got your Redskins in there. You're going to have your Dolphins in there. You have your New York Jets in there, your New York Giants in there. There's going to be some winnable games in there. Unlike this year where you had a pretty hellacious schedule this year, man. You know what I mean? Like the AFC North was legitimate. The Browns were at least a okay team. Ravens were good. Steelers were all right. Obviously, the Bengals were kind of a shit show, but they played us tough. I just don't think you're going to run into that same thing next year. If we have 2 losses, I think the 2 losses would be within our division. The familiarity there, the way that we have certain teams that play us just as tough as they do, being the Rams and the Cardinals, I think you'll probably lose a couple of those games, and they're going to be very good teams next year. So, yeah, the bye, David, is absolutely imperative in my opinion. You are so good at home in the playoffs at CenturyLink. You have been in the past, or at least recently in the past. You've only lost a couple games throughout your whole history as an organization playing at home in the playoffs. So if you can get onto that, if you can get that home field bye to give you that rest week, it's such a huge thing. And we saw it. 2005 got to the Super Bowl with the first round bye, right? 2013 got to the Super Bowl with the first round bye. 2014 got to the Super Bowl with the first round bye and home field advantage throughout the playoffs. It absolutely makes a difference to grab that. And it could have made a difference this year. We're another game or 2 better, and we've got that home field bye. Maybe we're still playing right now. Receiving core thinning. I don't think our receiving core is thin. I like our receiving core, especially you can bring back a guy like Josh Gordon or make a trade for a guy like AJ Green. You got the young guys on cheap contracts. If David Moore comes back with Malik Turner, you got your upper level guys with Lockett and DK Metcalf on the come. I'm happy with our wide receiver core. I don't think we need to make any huge moves there, especially the fact we don't throw the ball that much. Why bring in 5, 6, 7 great pass catchers when you don't throw? Yeah, I think I think you're right on the button, TJ. That's about that's how I'd look for the next year's schedule to go. Will be, you just lose probably the Rams and the Niners on a random game. And yeah, Carl, we did go 4-4 at home this year. You're right. We were not as effective as we've been in the past. I think there's a lot of different reasons for that. Number one, I think the Baltimore Ravens were playing as good as they were playing at any point in time in the season when they came in to play us. Saints in a similar way. I think the Saints were playing at their height of height when they came in and played us in CenturyLink. Seattle didn't show up for the Cardinal game, in my opinion. And the Niner game came right down the line. In 3 of those 4 losses, you were playing teams that, made the playoffs, won their division. You didn't just lose to some willy-nilly team at that point. It was a team that was a really good team. So if you look at us from a historical standpoint, we don't tend to go 4-4 at home. So I would look at this as more of an outlier this year as opposed to the rule of thumb. Yeah, we do play the Pats at home next season, Nathaniel, and I would not be the least bit surprised if they are without Tom Brady, which is going to change them as a team significantly at that point. I've heard that they're looking at bringing in Andy Dalton, if you can imagine that, potentially instead of Tom Brady. I don't know if there's a lot of certainty to that rumor, but it is what I've heard. So, 10 points in the point differential. What do you think about that? I think you're speaking to our point differential, Carl. I think it speaks to the fact that we overachieved as a team this year. Point differential is a real thing, I think, and it shows that, like, look, you went a little bit over the Russell Wilson's magic and his ability to bring you back in games and his ability to play sometimes almost perfect football at the quarterback position saved your ass in games where other quarterbacks it wouldn't have. So the differential is a real thing. And again, I come back to this is a team that probably really would be more into that 9-7 role of what we were the previous year, as opposed to 11 wins. But again, Russell just had certain games where he was just able to elevate things, I think, and really get us to that next level. So, but it does show that's why you've got work to do this offseason. That's why you've got to get the most out of this offseason and really go for it, not just kind of calmly, patiently kind of tread along here and go, we're good with what we're doing. Let's just, tread water. No, you need to, it's time to go into the Olympic swim and, we need to lap this sucker, man. You can't go soft this offseason. You really can't. I think we can beat the Falcons. I do. I think that Falcon game, of all the 10 a.m. games that we played this year, I think that was the one game where the team was the least up for that game. I think they went into it knowing that Matt Ryan was out and Schaub was in, and I think that did lower the guard a little bit of the team. I do, which would be a little bit natural. I think it's going to happen from time to time. But I don't think that the Falcons are going to be better next year. I think Julio Jones is getting older. I think he's starting to kind of break down a little bit. They're going to lose Austin Hooper, who's a very important tight end, especially for Seattle in the way they attack Seattle. He's killed Seattle the last couple of times because tight ends will kill Seattle in this defense, especially in those seam routes, because that's where they're vulnerable. They're going to lose him. They don't have a replacement necessarily in place for him. Obviously, Calvin Ridley's a different, decent receiver as well, opposite Julio, but they just don't have a lot defensively there. I think I'm okay with us against Atlanta next year. Yeah, Carl, I'm gonna have to call it here pretty soon. I can feel my voice starting to. You guys can probably already hear it. It's getting a little edgy, getting just a little bit edgy. Yeah, TJ, I look at wide receiver like I look at cornerback, in that I don't want to target it. I don't want to overdraft for it. But if you're sitting in the second round with the best player available type mentality going on, you just want to grab the best player on the board, which teams talk about endlessly, but hardly actually execute their drafts like that. Fine. If that's the best player on the board for you and you see an outstanding talent I'm okay with that. But pick from that standpoint as opposed to the LJ Collier pick, right? Where LJ Collier was picked specifically from a need and specifically out of desperation. I don't want to see that in this next year's draft. I want to see us picking from a standpoint of be aggressive, but pick in the pocket of where you actually have guys slotted. Don't pull a guy out of a third round and slot him to a first round just because you think the position's getting lean in the draft. LJ Collier, yeah. I probably won't be live tomorrow. I've actually got to do some work, so I'm going to be doing some overtime on the job. But we will try to get this. I will try to keep trying to do this as a normal thing. So I will figure out. I'm figuring out the details still, but we will. But we will figure it out. Miss the highest scoring defense and allowing the least points. Yeah, it was nice when you're at 17 points a game in a Legion of Boom era. What a difference that made to be able to have that kind of defense. And so, unfortunately, I think that's where a lot of Carroll's problem is his mentality is still stuck in that his defense is somehow still in that 17-point realm as opposed to into that 26, 27-point a game realm where it really is at. I think that's been the problem for him, is like making that transition in his mind and really looking at that. We should get a player to complement Clowney, but knowing Seattle will trade down. I think we should get a player to complement Clowney. I want a guy, though, that's developed and ready to roll. Going into the draft and trying to get a pass rusher in the draft, they tend to take a little bit of time to develop. Pass rushers don't come out of the box ready to get you 10, 15 sacks a year. And so I'd rather go get that guy that is established. Somebody mentioned here in Ngakoue, I think, Carl, that was you on Ngakoue, or be it Dante Fowler, or be it the trade for Von Miller, Calais Campbell. I'd rather see them make those kind of deals for guys that we know what we're getting when they come in. It's less of a question mark and more of a certainty, which is where we've got to get to, I think, a little bit more in these moves. All right. So I am going to present it. We just did cross here. It looks like the 7-hour mark. Where are we at? I think, are we good here, folks? We want to keep going here a bit. I've heard a lot about Curtis Weaver. I need to watch some more film on him, but I've heard a lot of great things about him, TJ. I'll add him on my list. I'm going to start going through all my college stuff here and positional breakdown as I can. I'm going to really try to concentrate, I think, to a degree on certain positions. I think Seattle will kind of lean towards being it to the defensive line or offensive line. But tight end will be in that mix too. I'll look at wide receiver because I know it's just such a deep wide receiver class. I'm interested to see what kind of variance we get out of the wide receiver position. So it seems like you got a lot of different types of talents in this draft at that spot. A lot like last year a bit, or last year you had every type of flavor of wide receiver you could want. You had the Hollywood Browns with a small speedster, the big-bodied wide receivers that can go get it, the Terry McLaurin receivers that were the all-around guys that could do everything. You had the gadget guy with the Paris Campbell type. It seems like the receivers this year are kind of very similar, in a very similar mold, you know? I think Russell can keep it up the magic for a couple years to come, but I do think that you are going to see a drop in his performance here within a few years. These quarterbacks that get into their mid to late 30s, what we see happen with them tends to be they'll start out on fire, but then they start to wear down as the year goes on, especially if you're very reliant upon them carrying the day. And I think that that's something that with Russell we've got to be aware of, is if we're just going to rely on his magic, how longer do you think you're going to rely on this? And it'd be great not to have to rely on it. It'd be great to just have it as a thing you can kind of grab onto every once in a while, as opposed to seemingly on a weekly basis needing him to turn water into wine. It seems like you don't have to go there. There's an easy route to go here. Why do we have to go this route with him every time with it? Last one, $100 says we keep Ziggy. I don't want to think they will keep him. I would question whether or not Ziggy Ansah really wants to play football anymore. You know, when he was getting outrun by Zach McCowan, and don't forget, Ziggy was not a slow guy coming out. He was a 100-meter champion with BYU. And you saw at one point, again, that Eagle game, on the same play he got injured on, by the way. I don't think it was any, it was no thing that happened on that. He's done. Put a fork in him. The guy's finished. Seattle, you may be right. I would think not, though, because I think they're not going to take as many flyers in this offseason on guys that are injury prone. Losing as many games as they did to injury and taking as many risks as they did on guys that had injuries in the past that, you know, it could come back and to bite you in the butt, and it did. I just don't think you're going to run back into that again. And yeah, Ziggy's just not the same kind of player that he ever was. He's lost a lot of who he was as a football player. And part of me wonders too, being that he came from Africa, there's been some questions on his birth certificate. You know, is the guy maybe potentially 36, 37, 38 years old, as opposed to 31, 32, 33? You know, I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, Russell Wilson throws the best deep ball in football, no doubt about it. This is why having a big body wide receiver that can go up and get the ball is so optimal, because Russell likes to throw the ball on the receiver, as opposed to like some quarterbacks like to throw it far out ahead of the receiver. The receiver gets it or no one does. Russell doesn't operate from that same standpoint. He likes to put the ball right on the guys. And for years, we saw this didn't work out as well necessarily worked out okay, but Paul Richardson and Doug Baldwin aren't the best for those type of throws. The big body guys, the long arm guys, the guys that can jump through the roof, that's what you want. So again, it'd be nice to see them come in and add another big bodied wide receiver, because I think that would fit well. Even a big body tight end would fit into that realm. Carl, my Twitter handle is Seahawks Nester, Nester. And yeah, I do think, folks, I am going to look at calling it here. We got 7 hours in, and my voice is probably going to last for about another 45 if we stay on it. But we'll finish up with a few more questions here. I won't run out the door on you quite yet. Last question: do you attend every Hawks game? I do not attend Seahawks game. So a couple of issues with me to going to Seahawks games. Number one, cost. I am not a guy with a limitless budget. It does cost a lot to go to a game now. It does tend to be kind of cold there. I like being at home watching the game and the angles that you get to see it. Sometimes, unless you've got great seats, it's hard to see exactly what's going on. I know they'd have you believe in CenturyLink that every seat has got a good view, but it's just not the case. And then there's been a couple times, I've got to admit recently, of going into the stadium where I've almost gotten into a fight with fans. People are getting very quiet in that stadium at times, and it bothers me to my core. It bothers me to the core of my being. They go into the stadium, they watch our defense out on the football field, and their mouths are shut. They're silent as doves. And I don't get it. It really just hankles me. And I think some of it is you get a lot of this wine and cheese crowd in there now that's just, they're too good to scream. They're too good. They make too much money to have to consider themselves to yell and get, kind of drives me nuts a little bit at times. I feel like the fans need to get off their butts and realize, the tradition that you're building upon here. And it's not just the tradition that was built with Carroll, it's the tradition that goes back to the kingdom. We're the ones who created the wave. We're the ones who caused the NFL to have to create an NFL rule that was going to penalize the fans for being too loud. That was us in the 80s. And I think there's a little bit of that needs to be recaptured in that stadium, and it bothers me when I don't see it. Thanks for the follow on that, Carl. I do appreciate it. So I do like attending games, though. When I get a chance, I do it. If I can once or twice a year, I will, depending on where my finances are. But I think actually next year, I'm really with as fun as I have talking to you guys and BSing and just kind of going through it. I'm going to really enjoy, I think, next year doing a live stream during the game, being able to really, dive into the nuts and bolts of this in real time with the guys and kind of get into it. Yeah, it literally was. It was what would happen is that they would first take off a timeout. So if the fans were too loud, and you'd have guys like Elway who would bitch and moan and go, they would do all of this like, I can't hear. They turn back to the official and they do this motion to him. And you're watching on TV and you're like, you little bitch. And yeah, it always, and they eventually the NFL got tired of it. These guys were moaning and complaining. And so they created this rule. You lose 3 timeouts. If you're out of timeouts, then you actually get a 5-yard penalty against your team for being too loud. They didn't call it a lot, the officials, but it was for about a year there. It was starting to kind of become a thing. So gosh, man, it would be great it'd be great if the fans could kind of recapture some of that. Some of it, I think, is you get fat and happy. You're so used to your team being good. You're so used to going to a couple Super Bowls. You're like, this is nice. It's always going to be like this. But no, it isn't always like this. Enjoy it while you got it, because there's going to be some dearth times as well. Yeah, Carl, I'm going to live stream the whole draft. We're going to go all 7 rounds, baby. First, second, third, fourth. I'm going to do it. It's going to be a marathon. You think today is going to be a marathon? That is going to be a marathon. But I'm in. I'm down. That's good to hear, Drew. I love to hear that, man. It's been a little bit back and forth on that poll. Like I said online, it's about 60-40 split as far as people wanting to see a live stream versus me sticking with my normal stuff. So I will keep doing the live stream stuff, but I got to balance it off a bit. For all of you out there that are paying attention, just keep an eye out. I'll keep the posts up on YouTube, letting you know when the next live stream event is. I'll try to post up on my Twitter. Twitter handle is Seahawks Nestor. So I'll keep my updates on there with the live stream, kind of give you guys, if I can, even a week's advance notice so you guys know when it's coming in. But yeah, TJ, it's going to be a brutal 3 days live. Hey, if you guys want to come in here though, and you can enjoy it, and you guys are going to get as nerdy as I am on it, I'll stay all 3 days, especially considering, hey, we're going to have 4 picks in round 6 and 7, say nothing of whatever else they might collect by trading back through that draft. So, it could be, it could get a little actually interesting in the back half of the round. Mr. Irrelevant could be kind of even interesting if we end up there. So I'll be doing the whole draft. We'll be live streaming all of the next Seahawks games. I'll live stream all preseason next year. I think we're at 10 picks right now. I don't know if we're at 11. So I've got 1 first, 2 seconds, 1 third, 1 fourth, 2 fifths. I think you got, or 1 fifth, 2 sixths, and 2 sevenths. So I think I come up to 10 on that myself. But yes, we will get another one of these up. I'll try with even in a couple weeks to do another live stream if you guys would like. I appreciate everyone out there showing up. We've stayed in at like 20, 25 people here. We have been around this whole 7 hours. You guys have hung in here with me. Again, you guys are just amazing. You guys, it spurs me on to just try to make this channel more and more better. The more feedback I get from you guys, and as awesome as you are, this is the stuff that just fuels my engine, makes me want to just go harder and harder at this. So thank you very much for that. Again, long-term, if we can eventually get to a long-term place, I can even do this as a weekly to a daily type show. I will try to drive to that place if you guys are willing to watch it. So I agree. Mr. Irrelevant might be a wide receiver this year. It is a deep, deep wide receiver draft, maybe even deeper than last year. And that's saying something, because there was a lot of players in last year's draft that were legitimately good wide receivers who fell. So it could be that way. All right, well, I'm down, Drew. I'm down to dive all in on this. So we'll get you, like I said, just keep an eye on Twitter. Keep an eye on the YouTube page. We passed that 2,000 subscriptions and going strong, guys. Let's see if we can get it up to 5,000 in the next year. I'm gonna shoot. Why not shoot for the stars, right? See if we can keep going. Thanks, TJ, for checking out. I appreciate you guys. Thank you, Nathaniel. I'll do this. I love doing this. I can talk for 7 hours a pop every time, man. If it's about my Seahawks, I'll go on forever. Thank you for all of you guys hanging in there. Thank you, Carl, for hanging in there till the end. Any last questions anybody wants to ask? Because I am going to sign off here in probably the next 30 seconds or so. Because I need to get some food. I need to go to the bathroom. I need to get some lozenges for my throat. I do appreciate you guys all hanging in here with me, though. I never thought we'd get down to 7 hours on this, but I love it. If there's 5 of you in the chat that want to talk, I'm in to talk. So, all right. Well, no last questions. I think we're going the next stream. Let's shoot for the next stream to be within a minimum. Let's go with like maybe 2 weeks. So let's go for a soft date on the next stream if not this next Saturday, I'll try to shoot for the Saturday after. We'll do an every other week thing. I'll be loading up on more coffee. Yes. What you don't know is I've actually been peeing into a bucket beneath the camera and then just hitting the mute button when I let the stream go. That's what you guys don't know about that. So that's why I've not had to actually go pee once here during the live stream. Who would be a good offensive coordinator for us? Boy, I wish I had a good somebody that I could mention. A lot of the great offensive coordinators out there are kind of plucked up. I think I'd like to see a seasoned offensive coordinator or one of these mastermind college guys that you could bring up from the ranks who's got a lot of great new ideas, especially working in the spread formation, easy completions, just easier things to attack schematics of the defense than what we do right now. I wouldn't be as picky on it. I think almost anybody would be better than the 1980s thing that we're running right now. Well, thank you, Carl, Nathaniel, Drew, all you guys for hanging in, TJ, Live Life, to all those that I might not have said thank you to. Thank you so much for hanging in there. Okay. Well, let's shoot for a Super Bowl. We'll do a Super Bowl weekend podcast and go for that. I will try to, again, kind of get something more fixed so you guys know, like, okay, he's going to be on every week on this point, or he'll be on at this spot. And again, just pay attention on the Twitter or on the YouTube posts. I'll keep both updated there. Thank you, Passionate. I appreciate it, man. You guys are too kind. I'll tell you what, you guys are really, really kind. I do appreciate it. Well, I guess we will sign off. This is, my name is Brandon, by the way. Brandon signing off with the Hawks Nest. Thank you to everyone out there for hanging in there with me. Please do give me any kind of feedback you guys might have in the comment section on any of my videos. If you guys ever think of anything improvement-wise, I'm always got my ear to the grindstone on what we can do to kind of take this up. I want to just kind of keep pushing this, man. Seeing how far we can take this thing. You know what I mean? Thank you. That's 6. Thanks again, Carl. You guys have a great night. Lofa vid, that's on my list. You guys gave me a list of some great ideas here for the Great Seahawk Moments. I'm going to pick on one of those ones that you guys kind of mentioned. Thanks to everyone. You guys all have a good night. And thank you for hanging in there. 7 hours. You guys are legendary. I'm not legendary. You guys hung in here with me listening to my ass talk for 7 hours. You're the ones that are legendary. You all have a good night. And thank you very much for checking out this stream. And don't forget, hey, go Hawks.